Chapter 1, He Who Has No Class. Slow down, you're going to give yourself a stomach ache, Gertrude admonished as Will devoured another entire loaf of bread. You'll throw up the moment you have to run. Untrue, Will mouthed past the wad of stew-soaked bread in his mouth, causing the old woman to wince and avert her eyes. The walk to the hunting grounds is over an hour, so I'll be fine by the time I get there. If you can afford to walk slow, then you can eat slow, Gertrude said, pulling the next loaf of bread away from his reaching hand. Oh, you'll thank me when you're not reeling in pain from a busted stomach, Gertrude said, nose raised. I am constantly not reeling in pain, Will sassed. Gertrude smacked him over the head with the loaf, the black bread's hard crust making a dull conk as it delivered its force into his cranium. How about now? The ancient priestess asked. Ow, I think there was a rock in there, Will said, holding his scalp and checking for bleeding. Nonsense, Gertrude said, prying open the rough-milled bread over her wooden plate. Clunk. A fingernail-sized pebble dropped out of the bread and onto her plate, causing her weathered face to freeze in surprise. Just eat slow, all right. Will grunted, nodding as he began to masticate much slower. It seemed the miller's new apprentice needed a bit more practice. Or perhaps a good caning. Seems like there might be a job opening at the mill, Gertrude mused as Dana took the pebble and stared at it with wide eyes. The little girl looked like she was going to put the pebble in her mouth before Gertrude snatched it out of her hand. I am not going to hunt a wheat gremlin, Will said. How would that even combine with an? Will lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. A Uru Drake. I'm sure I don't know. Make twice the flour from half the grain, perhaps. Don't act as though milling grain is beneath you. It's a lifetime of good, honest work. Drudgery, Will countered. Drudgery you can support a family with. Your parents are awesome, Will interrupted. Perhaps reading Will's mood, Gertrude changed tactics. I'm just saying it would be good for you to have a grounded life, raise children, be happy. Many climbers are not happy. I know, perhaps you could even take Marissa as your bride. It'd be one less mouth to feed here. Will glanced over at where Marissa was picking her nose. The little girl glanced back at the mention of her name, nostril distended with her index finger. I'm not sure we're a good fit, Will said. Sink into the abyss, Marissa said, flicking a booger at him. Already there, abyss spawn, Will said, flicking the booger off. Marissa turned red, climbed over the table, and leaped on him, sending the two of them tumbling to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Children! Gertrude hollered over the two of them before Will could get Marissa in a headlock. Sit. Down. The promise of violence in the old nun's voice sent them scrambling back to their seats. I've got one piece of advice for you, William, something the gods know I've tried to teach you, Gertrude said, pointing an old wooden spoon at him. Take your time. Don't leap into the class trial with the first 3 sacrifices you can get your hands on. You've got all summer to hunt. Shop around. Sell some of the sacrifices you hunt, buy some gear. Check the market. Other aspirants might pass on something perfect for you. You don't even have to take your class this year. There's no time limit. Don't start the trial until you're sure you have what you need. Yes, ma'am, Will muttered, ducking his head at Gertrude's intensity. Good. Sue, Will glanced around the breakfast table at the other children, who watched him curiously. Yes, you can go join the hunt. Will shot to his feet and marched towards the door, towards his class, and by extension, his family. The door slammed before he got halfway across the room. After you clean your mess, Gertrude said, her relic of the host glowing faintly as she pointed to his bowl and crumb-covered plate. Will took a deep breath and grabbed the dishes, walking over to the sink, where he used the morning water to clean off the plate before setting it back in its proper place. In a matter of seconds, Will was standing back in front of the door, practically vibrating with eagerness. Gertrude looked like she wanted to say something else, but simply sighed and motioned to the door, her relic faintly glowing again. The door unlocked and swung open. One small step for William O., one giant leap for St. Gertrude's orphanage. Will could see it already. With the myriad potent abilities granted by the Uru Drake sacrifice, he would be able to acquire relics and become a climber, carving out a massive range on one of the upper floors, making him a lord. In his benevolence, Lord William would deign to send supplies and money to the poor unfortunates forced to suffer through the old woman's sermons. Will burst into the early morning light, his calloused feet trotting down the compacted earth trail that led from the orphanage to the town proper. The sun itself was a bit weak this morning, barely radiating heat as the glow bloomed from the top of the tower, illuminating the land. Still, the heat was fairly substantial, since the orphanage was parked in the undesirable arid land baked by proximity to the tower, and by extension, the heat of the sun. Some people took days or even weeks to travel from the outskirts to earn their classes, even months for the maniacs who lived in the frigid wastes at the very edges of civilization, if you could call living in ice houses and eating raw gonku meat civilization. Will only had to walk an hour, but he had to get some supplies first. 1 sling, 2 dozen bullets, 2 pounds of pemmican, and a water skin, Will called as he strode through the door to the general store. His plan to triumphantly slap the copper coins he'd been saving up on Leon's countertop was somewhat muddled as he realized the way was blocked. The shop was packed wall-to-wall with others, ranging from aspirants his age getting hunting weapons to full-blooded climbers grabbing last-minute toiletries or food. A group of climbers currently crowding the countertop glanced over at him. 2 women and 3 men, their relics hinting at their roles in the party. One of the men sported a simple cuirass and a smooth wooden bow that practically hummed with power, while one of the women bore a wand that crackled faintly with energy. She wore a ring that exuded ominous energy, while the other woman had a wooden symbol of Grevash in her belt that radiated an aura of calm, not unlike Gertrude. Another man wore a ring on either hand, a helmet, and a waterproof smock. The leader, a man wearing heavy armor with a close-shaved head and scars near his eyes, glanced over at Will, his gaze skimming over him in an instant before he dismissed him entirely, turning back to Leon. "Hey, Will," Leon said, peering over his clients to catch sight of him. "Catch." Leon reached under the countertop, then threw a leather bundle over the heads of the store's many patrons, landing it in William's hands. "Thanks," Will said, tossing his handful of coins across the room at Leon. "ACK?" The black-haired merchant ducked the flying metal, which clattered off the display pieces behind him, much to the amusement of his customers. "Gertrude already paid, brat." "Oh, then can I get my coins back?" Will asked, holding out his hand. Leon gave him a blistering stare. "You know what?" "I'll check back later. Start a tab." Leon gave him a good-natured, rude gesture as Will waved his way back out of the store. He stopped in the shade of the store as the heat from the tower began to build, opening up the satchel and peering inside. Not only was there everything he asked for, there were also bandages and a tiny dagger more suited for cutting cheese than braving the wilds inside the tower. But orphans can't be choosers, and it was far better than nothing. "Sup, Will?" A familiar voice dragged him out of his musing. Will peered up at Ben, his partner for today's outing, one of the local boys who could keep up with Will. If Ben would tell it, it would be Will keeping up with him, but they both knew who was in charge. "I got my stuff," Will said, hoisting his leather sack of supplies. "You got yours." Ben raised a brow and wordlessly thumbed over his shoulder, where a fine wooden bow was slung. On his thigh was a machete for both setting up camp and defending himself if some of the monsters got a bit too friendly. He was wearing a leather cuirass and what looked like pants treated with Galac glue, making them extra durable while maintaining flexibility. Will's gaze drifted farther down to the expensive shoes the boy was wearing that looked supremely comfortable. Will wiggled his bare toes. Try hard. Don't hate the hunter, hate the hunt, Ben said with a shrug. So my dad said we should pick off some of the easier prey and cash them in at the bazaar. Shop around while we give some of the more experienced hunters time to soften up the more dangerous locations before we go in, maybe after a week or so. Do you do everything your dad tells you to? Will said mockingly. Let me think about that, Ben said, glancing off to the side before returning his gaze to Will. Yes, I do, because my dad is a smart man with my best interests in mind. What did Gertrude tell you to do? Will heaved a sigh. Basically the exact same thing. Fine, let's do things the smart way, Will said, making air quotes. Together, the two of them followed the path to the tower, joining a steady stream of men and women marching along underneath the sweltering heat of the tower. Only the top third or so glowed white-hot where it connected to the sky above, a mile or so above them. The massive, arching entrance in the base that opened during the summer was only slightly warm to the touch, or so Will had heard. Come on, Will said, nudging Ben to the side. Let's enter on the edge. I wanna touch the entrance. Ben sighed but didn't protest, and the two of them dragged their fingers along the skin-warm stone as the gargantuan archway swallowed them whole. The two of them broke off from the stream of climbers and aspirants as they passed the threshold, gawking up at the sky. What's wrong with the sky? Will asked, staring up at the strange monochrome blue facade with wisps of white traveling across it. I don't know. What are those white things? Will asked. I don't know, Ben grunted again. Why is the sun? Ow! Will blinked tears out of his eyes as he shielded his eyes. Why is the sun so bright? How many times I gotta tell you? Ben asked, glancing down at him. Newbies, huh? A voice drew their attention away from the sky. Will glanced down and spotted the group that'd been in the general store with Leon earlier that day. How can you tell? Will asked defensively. If he was wearing a sign around his neck that read newbie, he wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Wordlessly, the climber gestured around the entry field, pointing out several groups of young aspirants shielding their eyes as they stared at the sky in amazement. Fair, Will admitted, resolving not to gawk. Also your children, he said. Also fair, Will admitted, resolving to grow a foot taller and pack on 40 pounds of muscle overnight. There's a good hunting ground that way. I used it when I was getting started out, the scarred man said, pointing off to the right of the entrance. About 3 miles that way. There's a large boulder at the edge of a meadow with lots of wheat gremlins. Use the boulder and the entrance as your landmarks. Don't navigate with the sun, it moves. The sun moves, Will demanded, glancing up at the sun and burning his eyes again. Ow, crap. Don't mind him, he has no class, Ben said, offering his hand. I'm Ben, he's Will, thanks for the advice. You can call me Mr. Fontaine, the leader said, before turning and motioning to the rest of his group. That's Bess, Amy, Mark, and Roger. And he's Kyle, Amy said, pointing at Mr. Fontaine. Listen, we've gotta be off, but if we meet up again, tell us how you did, and we'll give you some pointers. It's always valuable to know if a hunting spot is still good or not from year to year. Will do, Ben said, waving them off. They seem nice. Will wasn't so sure. Kindness from strangers usually was accompanied by a catch of some kind, or an offer that was far too good to be true. But they hadn't offered the duo much of anything aside from a location that didn't hold any value to the experienced climbers. Unless we provide the value, Will thought for a moment before he spotted Heath, a rather infamous bully about town. "Heath, Heath!" Will shouted, flagging him down out of the flow of aspirants. The young man with the extra foot of height Will so desperately wanted, and the squinty, confused expression that he so loathed, turned at the sound of his name, locking in on the two of them. "What are you doing?" Ben hissed. "There's a good hunting spot for wheat gremlins about 3 miles that way, a meadow with a boulder on the edge of it. Can't miss it." Ben pinched him, but Will ignored it. Heath squinted harder, confusion plain across his face. "What's the catch?" he finally asked. "There's a teeny chance you might get kidnapped and sold into slavery," Will admitted. "That's what this is about?" Ben asked, rolling his eyes. "Not everyone is out to get you, Will." "It sounds to me like you're too much of a pussy to handle it on your own," Heath said. "Sure," Will shrugged. "Whatevers." "Thanks for the heads-up, pussy." With a malicious chuckle, Heath lumbered off in the direction they'd pointed out. "I admire his confidence," Will mused as the overgrown slab walked away, long sword over his shoulder. Even if Heath were smart enough to suspect they might try to ambush him, he would never in a million years believe they could get the better of him. "You just gave up a good hunting spot on a whim." "A prime hunting spot out in the middle of nowhere, where only we and they know where we went?" Will asked. Ben opened his mouth and considered it for a moment before shrugging. "Yeah, okay. Let's go somewhere else and check up on Heath in a few hours," Will said, motioning out into the wilderness. "All right." They followed the stream of aspirants for a while, until the stream thinned to nearly nothing before finally breaking off the path to delve into the forest. They ran into other aspirants every now and then as they stalked through the forest, heading their separate ways. Thankfully, nobody got shot. About half an hour into the hunt, Ben tugged on his shirt, catching Will S. attention. "Jumper," he whispered, pointing. The creature had short, tawny fur, scaly feet with strong grippers, sharp forelimbs, and absolutely massive thighs. Will recalled the information he'd researched about using the jumper as a sacrifice. Jumper adds leg-based abilities to the aspirant's class choices, mostly kicks and jumps. Provides 2 SDR and 1 kin level. Suitable for unarmed fighters and scouts. 12 copper leg. The monster was seemingly unaware of them, its attention directed off into the distance, its view obscured by the foliage. It was a long shot for a sling, but for a bow. "You first," Will whispered, plucking a bullet from his pouch and dropping it in the sling before pulling out his tiny dagger in the offhand. Ben nodded and quietly nocked an arrow, drawing it back while crouched in a hunter's stance. He loosed. The arrow hit some of the foliage between them and made copious amounts of noise as it dropped about 2 feet below the intended target. They both winced. The jumper flinched, glancing over at them before it hissed, and in the manner of all monsters, charged them with reckless fury. "Oh crap, it's fast!" Ben started as the jumper began leaping from branch to branch, a blur of tawny fur and glittering claws. Will whipped the sling forward and the bullet hissed out, bouncing off the monster's hip as it shot through the air towards them. It let out a strangled cry of pain, but it was already. "Foo!" Will stumbled backwards as it slammed into his chest, impaling itself on Will's tiny dagger. That held it at an awkward angle, so it wasn't able to bring its claws fully to bear, but it didn't take the fight out of it completely, scratching and snarling ferociously. Time seemed to slow as Ben dropped the bow and hefted the machete, eyeballing the mad creature scrambling to find purchase on Will's chest. There was no way Ben wouldn't catch him with the machete. and Will didn't think he was in a state to listen calmly. The boy's eyes were white all the way around. Gah! Will shoved the jumper aside and rolled out of the way as the machete came down. Crunch! Will got to his feet and glanced down at the beheaded jumper, then Ben, and then remembered that some monsters come in packs, turning his attention back to the forest and their situation. That was it, Ben panted. That was it, I guess, Will said, looking down at his scratched-up chest. The pain that had been shoved aside in the moment was starting to soak back into his perception. Ow! They took a break, eating pemmican and drinking water after cleaning and bandaging Will's wounds. Even low-level monsters were dangerous without resistance. "Let's go find that arrow," Ben said once they'd caught their breath. "Why don't you stand in front of the monster next time?" Will whispered as they crept through the forest. "You've got armor. Better yet, don't miss the first shot." "How about you don't stand there like an idiot while it charges?" Ben whispered back. "I could say the same about—" Will stopped and tapped Ben's shoulder. Will heard the faint trickle of water. After a moment of quiet listening, Ben nodded, indicating he could hear it too. The two of them crept toward the sound of running water, discovering a tiny creek that fed into a pond that either of them could probably jump across. There was even a part where the land rose up in the center of the pond, sporting a bit of water grass. Will scanned the edge of the pond, but didn't see any prey out. "Wait," Ben whispered, grabbing Will's shoulder and pointing. "What?" "There afoot." Not willing to make any more sound, Will tried locating this foot Ben had mentioned without much success. Ben must have seen the confusion on his face because he clarified. "Under the water," Ben said, holding his hands apart to indicate its size. Will's eyes widened at that indication of size, adjusting his expectations. There it was, a frog foot about a foot across. Will traced the orientation of the foot back to the lump of land in the center of the pond. He realized what they were dealing with. Wetlands Gulper adds earth, water, slime, and tongue-based abilities to the aspirant's class choices. Provides one raise, one SDR, one AQ/ level. Highly sought after by aspirant potters, farmers, and rich Lotharios. 5 silver per foot of tongue, judging by its size. That's a Wetlands Gulper, and it's huge. Ben's eyes widened. We could trade that for a good sacrifice, easy. Or maybe a relic. A cheap one, maybe, Will mused, but the obvious question was, how would they kill it without getting dragged into a watery grave and eaten? 5 minutes later. Keep shooting, Will urged Ben, his voice more shrill than he planned. The Wetlands Gulper didn't have much in the way of sharp claws or teeth, and instead preferred to drag its prey underwater with its powerful, sticky tongue and drown it. So naturally, Will lashed himself to the top of a tree with his sling and began thrashing to get its attention. The stupid monster burst out of the water and shot its 20-foot-long tongue out, instantly ensnaring Will and dragging him down to the water, until the tree bent back and dangled the confused monster above the water's edge by its own tongue, whereupon Ben began using it for some much-needed target practice. The only thing Will failed to account for in his master plan. 500 pounds of pressure on the sling rope looped around his waist, crushing his guts and threatening to tear him in half. It was an agonizing 3 minutes before the enormous toad stopped twitching, and Ben deemed it safe enough to run up and slash the tongue with his machete. "And that's how you make a good 80 silver, Ben said, admiring the trophy as Will climbed down. "You could buy half a dozen sacrifices from this one tongue, easily." "I think I'm gonna throw up," Will muttered, holding his bruised waist. "Yeah," Ben gave him a side glance. "You seem like you're done for the day." Will was about to respond when a flicker of light caught their attention. A pale yellow sliver of light opened out of thin air and formed a glowing archway. It was like nothing either of them had ever seen, but they'd heard of it. The trial presented itself to those who had acquired all the sacrifices they needed. Ben's gaze flickered down to the satchel that housed Will's dried Uru Drake, the third piece that had summoned the trial. "Did you want a jump-y, tongue-y, frog-y class?" he asked. "Obviously not," Will said, straightening. "Then why bring the Uru Drake with you?" "Well, I didn't know what we were gonna find," Will said. "It could have been something cool." "It was something cool," Ben said, lifting the tongue. "Let's go check the bazaar. With the amount this sells for, we might be able to buy something a bit more exotic for our classes." Chapter 2, Life Goals. "Well, that's more exotic for sure," Ben mused as they looked down at the hunk of lava beetle. The carefully preserved hunk of flesh must have come from climbers on the third floor. The trial didn't care that no aspirant could possibly get to the third floor and back. "What do you think?" Ben asked. "Fire and earth, two of the most useful abilities for a spellslinger. Also the most hotly contested relics," Will mused, rubbing his chin. "For the love of—" "Anything that grants full magic growth?" he asked, glancing up at the merchant. "Here," the merchant asked, motioning to the bazaar in general. "Nothing with strong growth or good abilities anyways." "What about Uru Drake?" Will asked. "Where could I get—" The leathery-faced traveler laughed in Will's face. "If I had Uru Drake, I would sell it to a lord's son and live the rest of my life in ease." "That rare, huh?" Will asked, feigning disappointment. "It's not guaranteed, but a climber could get the teleport ability from it. And even without that, it's got strong growth, and it blends seamlessly with nearly any class, providing more powerful abilities than they might have otherwise gained. It's worth more than everything and everyone else in this bazaar combined." Will blinked. He hadn't heard that. Ben gave him a sidelong glance. "Well, what you got anyway?" Will asked. "You want to be a climber, eh? Charge focus." "That's a hard path, but you seem like the type that likes to aim high," the leathery man asked, opening up a chest of preserved meat, usually retaining a portion of shell or distinctive feature of the monster's original body to prevent counterfeiting. "Here's what I got for charge," the merchant said as he peeled away a layer of waxed paper to reveal what he had on offer. Will's eyes scanned through the hand-painted tags, confirming what he already knew. Ethereal hair. Adds movement and dodging abilities to an aspirant's class. Favored by scouts and speed-oriented builds. 2 kinesthetics, 1 acuity. Spirit Turtle. Adds passive defense abilities to an aspirant's class. Favored by climbers who wish to survive grueling engagements. 2 resistance, 1 focus. Dreamcatcher. Adds sleep and plant abilities to an aspirant's class. Favored by charge focus support climbers. 1 Aku, 1 Fok, 1 Raise. Will gasped, reaching out only for the merchant's pipe to smack the back of his hand. "This may be the most expensive piece I have, but the turtle's a better choice for you," the weathered man said, shifting his posture as he sat back again. "But," Will pointed at the Dreamcatcher, which grew both magic stats and resistance. Plus, sleeping support abilities made one extremely valuable on the climb for both crowd control and morale, while plant abilities were excellent logistics and utility. It would bolster the strength of abilities and the usage he could get from the Uru Drake, while still adding resistance. "Listen, kid, the one thing that every climber who becomes a lord has in common is that they are alive when they do it. You hear stories about the likes of Baron Ackle, or Lord Bacton, or the Rotwitch. You don't hear stories about so-and-so who died ignominiously on the first floor because they went all in on a fence with their build." "What do you mean?" Will asked, squinting. "It's about surviving long enough to—" No, what does ignoramusly mean? Will clarified. He's right, you know. A familiar voice sounded behind Will and Ben. They turned and saw the adventuring party from before. You're not gonna find any climbers above the 5th floor who don't have a strong defense. It gives you the leeway to make mistakes and learn from them, Kyle said, pointing to one of the scars over his eye. Dropped my sword, now I keep it on a lanyard. He traced a wicked scar just under his jaw, used to skimp on armor fittings. Exposed a bit of neck. Now I stand still for as long as the fitter tells me to. He lifted his shirt, revealing a jagged seam of puckered flesh across his midsection. Shield strap broke, bad luck. Welp, I'm sold, Will said, turning back to the merchant. 1 spirit turtle sacrifice, please. 20 silver, the merchant said, holding out an expectant palm. Will felt physically ill as he handed the cash over. It was more than half of what he'd earned from selling the tongue. Turned out you can't get retail price unless you preserve it yourself and set up a shop to find people willing to pay. Still, Will thought as he tucked the sacrifice away in his satchel. 2/3 of the way there. On day 1, not bad. We stopped by on the way back from setting up base camp and were surprised to find someone else farming the wheat goblins, Kyle said, as Will turned away from the merchant. Ben took Will's spot, jingling his share of the silver in his hands as he scanned the preserved sacrifices expectantly. He thought you were gonna kidnap us and sell us into slavery, Ben called over his shoulder before returning to peruse the selection. Well, how do we know they didn't kidnap Heath? Will turned back to ask Ben. Hey, thanks for the advice, you guys, Heath said as he lumbered by, clasping hands with Kyle for a quick shake. How do we know that's not someone using a disguise ability to make us lower our guards? Will demanded as soon as he recovered from Heath's sudden appearance. Later, pussy, Heath directed at Will before lumbering on, his coin purse jingling with copious copper pieces from all the wheat gremlins he'd hunted, his giant 2-hander slung over his shoulder. The 5 stoic climbers broke into gales of laughter as soon as Heath was out of earshot. I like the way your head works, kid. Paranoia serves a climber well, just not in this case, Kyle said, wiping a tear out of his eye. But relax, just the ring on my finger is worth a dozen of you. With all the brutal honesty I can muster, kid, you're simply not worth the effort of taking advantage of. Wow, that makes me feel better, Will sassed. Good, Kyle said, patting him on the shoulder with a calloused hand that felt hard as rock. Come on, guys, let's get a drink. Maybe there's some Ganishans in town for the hunt. They do know how to party, the bow-wielding man murmured as he followed. The climbers filed off, with the wand-wielding woman stopping to pinch his cheeks as she passed by. Will tried to dislodge her, but her strength made that a futile endeavor, and he was forced to endure the indignity. It must have only been a couple seconds, but it felt like an eternity before she let go and faded into the throngs of people among the bazaar. Check this out, Ben said, showing him a copper ring with malachite studs. Will's nose wrinkled as he caught a whiff of an acrid scent that evaporated into nothing. My first relic, Ben said. The sting ring. You realize you don't have a class yet? Will asked. Also, a relic you can buy for silver isn't gonna be a game changer. Dad already got me the sacrifices. I'm just hunting to get an idea what the first peoples went through, buy some of my own equipment in the process. Ben gazed at the malachite-studded ring covetously. This here, I earned this myself. He seemed to come to, glancing up and shaking Will by the shoulders. Let's go test it. What's it do? It adds a tiny amount of acid damage to attacks, and when I get charge, it has an ability that can launch an unerring acid bolt. Will thought about it for a moment. If it was for sale for 20 silver, the effects could not be particularly potent. Not to mention, any self-respecting climber with a direct damage ability would use their own, rather than that of a middling ring. A climber measured charge regeneration by the week, so every point counted. They didn't have any rings of accuracy? Will asked. Because I'm more worried about you missing. The cheapest one was 3 gold pieces for a 1.2% correction. Will winced. That was so far out of his price range for such a tiny increase in accuracy that it boggled the mind. All right, let's go test it out. Together, the two of them headed back through the gate, and Ben put on the ring, firing his bow into a nearby tree. They were a bit disappointed until they spotted thin tendrils of smoke rising out of the narrow wounds inflicted by the arrows. That got them excited for a few minutes, but the acid damage was never worse than a few wisps of smoke that quickly dwindled to nothing. Will had cautioned himself not to get emotionally invested in the ring, but he was still a little bummed at his first close encounter with a relic. Maybe the acid will cause extra pain, Ben hazarded. You could do the same by dipping them in lemon juice, Will pointed out. Damn it, you're right, Ben mused, looking at his ring. Look, it's gonna be a long time before you manage to find a better ring for that slot, and something is better than nothing, Will said. And it's easier than carrying around a lemon with you everywhere you go. Yeah, fair enough. I'll use it till I find something better, then put it up on the mantle. Ben went back to rubbing the relic manically, hunching over the ring protectively. My first relic, it's precious to me. Will rolled his eyes. Look, I gotta go home and sleep these bruises off. Gertrude's gonna probably keep me busy for a while to stop me from going out before I heal, too. He glanced at the bandages over the scratches on his arms and torso. At least a week. Next week, Will asked, offering his hand. All right, sounds good, Ben said, shaking it. I'll probably do a little hunting on the edges during the week, wheat gremlins and the like. When you get back, I might have 2 relics. Yeah, Will said, waving as he left. Will and Ben broke up, and Will trudged all the way back to St. Gertrude. Up 1 good sacrifice and down a bunch of minor wounds. As predicted, Gertrude gave him an earful for using up half the bandages on the first day, and forbade him from leaving the house until next week. Which was fine, because once the pain really set in, Will didn't really want to leave the orphanage for another week, even with the malicious gremlins haunting the halls and Marissa constantly trying to pick a fight. That night, Gertrude visited his room. Will had the rare honor of having his own room, being the only young man old enough to join the hunt. I've been waiting until you're in a good position to talk, Gertrude said, sitting on the edge of his bed. About your parents, she clarified. Will glanced down at his wound-covered body, which had stiffened once he cooled down and the wounds began to scab. Now between the cuts and the massive bruise around his torso, moving even the slightest bit caused intense pain. You waited for me to be too wounded to avoid this conversation. Precisely. Gertrude gave him a fatalistic smile that gave him chills. It was disturbingly unlike the saintly expression she wore in front of the others. Will, it's been 5 years. Your parents are most likely dead. You said they were gone 3 years before that. Maybe they just went further up the tower this time. Nobody has climbed the tower higher than the... Then where are my servants? Scratch that, where are my fucking shoes? Will demanded as a bit of the old simmering emotion leaked past the seal he kept around his heart. Gertrude let his words flow past her, showing no reaction to his anger as he desperately stuffed it back down where it belonged. I used to climb, you know, got to the 12th floor. Will's brows rose. He figured she'd been a climber at some point to afford that relic, but the 12th. I met all kinds of people, Gertrude said, her gaze going distant as she spoke. Saw a lot of good people die and a lot of bad people prosper. Eventually, when Ian, her throat constricted. Eventually, I'd had enough of the life, but your parents continued on. I realized that there are two different kinds of climbers. There are those who are after money and power. They always stop somewhere between floor 8 and 15, having carved out a little kingdom for themselves. So Mom and Dad, they were the second kind, the people who have become addicted to the challenge, to uncovering the mystery of the tower. Mystery? Will asked. There's things up there, vestiges of an unknown past that cast doubt on everything we think we know. Like what? Gertrude pursed her lips for a moment. On the 10th floor, we found the ruins of a town. We made camp in it for the night. One of our members was half asleep in the morning and wandered off before he started screaming. When we arrived, he wasn't injured or attacked, but scared out of his mind. He had realized that the outline of the ruins matched the layout of his hometown precisely, right down to where his father's bakery was. Will's hair stood on end. That's a coincidence or an illusion, right? I've seen far too many strange coincidences to believe that, Gertrude mused. In any case, that mystery, those nagging questions that build up and haunt you, they drove your parents onward. If they ever come back, they could shed more light on the mystery of the tower than any other climber, live or dead, but I wouldn't hold out hope. Will frowned, but didn't argue with her. Which kind of climber do you want to be? Gertrude asked. I want money, Will said. If you want money, I can sell the Uru Drake for you. Fine, I want power, enough to decide the course of my life. I want my parents. I want to track them down and give them both a good thrashing for their irresponsibility. And what if that's not possible? What if you can never reach them because they've already passed from this world? Are you going to dedicate your life to pain, struggle, and death chasing a hopeless goal? So what you're saying is, I should adopt an achievable goal that will include punching my dad in the face as a byproduct of the journey, and not the destination. Well, yes, that's actually quite wise, but... Then my goal will be to make it to the 10th floor and carve out a lordship there, Will said. Then I will push further up, funneling money and relics back down to my domain until the entire floor is pacified. Then I will do it again, and again until the entire tower is mine. Chapter 3, Hype Man. Please let me go with you, Jason begged for the umpteenth time as Will unwound the bandages, revealing the fresh scabs. The scrawny 12-year-old was on his knees, palms clasped together. This look like fun to you? Will asked, motioning to himself. It looks like a way out of this crap hole, Jason said without missing a beat. I could do anything you want me to do. I'll dig latrines, I'll set up the tent. I'll take night watch, I'll taste food for poison. You can't leave me here, man. When you're gone, I'll be the only boy here. Hey, Thomas, an 8-year-old boy protested. The oldest boy, Jason hastily corrected. Come on, man, I'll do anything. I'll be your hype man. My what? You know, hype man. When you talk about how great someone is whenever they're not around so that they have an easier time conning the target or scoring with ladies. Where'd you learn that? Will demanded. My dad. Was this before he dropped you in an orphanage because he was being chased by the mob, or after? Before, obviously. Will thought about it for a moment. All right, here's what I'm going to do, he said. Everyone has to go through the trial by themselves before they can start climbing. They don't let 12-year-olds in there because it's pretty dangerous. They don't let scrawny 13-year-olds in either. He could see Jason's lip trembling in that calculated half-cry meant to evoke pity. And you are scrawny as shit, Will said, poking Jason's ribs. So here's the deal. Will flashed his remaining 5 silver coins, causing Jason's eyes to glitter with awe. You are going to make an investment in yourself. You are going to go to town and order the Will Special at Brenda's. What's the Will Special? Stew scraped off the bottom of the inn's cookpot at the end of the night. Jason's face lit up with understanding. You are going to pay for a year in advance. You are going to stuff yourself every night and dedicate yourself to adding as much height and muscle as you possibly can to your frame in the next year. Is that what you did? Jason asked. Why you think they call it the Will Special? Will asked with a shrug, holding out the coins. Jason lunged for them. Will said, pulling the silver back out of the boy's grasp. I want to see 5 inches of extra height by the next hunt, and you better talk me up to anyone who will listen. That's your job until you join my party next year. If you do that, I'll help you get your sacrifices. Jason's eyes widened with awe as Will pressed the coins into his hand. Will lowered his voice. And if I find out you spent them on something stupid like toys, fancy clothes, or candy, I will fong you into a paste. Jason nodded enthusiastically, or perhaps he was simply terrified. All right, get out of here. Will dismissed him, and Jason sprinted out of the room, nearly hyperventilating. He gave it a 20% chance that Jason would actually follow through and spend the money on growing up big and strong, but that was a 20% chance of finding a reliable team member. Plus, who couldn't use a good hype man? Jason was good with words. He'd gotten 5 silver out of his fellow orphan, after all. Hopefully, he didn't take too strongly after his father and simply disappear. A week had gone by, and Will's wounds were still stiff, but it was manageable. He wanted to get back out there, and Ben was already a week ahead of him. The boy might have decided to do his trial already, which would put Will on the back foot with the lack of a hunting partner. I might have to rebandage, in case some of the deeper scratches ooze blood while we're hunting, Will thought, wincing as he poked some of the scabs. The satchel that bore the Uru Drake scale caught his attention as the candle in his bedroom flickered. The leather appeared as new as the day it had arrived at the orphanage, bearing the Uru Drake scale, with nothing but his name and address on it. Whoever had created it knew what they were doing. The satchel itself was unassuming and plain, but Will had long suspected a subtle enchantment bound into the leather, as it always fit, was never off balance, and seemed to weigh just a tiny bit less than it should. And inside the satchel. Will reached inside and pulled out the glittering scale, holding it up to the candlelight. Uru Drake. Adds space-time abilities to an aspirant's class, and modifies the abilities offered by other sacrifices. Adds a staggering 5 points of growth, favored by everyone. 2 resistance, 1 focus, 1 acuity, 1 strength. There were subtle variations in the reflection off the polished gray scale, as the natural powers caused the light to bend and shift around it. It caused a faint rainbow to spawn wherever the light hit it. The Uru Drake, like many other dragon spawn, had a breath weapon. Many drakes breathed fire or acid or poison or a choking necrotic miasma, but the Uru Drake S was particularly nasty. It would warp the space inside and around its victim, crumpling and twisting them up into ghoulish statues before they succumbed to their wounds. The scale was about as big as his 2 palms held together and weighed several pounds. Will's breath hitched as he imagined his parents fighting something with scales that big. Something that could wring you out like a dirty dish rag with its breath. Will shook the daydreams off and bent to return the scale to its home. A jolt of pain through his wounds caused him to hiss and wince. Definitely gotta rebandage. Hopefully wounds become few and far between. With the spirit turtle and the drake, I'll be quite the tank, huh? Like the guy said, you gotta be alive to be a lord. He glanced down at the scale in his hand, a thought occurring to him. Paranoia serves a climber well, does it? Will finished getting ready for the hunt, put his ragged, ill-fitting clothes back on and headed out the door, satchel slung over his shoulder. If everything goes well, I'll have all the sacrifices I need by the end of the day. Good luck, William, Gertrude said, kissing him on the cheek. Why are you being so nice? Will asked. You sound like you think I'm gonna die. You will if you don't come back and tell me before you take the trial, Gertrude promised with a wrinkly smile. I love you too, Will muttered, giving the ancient priestess a hug before setting out for his second day of hunting. Maybe since I'm injured I should just do wheat gremlins, save up some cash and buy that dreamcatcher vine, Will thought as he walked. It would take dozens of the gremlins to pay for the dreamcatcher, but the little creatures were too slow and stupid to add to Will's wounds. And that was important because he wanted to be in top shape when he took the trial. Will hadn't considered that aiming high and getting injured might slow him down more than playing it safe. Old people knowing what they're talking about, who would have thought? There has to be a middle ground between fast and steady. I just have to find it. That was when Will's thoughts turned back to the wetlands gulper. With the right bait, those things were mind-bogglingly easy to hunt and lucrative. I'll talk with Ben about it. Maybe we can find a good spawn point and set up a method to farm them that doesn't involve breaking my ribs. A dummy or something. We'll refine the plan and half a dozen others as he walked out to the town, aiming for Leon's General, their usual meet-up spot. Ben wasn't there when he arrived, so he went inside Leon's. It was much less crowded after the crowd of climbers had died down, and the inventory had swelled drastically as Leon had been fleecing the out-of-town merchants for everything he could, buying up unsold inventory from merchants making the trip back home for coppers on the silver. Hey, Leon, you still got those 6 copper? Nope, Leon said. The black-haired shopkeep leaned against his countertop. Well, spend it. Will blinked. What did you spend it on? Leon smiled and leaned under the counter and came back with a pair of fine boots that couldn't have cost less than a couple silver. A kid got an unarmed class and a relic to go with it, boots that increase fall damage. Turned out he didn't need his old boots anymore, so he liquidated them. For 6 copper, Will asked, approaching the boots and breathing in their scent. Smelled like luxury and foot odor. I didn't say he was very bright. Thought you'd like a new pair of boots more than 6 measly copper. You thought correctly, Will said, taking them off the counter and angling to put his feet in them. Socks, Leon said, tossing them over. Unless you want rot foot, no charge. You are a saint among mortals, Will said, slipping on the socks and then the boots. They were the tiniest bit too big, but the socks helped with that, and Will figured his feet would grow a bit over the next few years anyway. I feel like a human, Will said, wiggling his toes inside the hardened leather boots. Almost look like one too, just gotta do something about. Leon gestured to Will's ragged clothes and face. All of that. Thanks, Leon. Any time, Will. Tell Gertrude hi for me. I can tell that woman's falling for my charms. She's ripe for the... Not listening, Will said, clapping his hands over his ears and marching out of the general store, his new boots making satisfying clunk, as he could hear even through his palms. Once Will had safely escaped from Leon's deranged fantasies, he paused and glanced up at the sky. The blank gray ceiling was studded with glittering reflective surfaces set up there by climbers thousands of years ago to catch the light of the sun and reflect it back down to the surface. The first mystery of the tower, why is the sky in the tower so weird? Maybe Gertrude was right, he could feel the question nagging at him. Sup? Will heard Ben's voice calling out, strangely tinny. He turned and found himself face to steel with a full helmet faceplate drawn down. It's me, dude, Ben said, pulling off the helmet to reveal a bloody bandage covering one eye. "Holy craw, did you—" "Nah, it's just my eyebrow," Ben said. "I'll get to keep the eye, but ever since this happened, I've developed an appreciation for helmets." "No shit," Will mused, glancing down at the solid steel helmet. It wasn't just that. His friend's cuirass now had sleeves made of chain, and he was wearing some new leather gloves. The pristine armor he was wearing before now had some scuffs on it that a good cleaning couldn't completely erase. He'd seen some action. Will felt that old caustic fire of envy burning inside him, but he stomped it out before it could make him say or do something stupid. Even his new boots couldn't make the sting completely go away. "So hey, I've been hunting with Kyle's team," Ben said, pointing off to the side where the group of 5 climbers were chatting with each other. Or 3 of them. Will thought, noting that the priestess with the symbol of greenish and the man with the mud-covered smock were absent. 2 of their members are injured, so they're slumming it in the hunting grounds until they recover. They've been giving me advice and helping me get some pretty sweet kills. I want you to get in on this for as long as it lasts." Will thought for a moment. All right. He didn't trust them completely, but the wheat gremlins hadn't been a setup. Ben was still fine after being alone with them, and if they were willing to help a couple newbies out, Will needed all the forward momentum he could get. "Excellent," Ben said, beaming a smile as he put the helmet back over his head. Will walked with Ben back to the group. "Mr. Fontaine, Bess, Roger," Will said as he reached out and shook their hands. He was calling Kyle Mr. Fontaine because he wasn't interested in earning the ire of the party leader this early in their working relationship. "Will, we've heard a lot about you from your friend. Some of it was pretty good," Mr. Fontaine said as they shook hands. "Ha, I imagine," Will said as he released the stone-like grip. "Let's see if we can't get you a head start. Maybe one of these days you can fight Arkle side by side with us on the 8th floor. So, aspirant, what archetype are you aiming for?" "Charge focus," Will replied. "High risk, high reward, huh?" Kyle said, stroking his chin. "Not many magical monsters in the hunting grounds, but—" He snapped his fingers. "Will-o-wisp, I know where we can get some. Bess can bottle them, too." The wand-wielding sorceress nodded. "That would be fantastic." "Will-o-wisp. Add illusion and meta abilities. Favored by any mage archetype aspirant. 2 focus, 1 acuity." Will-o-wisps weren't generally considered an option by aspirants, because while they did exist in the hunting grounds, the bottleneck was how insanely difficult it was to preserve a sacrifice after defeating one. You needed to have a magician with the right build on hand at the exact moment they died. Someone able to stuff their essence inside a bottle. Otherwise, they simply evaporated into nothing. That being said, they were an excellent choice for someone planning on going with a mage archetype, as those 2 focus per level stacked up to quite a lot of magical endurance, and meta abilities were excellent for casters. Meta abilities were add-ons to typical abilities added by a class, whereby a caster could add effects by spending extra charge. Make a fireball bigger, make it quieter, add a hypnotic effect to a shield ability. The possibilities were literally endless. Meta abilities on those granted by the Uru Drake would be phenomenal. "It's a long hike to their spawn. We're also gonna have to pull an all-nighter. They only show at dawn and dusk. Think you can handle that?" Kyle asked Will. "Absolutely," Will said. He had no idea if he could handle it, but he was going to, because that was what needed to happen. "Excellent." Will told Leon to let Gertrude know he was heading off with some complete strangers to go on an overnight hunting trip. Then they set off. They arrived at the hunting ground just as the sun was setting. Rather than simply dim down like it should, the sun sank below the horizon, making the shadows grow long and ominous. They spent the next hour stalking the shadowy woods for sign of the elusive monster, but didn't catch sight of it. They bedded down for the night once it was too dark to see, and Kyle took first watch. Will didn't think he'd be able to sleep with heavily armed strangers milling around him, but his healing wounds and the all-day trek to reach the hunting spot knocked him out. The next thing he knew, he was being shaken awake by Ben. Will pried his eyes open and spotted Ben above him. His friend held a finger over his mouth before pointing. Blinking, Will glanced that way and spotted a glowing light drifting through the pre-dawn shadows, weaving around the trees. A strange, tinkling sound seemed to emanate from the light that made him want to follow it, allow it to guide him wherever it led. Something inside Will knew it would be wonderful when he arrived at the destination. He even began pushing himself to his feet when a wicked pinch assaulted his side, scattering the will-o-wisp's illusion. Will clenched his teeth and choked back the hiss of pain. "You good?" Ben mouthed. Will nodded, slowly pushing himself up, trying to make as little noise as possible. He spotted the others, all awake and watching the drifting orb with the silent intensity of professional hunters. Kyle caught Will's eye and motioned him over, holding out Will's sling, already loaded with a bullet. "Do the honors," he mouthed. The group's archer readied his bow, ready to take a follow-up shot if Will missed. Will nodded, taking the sling. He studied the ethereal monster's speed for a moment, its distance. The orb went behind a tree. The sling made a low whistle as he made a single rotation before he whipped the bullet forward, aiming just on the other side of the tree. The will-o-wisp appeared on the other side of the obscuring tree trunk before it jerked and began spinning wildly in place, sinking towards the ground. "He got it," Roger said, lowering his bow, jaw slack. Will was almost as surprised as he was. The sorceress stepped forward, and with a frown of concentration, an invisible plane of force wrapped around the rapidly dissolving will-o-wisp, crushing it into a cube the size of Will's fist. She cautiously approached and retrieved an empty glass bottle from her belt. She placed the neck of the bottle against one of the corners of the cube. The corner of the invisible cube opened up, shooting the glowing essence of the monster into the glass bottle. Bess whipped out a cork and forced it into the neck of the bottle, turning to display the glowing wisp inside with a triumphant grin, trotting back and placing it in Mr. Fontaine's hand. "Nice shot, kid, Mr. Fontaine said, handing over the bottle. Will's hands trembled as he studied the magical swirling mist inside the bottle. "This is it. This is the last part of my class." Will knelt beside his satchel and began looking for a way to secure the bottle so it didn't rattle around or crack against something in there. Swaddle it in some spare bandages, maybe. Will thought to himself a moment before a thin beam of yellow light expanded into an opaque doorway of pure yellow light, looming directly in front of him. "All right, time to head back," Will asked, slinging his satchel over his shoulder and turning towards the other four. "Actually, you're probably gonna want to take your trial now," Mr. Fontaine said, nodding towards the glowing door. Will frowned. "Why?" "We don't have the proper tools to preserve a will-o-wisp sacrifice indefinitely. It's seeping past the cork as we speak. The stuff is devilishly hard to contain. Probably won't even last until we get back to town." Will frowned, his guts twisting. He wasn't in the best shape to take the trial, but will-o-wisp was insanely difficult to acquire. It would be foolish to pass on this opportunity, wouldn't it? Something about this felt wrong, but Will couldn't put his finger on it. "Look, you've got all your sacrifices on you," Ben said, walking up to him. "You're ready to go." "We were lucky to find the will-o-wisp we did find. Who knows if we could find another, and it's not gonna last the day. You gotta do it now." He placed a hand on Will's shoulder. "Sorry." "What?" Ben's hand grabbed the strap of his satchel while his foot lashed out, kicking Will backwards towards the trial. In that weightless instant of falling, Will reached out and caught the strap of the satchel bearing his sacrifices, yanking on it with every fiber of muscle he could bring to bear. The last thing he saw before the yellow doorway swallowed him up was the satchel splitting open, scattering its contents across the forest floor. Chapter 4. Escape Room. William O. is the smartest, most talented, badass, stoic individual that this town has ever produced, bar none, Jason announced. Let it never be said that Jason Salazar skimps on a job. Really? The priestess asked, leaning forward and putting her elbows on the table, staring directly at him. She bore a symbol of grayness on her waist and honestly a questionable choice of clothes. Have you heard about William O.? Jason asked between scooping the thick stew into his mouth. The stuff on the bottom was the tiniest bit burnt tasting, and it was rare to get a piece of meat or veggies, but it was a damn sight better than the orphanage's bread and gruel. I sure haven't. Do tell. Jason lowered his voice and leaned forward conspiratorially, prompting the pretty priestess to do the same. Some say he's a descendant of the very gods themselves. Nothing human could possibly have accomplished the same feats, Jason whispered. I personally saw him kill 3 men with a writing quill. Oh my, the priestess said, resting her chin on her palm, completely unconvinced. Indeed, people say he was born on the top floor of the tower. They say he was steeped in its lethal miasma from birth, giving him strange and unnatural powers. They say that, huh? The priestess asked with a smirk. How come I've never heard of him then? You will, Jason said, pointing his greasy spoon at the woman. Keep your ear to the ground and you'll soon hear whispers of his prowess. William is a master of both blade and women, a man of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will. He's indomitable, he's unquenchable, he's unstoppable, he's unflappable, he's... Will asterisk. Totally fucked, Will said, pacing back and forth in a panic as the hyperventilation began to kick in. I'm gonna die. This is me dead. Will was in a plain white room with 3 altars and no exit. A white cube from which there was no escape. People had tried. The walls were seemingly immune to any force an aspirant could bring to bear, and that included relic weapons gifted to them by high-level climbers. Why the creators of the trial would design it in such a way that bad luck could trap you in the class creation room until you starved to death spoke to a, quite frankly, criminally negligent oversight. The only way to open the door to the trial and avoid a protracted death by dehydration was to offer 3 sacrifices. Typically, this was not a problem, because the door only opened when a person had 3 sacrifices in their possession. Will did not have 3 sacrifices in his possession. All right, let's lay everything out and go over what we have. Will unwound his bandages and retrieved the Uru Drake scale, which had been bound tightly to his midsection. I wonder if things would have gone better if I'd left this thing at home, Will thought, rubbing his thumb along the smooth surface of the scale before setting it down. Nah, they used the trial opening to determine whether or not I had it. If I'd left it at home, they would have kept up appearances and waited for me to re-enter the hunting grounds with it. Ambushed me then? The only way he would have been able to avoid this fate would have been if he had left it home, guessed their intentions, and acted on the hunch, hiking several days to a different town with another entrance to the hunting grounds. He wouldn't have done that. Will was paranoid but not particularly perceptive. He would have retrieved the Uru Drake and come back through the same entrance and gotten ambushed when he tried to take his trial. This was one of the best possible outcomes without advanced knowledge, or at least the more spitefully gratifying one. They didn't get what they came for, and now they never will. Will grabbed the tattered leather satchel and shook it inside out in a vain attempt to make the will-o-wisp and spirit turtle sacrifices fall out. No such luck. The other two keys to open the trial remained on the other side of a non-existent door. There were, however, several crumbs of pemmican trapped in the interior folds. Will let out a primal scream and threw the satchel across the pure white room, the simmering anger coming to a boil. Having everything given to you wasn't enough. You had to take mine, too, Ben. When did I screw up? Was he always planning on taking it from me, or did that merchant make Ben aware of it in a way he hadn't been before? Did they conspire to steal it during the week I was gone? Were the climbers working with him, or did he do that on his own? Did they plan on reselling the Uru Drake and splitting the profit, or did Ben lie about what I had and promise something else as long as he could keep the scale for his class? Did he bring two sacrifices with him with the intention of taking the scale? Eventually, Will realized he was pacing again, thinking about things that had no bearing on his immediate survival. Not that anything would really help with that. Will took a deep breath and slowed his walk, coming to a stand. Right, calm down, lay everything out. Will took off his shirt, folded it, and set it on the floor. He rolled up his bandages and set them beside the scale, followed by his pants, boots, and socks. He stalked across the room and grabbed the satchel, placing it in his line of supplies. Uru scale, clothes, bandages, boots, bootlaces, pemmican crumbs. Will squished them into a thumb-sized bite of food and was about to pop them in his mouth when it occurred to him. Pemmican is preserved meat, fat, and berries. It'll bind you up like nothing else, but meat is on the ingredient list. Will didn't care if he got a space-time cow rancher or mystic berry class as long as it allowed him to leave the room alive. He stood and approached the altars, heart hammering in his chest. He placed the thumb-sized chunk of pemmican on the altar and stood back. As soon as the pemmican touched the altar, a beam of light descended on it, gradually growing in brightness until it suddenly flashed, leaving nothing behind. A voice spoke directly into his mind. Suboptimal sacrifice detected attempting to generate class seed failed. Please place an adequate sacrifice on the altar. Poorly preserved or mixed sacrifices have a diminished chance of successfully generating class seeds. But there is a chance, Will thought to himself, glancing back at his supplies. His gaze settled on the ruined satchel. It was leather, monster leather of some type, most likely. Will went over to the satchel and tore the fabric lining out of the inside, then gnawed the metal studs away from the leather. He tore the seams apart and pulled the stitches out with his teeth, isolating the leather of the satchel to the best of his ability. Hours later, he had a frayed stack of pure leather with nary a stitch, stud, or seam. A bit of William's spit, but he patted that off with his shirt. Once the taste of leather faded from his mouth and the hide fully dried, he picked it up. Here goes nothing, Will thought, heart hammering in his ears as he approached the altar. With trembling hands, he put the stack of leather on the altar. It's about the same mass as the Uru Drake scale. Let this work. The altar blazed with light and the leather was gone. Suboptimal sacrifice detected attempting to generate class seed retraying success. Generating seed. Gravity goat. 2 kinesthetics, 1 acuity. Earth mobility. Will's brows rose and he shook his head. They sent me 2 sacrifices in one, huh? The beam of light remained above the altar, indicating that it had been used, leaving the 2 on the sides. Will grabbed the Uru Drake scale, contemplating the sheer amount of trouble it had caused him, holding something so valuable without the strength to protect it. If he hadn't had it, he'd be just a nobody not worth the effort of robbing. He might even have been friends with the climbers. They seemed friendly enough before they knew he had something they wanted. His class would have been less powerful, but at least he'd be able to pick what he wanted without constantly looking over his shoulder for betrayal. Just add that to the list of things to punch my parents for, I guess, Will thought, placing the scale in the center of the rightmost altar. Sacrifice detected attempting to generate class seed. Success. Generating seed. Eurodrake primogenitor. 2 resistance, 1 focus, 1 acuity, 1 strength. Space-time meta will process that for a moment before he shrugged. Okay, it was even more valuable than everyone thought, whatever. It's gone now. Will stared at the 2 lit-up altars for a moment before his belly began to rumble. He hadn't had breakfast. He turned to stare at his brand-new leather boots. I'm gonna have to give Leon a raise, Will thought, stretching his aching jaw, warming up his leather cutters. Now to spend the next couple hours chewing on boots. Over the next 5 hours, Will learned more about the taste of shoe polish and old foot than he thought he ever would. Finally, he disassembled the boots, taking out anything that wasn't pure leather, assembling the rest into a pile of leather scraps. Gums bleeding, Will shuffled forward and deposited the leather scraps on the altar. The beam of light descended, grew in strength. Having gotten the hang of it, Will closed his eyes an instant before the flash of light washed across the altar, heralding the disappearance of the leather scraps. Suboptimal sacrifice detected attempting to generate class seed, retraying, failed. No, Will shouted over the voice in his mind as it continued to emotionlessly deliver its pointless message. Please place an adequate sacrifice on the altar. Poorly preserved or mixed sacrifices have a diminished chance of successfully generating class seeds. I would if I could, Will shouted, kicking the altar with his calloused foot, having about as much effect on the solid stone as an aggressive cough. Will's head turned, almost as if someone had seized his head and forced him to look. Metal studs, bandages, clothes, bootstrings. I'm gonna die, Will's brain realized. His body, however, wanted to live. With the burning urgency of a man swimming to the surface before he drowned, he leapt forward and seized his shirt, crumpling it up and placing it on the altar. Suboptimal sacrifice detected. Attempting to generate class seed failed. Without bothering to listen to the follow-up, Will grabbed his pants, socks, underwear, the bandages, and threw them all on the altar one at a time. When he got the last failed, he slumped down against the wall. Heath always told me I would die naked and afraid, Will mused. This probably wasn't what he was talking about, but it sure fit the situation. 36 hours later, Will was considering the best way to kill himself. The thirst was really starting to get to him, and he wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the next 2 days of agonizing pain before he finally expired. The only problem was, there was no good way of killing himself available. The only metal he had left was a collection of metal studs from the satchel and boots. The boot strings were long enough to strangle himself, but there was nothing to use as leverage. It was times like this, woozy from dehydration and hopelessness, that he considered what the future held for this extra-dimensional room that would exist in perpetuity, waiting for a mold-covered corpse to get off its ass and place a sacrifice on the altar. Will blinked. He stood up, staring at the final unlit altar. Now there's a good way to kill myself, but what if? His heart leapt in his chest, rattled back into action by the sliver of hope he'd uncovered. If this didn't work, he wouldn't have to suffer another 2 days of agonizing dehydration. If it did work, he might still die. Either way, slowly wasting away was no longer on the menu. Will picked up one of the boot strings and tied it around his left forearm. He grabbed one side with his bloody teeth and the other with his right hand. He cinched the string tight around his forearm until it was painful. Then he pulled it tighter, knotting it firmly to keep it closed. Before he could lose his nerve, Will slapped his left hand down on the altar, his stomach sinking with nausea as the enormity of this decision tried to catch up with him. The pure adrenaline flowing through his veins made time seem to slow, made it feel like the light took ages to come down, to gain strength, until finally. A flash of light accompanied a burst of searing pain. Sacrifice detected attempting to generate Class Seed success. H. Will crowed in victory moments before he passed out. They say he was born on the 100th floor, bathed in its lethal miasma, which granted him abilities beyond human comprehension, Jason said over his bowl of soup, doing his job as per their agreement. Across from him was a scar-faced tanker with a faintly amused expression, picking at a shepherd's pie. How could he be born on the 100th floor? Nobody's ever been there, especially not a pregnant woman. The only people who could have come close, the climber frowned. What were this William character's parents' names again? Mary and Thomas O, I think. Why? The Scarface paled as he stood, his chair clattering to the ground behind him. Jason watched him march out the door, grabbing the arm of one of his teammates as he moved, hauling them out of Brenda's inn. Huh. Jason shrugged, sliding the man's food over to himself and devouring it before he scanned the room for another out-of-towner. One who hadn't heard him out yet. There. Jason locked on a short figure cloaked in leather, scraping bits of food from his plate into a barrel of soil beside him. Have you heard of William O? Jason asked, whispering conspiratorially as he slid into the empty bench in front of the figure. I can't say that I have. A raspy voice emanated from the confines of the climber's leather hood. Chapter 5, Resourceful Climber. You don't get it. William O is an expert in guerrilla warfare. He's the best. With slings, with knives, with his bare hands. He's a man who's learned to ignore pain. To ignore weather, to live off the land, to eat things that would make a billy goat puke. Jason Salazar. Please choose your primary abilities. Please choose your primary abilities. Will's eyes creaked open, which was, frankly, a surprise. Please choose your primary abilities. He was still in the white room, but there was a door. Please choose your primary abilities. Ignoring the voice, Will pushed himself to his feet, hissing in pain as he lightly nudged the scabbing edge of his arm against the floor. Once he was standing, he went back down. Will had never been faint before, but he'd also never had this much blood loss either. Will turned it into a process. Raise your head, lean against the wall. Sit up straight, get to your knees. Wait. Once he was confident he wouldn't falter again, Will pushed himself to his feet. He needed to see his trial before he decided on his abilities. Oftentimes, people could pick whatever abilities they wanted for their future class, breeze through the trial, then move on, but if Will didn't choose the best primaries specifically suited for finishing the trial, then he might just die. Well, let's see what we've got. Will took a deep breath and stepped through the glowing yellow portal. Sunlight, chirping birds. His eyes adjusted. He was standing on a narrow ridge in a canyon of some kind, with rugged terrain in every direction. There were cactuses, scrub brush, and the unnaturally strong sun beat down on his dehydrated frame like he owed it money. Above him, sheer cliffs trapped him inside the trial. Below, jagged crags, narrow footholds, and the occasional patch of flat ground which was completely dominated by plant life. Welcome to your trial, climber. Somewhere in this canyon is the portal which leads back to the hunting grounds. The portal is guarded by a wicked tribe of Maxu, led by their leader, Sezkinal, a vicious raider of caravans who has acquired a taste for human flesh. Make it back to the hunting grounds, and you will be qualified to join the climb. Oh, great, it's a fighting trial, Will thought, sitting down. Well, no, it didn't say I had to fight them, just that I had to make it back to the hunting grounds, although not fighting them might be difficult. Which is the point? Please choose your primary abilities. Stogkoff asterisk. Not having spoken except to scream or cry in a couple days, Will's voice was gunked up. Status. Moment of truth, when we find out what cards the cruel hand of fate has dealt me. Will's stat sheet began to print itself in the air in front of his eyes. William O. Resourceful Climber, Level 1. 1 Strength. 3 Kinesthetics. 3 Resistance. 2 Focus. 3 Acuity. Charges 2. Free points 1. Please choose your primary abilities. What's a resourceful climber? Will mused, interrupting the display of his primaries to go back and study his class. Again, he needed to know the context of his class to have a better inkling of how his abilities might develop. The orphanage did have basic instruction in how to pick your primaries and what classes did what. Never heard of climber before, though. Aren't we all climbers? Resourceful climber. A resourceful climber will use any means at their disposal to make it to the top. They are strong mentally and physically, but most importantly, they are tenacious, enduring. Receives bonuses to tools, meta-relic use, hardiness, and mobility with a minor focus in Earth and space-time. Oh, like a climber, not a climber, one who literally climbs. Shit. That sounded like the sort of thing that having 2 hands would be fantastic for. It sounded like a scout archetype, which wasn't the worst. The focus per level was better than a scout should have expected, too. The resistance as well. Matter of fact, those stats are really high, 12 points. 5 from the Uru Drake, 3 from the Gravity Goat, and 4 from his hand. That was 3 points per level more than a typical climber. That was the kind of stat growth that could give birth to a lord. You know, assuming I live long enough to capitalize on it, Will thought, please choose your primary abilities. All right, I've put this off long enough. Show me the abilities, Stone Chart. Aspect of the Goat. Mighty Leap. Raise Senses. Sourdough. Phantom Hand. Everyone started with 2 primaries. The first 2 abilities a climber picked gained the most upgrades over time, which meant that whatever he picked would grow and change and become more powerful as his class advanced, forming the core of their style. Every 10 levels, he could pick a new ability, but of course it would be 10, 20, even 30 levels of growth behind the primaries. Let's see what we got. Stone Charge. Active 1 charge. 20 FT range. Coats the user's body in stone armor and/or propels them forward at lethal speeds. It's not a bad ability. It could be used for mobility, defense, or attack, depending on how you use it. But it's not enough by itself. Will only had 2 charge at the moment. Not enough to take out or bypass an entire camp of Maxu 20 feet at a time. Next aspect of the Goat. Passive, a collection of minor passives that focus on mobility and hardiness. The bearer of this ability becomes more resistant to exposure and altitude. Their digestive system becomes able to process food unfit for human consumption, and their hands and feet always find safe purchase on even the most hostile terrain. Scales with resistance. Will's eyebrows rose. That could be useful. Less likely to die of starvation before I even reach the end or fall down a cliff and break an ankle and then dying of starvation. Will mentally marked it down as a possible choice. Mighty Leap. Active 1 charge. Your jump distance is tripled for a single jump. Now that might help me get out of here alive, too. If the portal was guarded, then sneak up to it and cover the last 30 feet or so in a single leap, bypassing the fight entirely. It's got more potential range than Stone Charge. Possible. Next, praise senses. Passive, the user's field of vision widens, as well as minor improvements to their hearing and smell. Scales with acuity. That's a good ability. Not sure I want it as a primary, though. It would help with survival, definitely, but since it didn't help with actually doing anything, that assistance was limited. So, active one charge. The user may gain the full effect of a consumable relic only using 80% of the relic. The remaining 20% may be reserved to ferment a new consumable relic, if provided powdered relics, time, and additional charges. Scales with focus. That is what? That seemed like an alchemist archetype minor ability. If it was strengthened enough, it would probably allow someone to grow consumables in batches, like sourdough. Ha! Upgrades might expand this ability to include equipment maintenance or food-creating abilities. It gave Will the impression that it was pretty useful for a climber, or a climber for that matter. Abyss, if he raised it high enough to produce more than he used, he could make a living off of selling batch-grown healing potions. But it didn't help survive the trial. He didn't have any relics to hand. Next, Phantom Hand. Passive, active, one charge. Gain the use of an ethereal phantom hand. Access a tiny amount of dimensional storage with a charge. Sacrifice a stored relic to gain its effect. Scales with acuity. Will took it. He'd never heard of Phantom Hand. It wasn't a rational decision, he just wanted his hand back. Phantom Hand set as primary ability. Damn it. Will took a deep breath and rationalized his decision. If he continued raising it as his primary, there was a good chance it would unlock an upgrade that allowed it to touch real things and substitute for his lost hand. Which would be just really, really great. But it's not gonna help me survive the trial, is it? Damn it. Will went back through the other abilities and settled on aspect of the goat. It was just too helpful in a survival situation to pass. And like everyone was telling him, gotta be alive to make it to the top. Aspect of the goat set as primary ability. Apply my free point to strength, Will thought. Strength is now 2. There was a saying, magic is a wonderful, glorious thing that can be doom or savior, but it takes a week off. Strength is strength. If Will was going to be climbing cliffs with one hand, he needed every bit he could get. Finalizing class. A tingling sensation prompted a shudder as it felt like an ephemeral force moved through him, locking in his selections. A semi-transparent left hand appeared on the end of his truncated wrist, glowing a faint blue. He clenched it, unclenched it, wiggled the fingers. If anything, the hand had more dexterity to it than the one he'd been born with, responding with unnatural smoothness and precision. Heart-pounding, Will reached out and poked a nearby bush. The hand went right through it, living up to its phantom moniker. Will sighed, crouching down before leaning back, allowing his legs to splay out in front of him. Yeah, I figured. It wouldn't be useful for some time. No sense crying and wasting some of the little remaining moisture he had. Guess I should try out the other ability then. Will reached out with his good hand and carefully plucked a cactus out of the soil and began munching on it. Taste is pretty good, Will thought, spitting out thorns as he went, amazing himself at the sheer toughness of his mouth. Tons of water. Almost as much as a watermelon. I guess now we just need to wait and find out how poisonous it is, and if that falls under the not fit for human consumption tag. There was no time limit to this trial, and if the aspect of the goat ability told the truth, a whole cornucopia of food had just opened up to him. So Will resolve to recover his condition as much as possible before he sought out the tribe of Maxu. Will crushed the thick cactus flesh between his teeth, drinking in the doubtlessly poisonous moisture as it flowed down his throat, spitting out the spines. Gods, I hope I don't spend the next 15 hours helplessly puking out everything I just ate. Whatever else aspect of the goat did, it kept the food down, and the unnatural moving sun of the tower that had been scorching hot against his unprotected skin now felt like the gentle warmth of the real sun. Wish I had saved some of those bandages, Will mused to himself as he tucked the scabbing stub against his chest, lying down on the tiny ledge and trying to make himself comfortable. Or my clothes. Yeah, clothes would be fantastic right about now, Will thought as the gentle rustle of the wind through the nearby bushes lulled him to sleep, despite the rocks and thorns and insects making their presence known against his unprotected flesh. Will grabbed a branch from the bush, snapped it off and started chewing on the tough, sun-baked leaves, falling asleep with the branch half-eaten. When he woke up in the morning, Will was again surprised, having expected either the sweet release of death or an acute case of food poisoning in the night, which in his current condition would also mean death. How long have I been sleeping? He wondered, sitting up to scan his surroundings. There was lingering coolness in the stone, despite the sun baking the surroundings. Is it morning? It had felt like noon when he passed out, although Will couldn't be sure with the unfamiliar sun. At least 12 hours, maybe closer to 16 or 17. Will felt surprisingly good. Sure, his skin was red and peeling and his left hand was missing, but he felt better. Like he'd gotten a big dinner and a full night's sleep, which he supposed he had. Not even mild discomfort, Will thought, patting his stomach. Come to think of it, unfit for human consumption covers a pretty wide spectrum, doesn't it? Further down the cliffside was more food and water, a bit of brush and another cactus. Will's mouth started watering involuntarily. All right, let's figure out how we're going to actually get there. The plants were over 15 feet below him, with only tiny ridges sticking out of the rock between here and there. Will tucked his wounded arm in and began carefully setting his feet on the tiny variations in the stone that he could barely snag a toenail on. And found a solid surface. Will pulled his foot back and glanced down, spotting the tiny lip. There was no way he had managed to fit his whole toe on that vestigial outcropping. Watching the entire process, Will carefully lowered his foot to the toehold. It subtly grew as his toe came down on it, extending outward an extra inch to meet his foot. What the? Will deeply suspected the Uru Drake's space-time abilities had enhanced aspect of the goat to make it go beyond simply being good at climbing, altering the size, sturdiness, and orientation of his foot and handholds. Will took another step down, and a tiny protrusion jutted out to meet his foot. Moment of truth, Will thought, letting go with his hand. The tiny ridges he balanced on supported him. The whole process was almost as simple as walking down a staircase. Will grabbed a tiny outcropping which smoothly jutted outward, conforming to his fingers in an ideal grip. He let go with his feet, then unscrunched his body, catching unseen footholds several feet lower. In a matter of seconds, Will was at the bottom of the cliff, with less effort than he would have spent if he'd had both hands and no class. Mobility is right, Will thought, surveying the surroundings as he munched on cactus and scrub brush. He had entered this canyon with a frame of mind that the steep cliffs and boulders were nearly impassable terrain, and that he would have to carefully pick his way down to the bottom in order to reach the portal over the course of several hours. But this place was his playground, wasn't it? It wasn't a disadvantage for a resourceful climber. He was on his home turf, even missing a hand. How can I capitalize on this? In the far distance, Will saw a tendril of smoke wafting up above the canyon. I need a weapon. Book 1 summary for RR. Will gets his start in Ashwood out of an orphanage. His parents were famous climbers, but they haven't been back in years, so they're presumed dead. He has a rare and valuable sacrifice that can be used to help create his class. Shortly after he turns 14, he goes to the hunting grounds and hunts some low-level monsters with his friend Ben. Will bribes a younger friend at the orphanage to be his hype man. After a nasty encounter, Will takes a week off, and by the time he gets back, Ben has made friends with a group of veteran climbers. They take Will out to a hunting ground and try to steal his stuff, marooning him in the class trial, which requires 3 sacrifices to complete. Will only has 2 and manages to spoof a third by using his own left hand. He gains the resourceful climber class and finishes the trial by hunting a group of goblinoids. He returns home to find Ben is dead and the veterans are gone. He joins a newbie quest to fend off some second-floor baddies and gets the highest achievement through luck and crazy amounts of determination. He joins up with a kobold he met on the noob quest, and the two of them tackle the second floor. Will gets kidnapped by some weirdos who are acquiring talented youngsters through force and conducting strange human experiments. Will manages to escape, makes it to a nearby town and tries to have his hand restored. The local priest can't do it, and they sell him a priest as compensation. The priest is a scumbag, but he knows where a missing treasure trove of dead people with expensive gear is. They fight some yetis, acquire the loot, send the corpses home to their parents and head for the next floor. They meet some noob climbers and catch a ride on the bus heading to the next floor. Bus is a common word for a group of high-level people escorting low-level ones. You can follow behind them and score a ride up. The bus is ambushed on the 3rd floor and they scatter, taking one of the still-alive Buseys with them, managing to lose their pursuers. They make their way to a local stronghold and discover that it's abandoned, infested with strange monsters reminiscent of the human experiment Will ran into on the 3rd floor. They locate the central monster and kill it, revealing a conspiracy by a lord to usurp the valuable city in the process. The lord's brat shows up in the city, and they almost die running away. They're ambushed by the people who attacked the bus and nearly bite it out in the wilderness, barely managing to defeat them before they arrive in the next stronghold. They rest and recover, deciding that the people responsible for the destroyed city need to die. The end, Chapter 84, Spoils of War. This is more than we'll ever need, Travis said, his gaze crossing the pile of loot in the center of B's abandoned warehouse. Rare sacrifices, weapons, and jewelry was piled up in the center of the room with casual disdain for their value. Of course, none of it was weak enough to be damaged by the rough treatment, but it still felt weird. More than we'll ever need. No, not even close. More than we can use, definitely, Thea Oilton said. Their decoy's socialite older sister crossed her arms over her chest, chewing her lip as she studied the pile. What's the difference? Will asked. After one reaches a certain amount of wealth, they simply cannot utilize the money directly. A man only has one mouth to feed, 2 slots for rings, etc. She gestured to a case full of rings haphazardly laying on its side. Obviously, even if your whole party were to don those rings, there would still be half remaining, and that's not including the ones you already have on, which would need to find new homes. I understand the concept behind it being more than we can use, but why is it not more than we need? Will asked. Because strongholds burn through money, personnel, and relics like lamp oil, Thea said. You've got enough wealth here to hire the people you'll need to start one. You've even got specialty sacrifices that you could use to give some aspirants custom classes for your stronghold's benefit. Thea must have seen the disgust on Will's face. Despite what you might think, providing aspirants with custom classes is an excellent deal for all parties involved, provided the Lord isn't a monster like Frederick. Typically, these people provide so much value to the stronghold that a lord is incentivized to treat them very well. The weird stronghold is the exception to the rule. Ahem. I wonder if I could give Jason a charm archetype class. He seems like he'd be suited for it. Kid made me an urban legend without any class at all. I shudder to think what he could do with a class built for it. I bet I could hire him away from that printing press in the ring. And the other kids in the orphanage. I actually could give them some really powerful classes, couldn't I? Will wasn't fooling himself into thinking they had the same starting point he did. With that in mind, the idea wasn't as awful as he'd thought. I'll think about it, Will mused. Long way to go until I hit the 10th floor and become a lord anyway. And set up a stronghold, Thea added. Is that a requirement? Will asked. Thea blinked at him. Did they not teach you how to become a lord? What, at my bargain bin orphanage? No, they did not. Okay. To become a lord, you have to meet these requirements, she said, ticking her fingers. You have to be in control of a large settlement, a stronghold not claimed by another lord that is capable of housing several hundred people. You then have to have at least a dozen climbers swear to be your vassals. After that, the tower takes over and you become a lord. That's it, Will asked. Doesn't seem that hard. Then his brain caught up with his mouth. If older lords targeted your settlement to promote their own children up to lords, like Frederick Wead had done in Oilton, then holding on to a settlement could be difficult. Not to mention, climbing and creating a settlement are two completely different skill sets, as is defending it from monsters and fending off other climbers who might be interested in profiting off all your hard work. More than a few lords got their start as claim jumpers. Most of them aren't around anymore because that mentality isn't good for long-term sustainability. But it illustrates how many potential lords failed at the finish line because of human greed. I get it, Will said, nodding. He and Thea glanced back to his party, who were digging through the pile, inspecting items and putting them in piles to be discarded or investigated more thoroughly. Reggie was sitting off to the side, working with a clamp, mallet, and a very long-handled chisel, carefully popping open the dimensional pearls. Reggie had volunteered to do it, despite having ham hands, because he was the least likely person to lose a finger or die if a pearl turned out to encase a greatsword pointed directly towards his heart when it regained its full size. Thankfully, there hadn't been any accidents yet. Pop, with a semisonic pop of displaced air, a roll of toilet paper coated in waterproof oilcloth appeared in the clamp as the dimensional effect of the pearl cracked. Reggie let out a sigh of relief and glanced up, seeing Will watching him. The blonde tank gave him a grin and threw the roll at him. Will held it up and allowed the tower to decipher the item's magical qualities, if it had any. Roll of endless toilet paper. This roll of toilet paper slipped out of a high-level climber's pack and was swallowed by a dimensional oyster. Over time, it became trapped in a time crystal. Every night at midnight, it returns to its prior state. Not bad, Will mused, tossing it back. Sure, it wasn't a powerful weapon or ring, but it was handy, like the endless back of salt, something Will regretted missing out on every now and then. Ooh, Alicia whispered, pulling a necklace out of the pile. It was an eye suspended within a gold and glass spherical cage. An actual eye, seemingly cut from some malevolent humanoid that spun around in the gold cage, looking at each of them with the deliberation of someone or something marking its prey. Witch's eye? Alicia whispered, hesitating for a moment as she touched her safety blanket, the amulet of Heart's Desire resting on her chest. A moment later, the artillery took a deep breath and took off her old amulet before putting on the new one. Upon settling over Alicia's neck, the witch's eye began glowing flame blue like Alicia's eyes, its gaze following hers, giving the casual observer the unsettling impression that Alicia had acquired a third eye. Her build is getting stranger and stranger, Will thought. The addition of the saint sacrifice meant that she might manifest healing secondary abilities when she hit level 30, and her sight ability had been expanded to see vulnerabilities in any living thing. She was changing from an artillery specialist to something a bit more targeted. probably in an effort to differentiate herself from Mason. That reminds me. I need a new amulet and new pants, Will thought, turning back to the pile. The amulet of the home field advantage was great, but it was entirely its own thing. It didn't have any stat bonuses, nor did it directly boost or synergize with any of his gear or abilities, save for the aspect footing bonus. And his pants raised strength and speed, but not much more than that. So a relic to boost ranger or rogue archetype abilities would be useful, especially if I have to walk on water regularly on the 6th floor. He found room next to Loth, who was sorting through different relics, musing to herself as she discarded one after another. "What's that when you go there?" Will asked, pointing at the ornate cuirass she had set down beside her in her keep pile. "Cuirass of the cruel tyrant," she said, inspecting a ring. "It allows me to shift damage from myself to my minions. I'm going to experiment with whether or not damage redirected by it counts as coming from me, or my opponent, which will dictate what kinds of relics will synergize. My current torso piece has no synergy with my build at all, and is simply for protection. Do you have any minions tough enough to make that worthwhile?" Will asked. It seemed like a bug simply couldn't absorb much damage without dying, and the rest of the damage would overflow back on the kobold saboteur. "Initial experiments are promising," she said, holding out her hand. A black beetle with a mottled, pebbly black exoskeleton that seemed to blend in with Loth's own fire-damaged scales emerged from her sleeve, waggling long antennae at him before scuttling back into her clothes. "What about the miasma bug?" Will asked. A few weeks ago, they'd bought a knife that summoned Maxu's skeleton undead on kill, binding them to the wielder's control. Of course, on kill only included anything with enough miasma buildup in its system to qualify as a monster or a climber, something with enough magic in it to fuel the effect. Loth was attempting to breed a species of insects that contained enough miasma to trigger on-kill effects while still being docile, because those could be wildly valuable to her build. Less successful. When the miasma begins to collect in their system, they tend to become unruly and slip out of my control. I'm experimenting with a way for them to contain miasma without it interacting with their bodies, but it's only been a month, Will. "Fair enough," Will said, sitting down beside his second-in-command. Starting his search with pants, Will pulled out a slick pair of black pants with a white stripe down each leg out of the pile. Dapper pants of the skunk. A +8 resistance. A +5 kinesthetics. Plus 20% charm archetype ability potency. Stinky escape. 1 charge. Release a toxic cloud that renders those inside it, except yourself, unable to see, smell, or hear, facilitating a quick getaway. Those with lower resistance may be incapacitated by the gas. "Found something for you," Will said, tossing it to Travis, who inspected it critically for a moment before groaning. "Damn it," Travis sighed, shoving the pants into his keep pile. "But only because it's technically better than what I've got right now." "You've still got the boots of outflanking," Will said. "Those pants could trigger it on command instead of once every half hour." "It occurred to me," Travis said. "But is it worth being the fart guy for the rest of my climbing career?" Will shrugged. "I'll use it, but only in emergencies," Travis said, pointing his finger at Will. "What is he talking about?" Alicia asked, looking up from her new glowing blue amulet, the eye resting on her collarbone following her gaze. "Travis's new pants make him fart," June said without looking up. "Oh," Alicia nodded, returning to her sorting. "That's not, whatever." Travis ignored the heckling, realizing that fighting it would simply make them tease him even more mercilessly. Will dropped it and went back to sorting through pants. He went through half a dozen before he found one that made him pause. Ranger's Swift Earth Pants. A +10 resistance. +5 strength, plus 25% Ranger archetype ability potency. Abilities and effects that are composed of or travel primarily through Earth are 35% faster and persist 35% further beyond the user's control. What does that mean? Without any shame, Will whipped his pants off in front of his whole party before putting the new pants on. They had less strength boost than his previous pants, but the Ranger archetype boost was extremely tempting, and the 35% faster and beyond the user's control. Will had to see what that was about. Once the pants were on, Will moved away from the others and raised his foot, recalling his practice with Ghoul, who some might call the undisputed master of making abilities perform outside their specifications. Will lifted a foot, urging the floor to raise with it. Then he nearly toppled over as the floor continued to raise under his foot, higher and faster than he'd ever made it go, and without Will's permission, nearly catapulting him into the pile of treasure. ACK. Will took his foot off the pillar of stone and regained his footing as it begrudgingly sank back into the earth, much slower than it usually did. Typically, when he took his foot off, it went back down nearly instantly. With these pants, not so much. Will tried again, lifting his foot, but taking it away before he reached the full height. The pillar of stone kept rising rapidly for a couple heartbeats, as if it still thought he was there, before it eventually reversed direction and sank back into the ground. The pants gave his aspect ground manipulation a slide-y feeling. If it keeps going after I let go of it. Will raised his foot as quickly as he could, then grunted with exertion as he pushed back down. Not with the intention of creating ripples, but the intention to jump off the rapidly ascending pillar, adding its momentum to his own. "WHOO?" Will shouted as he soared into the air a moment before his head struck the ceiling of the warehouse, and he tumbled back down to the stone several stories below. When Will pulled his head back up, spitting out blood and the dirt of the warehouse floor, he couldn't stop chuckling evilly. His party ignored him for the most part. Will had more applications to test. He tried some of the other techniques he'd begun inventing under the supervision of Ghoul. Will dragged his foot along the floor, a lump of ground following beneath it. He whipped his foot forward, got it going fast, and then set his foot down on the lump. The swell of earth continued going forward, dragging Will's foot along with it and forcing him to do the splits before it seized his foot and violently dragged him forward for half a body length. AGH, ow, HAHAHAH. Despite the pain of having his legs wrenched apart and knees battered on unforgiving stone, Will was enormously pleased with the pants. Next, Will didn't set his foot down on the lump, instead letting it travel forward, causing Loth to wobble in place, rising up and down like a buoy. Loth gave him a look. Properly chastised, Will took his experimenting further from the group. After several minutes, Will figured out that the ripples moved faster and significantly further while wearing the pants. Aspect of the goat's original abilities scaled with resistance, and they were a Ranger archetype ability, so it made sense that this pair of pants boosted its power drastically. But the way the effect persisted a little bit longer opened up so many new options. Last test, Will thought, lifting his foot up then shoving it back down with a grunt. He hadn't figured out how to make an earth spike before Ghoul had to leave, but he had managed to make one side of the ripple crest higher than the other, about the height of someone's ankle, enough to trip them or maybe make them stumble, but nothing super impressive. With the pants on, the semicircle of ground that shot away from his foot rose up to knee height, shooting out nearly 20 feet before it vanished back into the ground. That was a significant upgrade. It wasn't going to kill anything by itself, but it could definitely disrupt his opponent's footing, maybe even break a leg, and any ability that didn't cost any charge should be polished. Maybe one day he could get it to make spikes from the earth for free. In the common parlance, a cantrip. like the way Mason could summon fire to his fingertips to light fires or intimidate people by almost triggering conflagrate. Okay, the pants are in, Will mused to himself, attempting to glide across the floor and tumbling to the ground. How is this going to work? Will could tell there had to be a way to use the moving lumps as a movement technique, but he wasn't sure how. Try riding the wave with one foot and then the other, like skating. Thea suggested from where she'd been watching his experiments with the new functionality of aspect of the immortal serpent. Bold of you to assume I know what skating is, Will said, glancing up at her. Chapter 85, Spoils of War Paytee. 2. Punth me in the faith, Reggie said around the mouth guard. I believe you, Will said, holding his hands up. Just because it says it reduces damage to your nervous system doesn't mean there won't be any. I'm not gonna give you brain damage to test it. Oh heck, I'll do it, B said, stepping forward and winding up a tiny fist. Wait, B. There was a small explosive sound as the shapeshifter's fist hit the tank's jaw at superhuman speeds, sending the oversized young man bouncing away like a child's soccer ball. Will winced in sympathy as Reggie finally hit the ground, limbs tangled and dirty. A moment later, Reggie coughed and groaned, putting his arms and legs under him before staggering to his feet. WHO, Reggie exclaimed, while Loth sighed and shook her head. Your jaw, skull, brain, and spine are unharmed, Alicia whispered, holding up Reggie's arm like the victor of a particularly nasty street fight. The rest of you. Wait, I didn't get my hips in it, let me try Agai B began. Absolutely not, Jean said, dragging her repressed anger away by the ear. Jean was complicated. They had originally met her on the 3rd floor under the name Brianna, where she had been the victim of a plot to engineer living weapons. The abuse she had suffered at the hands of her captors had led her to use her ability to break her emotions off into manageable chunks, which led to the creation of B, Rhea, Anna, and Jean. B had gotten a little less outburst. Why now that she knew what she was mad about, but she was still a bit of a wild card. Rhea had gotten quieter and less brash, seemingly still in the process of absorbing the root of her burning desire for justice, and the fact that she would never have it. Even now she sat in the corner of the warehouse, sharpening her halberd and staring into space. Anna was more active, the chubby blonde cheerfully cooking and baking for the group, putting on a facade and keeping herself busy so she didn't have an opportunity to think about things too deeply. Each of them were working through feelings that had been cut out of Brianna by her tougher, older alter ego Jean, feelings that would cripple a normal person's mind. And they were now a part of William O's party. Why do I do this to myself? From Will's understanding, their stats were identical. B. Rhea Anna Jean Baker. 1-man army level 32. 160 strength. 64 kinesthetics. 150 resistance. 10 plus 15 focus. 32 acuity. Charges 25-25. Free points 0. Primary abilities. X1 plus asterisk regeneration. Secondary abilities. Shape-shifting hivemind. Item abilities. Total freedom. The Tangled, the brainchild of a mad lord obsessed with power, was designed to be the perfect foot soldier. Strong, hardy, and cheap. Strong because she had 5 strength growth, which was outrageous. Hardy because her resistance was equal to a tank's, and any damage she did sustain was healed in a matter of heartbeats, all at the expense of focus and acuity. Any focus in her status was purchased with free points as she had no natural growth for the stat. From what Will had heard of her time spent on the 7th floor, she'd been directed to only put 7 points into focus to achieve daily charges, and all the rest went into resistance. The last 3 points into focus had been after she escaped, determined to ward off the handler's control. Finally, Tangled were cheap because they could copy themselves infinitely, and each copy gained the benefits of the original body's relic slots, making them insanely inexpensive to deploy en masse relative to a typical army. Will knew they shared relic effects because Jean had been wearing the Ring of Total Freedom, but B had been impossible to grapple or restrain when Will fought her, above and beyond what her shape-shifting could account for. And all of them had more resistance to mental effects than their base stats would account for, allowing them to avoid the worst of the handler's signal for Tangled to begin attacking the city. Again, because of the Ring of Freedom. And from what Will had seen in Oilton, each of them could split an extra copy of themselves up to 3 times a day, and those copies could do the same. There were many caveats to this, but worst-case scenario, Jean could spread across the land like wildfire, exterminating all life in the tower if she really put her mind to it. Thankfully, she did not, but she could. Will did not bring this up in casual conversation, especially not where B might hear him. Tangled were cataclysms in the making. They were nearly as powerful as a lord, save for their built-in weakness to mental attacks. They were strong, tough, easy to transport and deploy in large numbers, and can they count as 200 residents in a settlement, bypassing one of the steps required to gain lordship? Will thought, eyes widening. The tower wouldn't let people exploit the system like that. Will's entire experience climbing flashed in front of his eyes. Okay, maybe it would. Will glanced over at Loth, whose insects could construct fortifications and traps in a matter of minutes. If they could produce those, surely they could make houses as well. Enough to make a settlement anyway. Get a few hundred Tangled copies living there, could he fool the tower. Could I bypass the majority of the requirements? That's assuming a lot. Best not bank on my harebrained idea being correct. Even if that were the case, he still needed a dozen people willing to make him their lord. Will glanced around his party. Mason and Loth had their own plans for the future and likely wouldn't be interested. Alicia might, given that she couldn't become a lord. June might become his vassal if she smelled a big paycheck. Reggie just wanted to wait out his contract and be done with it, although his attitude towards climbing had relaxed somewhat. Still, it couldn't be fun being the surrogate risk-taker of the group. Steve, their healer liaison, might swear fealty. Travis probably wouldn't be interested in being the vassal of someone he perceived as being lower-born than himself. Still, in a vacuum, if Will could convince Alicia to become his vassal, Travis might follow suit. Jean had been Frederick Weed's vassal, giving him an extra measure of control over her until his death. She couldn't be a lord in her own right anymore, but would she be interested in subordinating herself to anyone ever again? Unlikely. What does that give me? 5 at best. Will glanced back at the pile of expensive loot. Thea was right. He needed bribes and expensive relics to lubricate the attitudes of other climbers toward throwing their lot in with an untested boy as a lord. It wasn't like he could just get so famous that people would pop up out of the woodwork eager to. Or could I? Will was an urban legend, winner of the yearly tournament and savior of the city. They were building a statue of him on the islet in the center of the city. I need to talk to Thea and Loth. Jean, Loth said, holding out an amulet. It seemed to be made of burnished steel depicting some kind of spiked collar. This one's for you. Jean took the amulet and studied it. Amulet of the potent Beastmaster, Jean mused. Amulet of the potent Beastmaster. A +10 focus. A +5 acuity. Living creatures created, summoned, or controlled by the wearer's abilities receive a 10% boost to their stats. Oh my, Will thought, brows raising as Jean listed off the item's effects. That extra 10% didn't do anything for Loth. An insect that was 10% stronger didn't make any noticeable difference, but Jean's clones, whose strength was 160. An extra 16 points of strength, 15 of resistance. That was substantial. It also raised focus, protecting Jean and the others from mind control, assuming Jean's girls counted as minions. Jean draped the relic over her neck. So how do we know if Jean began? Screech, they glanced over at where Rhea had accidentally driven the whetstone too hard against the edge of her halberd, causing the blade to crack and tear. Rhea calmly set the broken halberd down and stepped away from it. "I'm going to go lay down for a minute," the athletic brunette murmured, walking away stiffly. "I'll go talk to her," Jean said, following after Rhea. "Hey guys, I accidentally broke your mixing bowl," Anna said, her head popping out from the makeshift kitchen she'd been operating from. "It works," Will muttered, "Yikes. 176 strength. That's what nearly 10 times human normal. We need to get her more mage gear, specifically summoner and tamer archetypes." Loth mused, watching Jean go. "To balance out and synergize with her build. Can I see the ring box?" Mason wordlessly handed over a little jewelry box filled to the brim with rings of every shape and size before returning his attention to the dimensional oyster sacrifice in his hand. "If the girls count as minions, wouldn't the cuirass of the cruel tyrant make Jean essentially unkillable?" Will asked, pointing at the ornate cuirass in Loth's pile. Jean herself and each of her offshoots was an incredibly hardy physical specimen, only outclassed by Reggie with the application of class-specific abilities meant to absorb and redirect damage. "Yes, but I saw it first," Loth said with a toothy grin. She glanced at where the Tangled had disappeared. "Also, do you think it's wise to make her unkillable?" "Probably not," Will thought. Not that he planned on killing her, but who knew what the future held. Will turned his attention to where Mason was contemplating the dimensional oyster. "What's the hold-up?" Will asked. A bit insensitive, but Mason had been staring at his collection of rings and sacrifices for a half-hour and Will was getting impatient. "This is the single most critical decision I will ever make regarding my build," he said. "How I integrate my shields into my style." I felt like my mind was opened when I saw Nephir combine Conflagrate with feedback shielding. I always thought of them as two separate abilities. Attack and defense, each handling their own role and not intruding on each other. But that was rigid thinking. "Okay. The dimensional oyster won't allow me to control my shields," Mason said. "It won't add any flexibility to my build. It doesn't merge the two into a unique style. All it does is make the shields have Naker build-up." "Nephir's relics didn't help?" Will asked. "This one makes nuker abilities linger until they deal all their damage to an opponent, and this one makes shields selectively permeable," Mason said, holding up 2 rings. "The ability to shape his shields was from a sacrifice, which we simply do not have here." "That is a problem, but who says you have to copy Nephir? I beat his ass." Mason shrugged. "You did, but his build isn't finished yet." "Neither is mine," Will said with a shrug. "Neither is yours. I only have 2 upgrade slots left for feedback shielding. After this, it will be 1. If I don't find a way to integrate my 2 primary abilities, Lordship will be out of reach." "Okay, then do sacrifice the dimensional oyster. But it's such a powerful effect," Mason protested. "Okay, then do sacrifice it," Will said with a shrug. "But I could be locking myself out of an amazing build like Nephir's," Mason said, his voice growing more plaintive. "I'm not sure what you want me to say here," Will said with a shrug. What's the dimensional oyster do for you? Mason rattled off the changes feedback shielding would go through if he were to feed it the dimensional oyster. Dimensional oyster. Adds nacre to feedback shielding. When the shielding is broken, feedback shielding leaves a residue that permeates the user's tissues. What does that even mean? Will asked, frowning. I'm not sure, Mason said. Is permeated tissues a good thing? Will asked. Probably, Mason said, shrugging. Ability upgrades are rarely harmful, and those that are usually explicit about it. Will scratched his head, contemplating. Well, Mason, the way I see it, every person who became a lord did so because they were the first one to master a specific build. They didn't know they were going to become a lord. Once they become rich and powerful, people start developing countermeasures to their build, and they spend their entire career as lords barely keeping ahead of those countermeasures. The window to follow Baron Ackle just isn't open anymore, because people know how to dismantle copycats with less raw power. If you want to be a lord, you've got to do something scary. Strike out on an unexplored path with no guarantees, Will said, looking their nuker in the eye. Mason took a deep breath and nodded. You're right. Copying Baron Ackle is a losing game. Let's see what this does. In a flash of light, the dimensional oyster sacrifice was gone. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mason said, standing. I need to go exploit this. Mason turned towards their tank and waved, catching Reggie's attention. Reggie, I need you to punch me. Loth cleared her throat, drawing Mason's gaze to herself. If you truly wish to exploit your new ability upgrade, then you will need a higher rate of shield breaking than two young men punching each other a few dozen times. There is no room for wasted time and effort. She rested a black-scaled hand on her barrel, which began to ooze biting insects like morning dew. You will need to break your shield tens or even hundreds of thousands of times. Building up nacre takes years, but I think we can accelerate the process. Mason gulped audibly. Do you want to try? She asked, eyes locked on the nuker S. I want to be the best, so yes, I want to try, Mason said, swallowing his discomfort at the idea of being swarmed by biting insects. Wear these rings, she said, handing Mason some thorns rings. Reggie will need your assistance. Sure, Reggie said, trotting over and spitting out his new helmet. A white mouthguard one might see in a sport where lost teeth were a common occurrence. The mirthful mouthguard. A +15 resistance. Provides extra protection for the head and nervous system, as well as against debilitating negative emotions. Does not protect against debilitating positive emotions. As Loth proceeded to set up a near-infinite shield-breaking loop with Mason, Will turned his attention to where Alicia sat. She pulled a conical hat out of the pile, wide-rimmed, midnight blue with gold embroidery. Ooh, she said, putting it on her head. A moment later, she turned to Will, her expression excited. Do you still have the ring of curse concentration? She whispered. Will nodded, handing it over to her. Thank you, she whispered, slipping the relic onto her finger. Will thought he saw her blue flame eyes flicker just a bit as it settled around her finger. She tapped the glowing blue eye nestled against her chest, staring through Will. I need to test this soft set on something we don't mind dying, Alicia whispered. Will's brows rose. Chapter 86, 6th Floor. William O. conquered the entire 6th floor and never once got wet. And yes, I'm including the underwater nation of Gabin Salud, Jason Salazar. When all was said and done, Will had picked out 3 more relics to add to his build. Short Sword of Perseverance, a +8 acuity, a +8 resistance, It was a pitted and worn short sword that didn't have any special affixes, but it had strong stat boosts for both of his most important stats, so Will kept it. Turtle Shield of Dissipating Force. +10 resistance. +5 strength. Attacks blocked will be partially dissipated into the environment. Scales with resistance. This one was interesting because when he did Reggie punch it, he could feel a large portion of the strike going down into the floor through aspect of the immortal serpent. Somehow it was synergizing with that ability to deflect more damage than it should have, so Will kept it, despite already having an offhand weapon. He could rotate the wand of the trespasser out when he decided to engage in direct combat. And lastly, the assassin's amulet. The single best boost to his attack power that he'd found. Well, Reggie found it popping open one of the pearls, but still. Dimensional Assassin's Amulet. +7 kinesthetics. +8 strength. +5 acuity. 25% audiovisual dampening while trying to hide. Close the gap. 5 charges. Teleport up to 6 feet in any direction. Damage output is increased by 200% for 0.5 seconds. Will really wanted to sacrifice it to the Phantom Hand, but there were a few things stopping him from doing it right away. 1, the empty finger was still regrowing. 2, he was more in the market for a powerful defensive item like the Turtle Shield. 3, it filled a very similar role that the Spark Fists did, increasing damage and speed. Finally, Will was considering what sort of item he wanted to use as a seed for upgrading if he finally figured out how to use sourdough to bake extra affixes into relics. The assassin's amulet was very good, and if he made it any better, it would become priceless. So Will decided to keep it as just an external amulet for now, storing it in his dimensional storage so he could either don or sacrifice it at a moment's notice. Will flipped through the list of kit everyone had added to their build from the heist. He had to actually write down what everyone had changed in shorthand in order to keep track of it all. Their builds were starting to mature and branch out in interesting directions, and things were starting to get complex, managing a group of 8 people and 3 emotional outbursts. June. Bow of Lingering Wounds, Treat Sacrifice, Magic Wood Someday, Dimensional Quiver Chains. Reggie Mirthful Mouthguard, Immovable Warhammer, Psychic Damage Converter, Ring, Hobacrab Sacrifice, Reinforce Makeshift Shields Armor Objects. Mason Dimensional Oyster Sacrifice, Nephir's Relics, in Bag, Staff of the Warmage Sonic Belt. Add Sonic Damage to Nuker abilities. Alicia Witch's Hat, Amulet of the Evil Eye, Ring of Curse Concentration, Shadow Parasite Sacrifice, Lethal Curses. Not used yet. Travis Wings of the Iberfly Sacrifice, Aggro Boost. Mouth Harp Amulet Aggro Redirection, Skunk Pants, Mask of Manifestation from Boar. Loth Cuirass of the Cruel Tyrant Outsource Damage. Manacles of Leadership, Buff/Debuff Trade-Off. Jean Beastmaster Amulet, Headband of Mental Fortitude, Gloves of Ferocity, Unarmed Claw Attack. Cape of the Summoner, Ring of Water Breathing, fairly obvious. Will Swift Earth Pants, Short Sword of Perseverance, Weird Coin, Dimensional Assassin's Amulet, Turtle Shield of Dissipating Force. Will hadn't personally witnessed all of the items' effects, writing down a brief description from each of his party members for the things he hadn't seen in action or didn't have obvious effects. The Weird Coin was a gold coin that had been affected by the Dimensional Oyster's nacre and could only land on its edge no matter how it was flipped. Will just liked it, imagining himself using it to win a bet or do a party trick. After they finished sorting through the last of the treasure, Will left it in the hands of Thea Oilton, with instructions to fence the hot items through the ear collector, while the rest went towards hiring support crew interested in following William O. up the tower. For Will's party, it was finally time to move on. In the distance, a kaiju curled around the beam of miasma being pumped up to the 6th floor, absorbing as much of it as possible. The creature was vaguely humanoid, its flesh seemingly flaking away as if it couldn't quite contain the powerful blue energy burning through it. "All right, everybody gets a shot off, then Alicia can test out her new build," Jean said. Since they were all on the same party, they probably would all be offered doors to the next floor, but nothing was ever certain. It was best to make sure everyone got a hit in. They snuck up close enough for Reggie to throw a rock at the thing's ankle. Once it bounced off, everyone else assaulted it with their best ranged attack. The Bakers threw their own rocks, hissing through the air with outrageous energy while June shot a magic arrow and Mason hit the creature with a conflagrate. Loth tossed off a bullet wasp, and Will released a sling bullet from his hand, burying it deep in the monster's ankle. The kaiju boss reared up, blearily blinking its eyes, scanning the horizon before looking down at the ant-like beings nipping away at its ankles. It gave a furious bellow and grabbed a nearby hilltop, a house-sized boulder coming away under its grip. "Anytime, Alicia," June said, watching the boulder raise above their heads. The wide-brimmed hat Alicia wore shaded her face, making her blue flame eyes glow all the more brilliantly in contrast. For an instant, that glow was magnified 100-fold as a flash of light from her eyes lit her face and the underside of her hat brighter than the sun. The giant gave them a confused look, the boulder slipping out of its hands and falling 20 feet away from where they stood. The giant's nose and eyes began to weep blood shortly before it slumped over and died, with that confused expression lingering on its face. "You are now a level 25 resourceful climber. Thank you for clearing the key site. You may advance to the 6th floor at your discretion. 200 XP. What just happened?" Reggie asked. "I gave it a brain aneurysm," Alicia whispered. "Don't worry, he didn't even feel it. There aren't any pain receptors there." "So you just make things die?" Mason asked. "Well, it's a sight-based curse of the evil eye," Alicia whispered, tapping her eyeball amulet, plus 2 curse-boosting items. She tapped her hat and ring. "And because you can see their weak spots," Will filled in the blanks by himself. "Yes, typically you can only curse a whole person, but my eyes allow me to scale it down to just their cerebral arteries, which makes the effect much more concentrated. Add in the witch's hat and the ring of curse concentration, they go to sleep and never wake up," she whispered. "That sounds cool," Travis said, visibly pale. "Typically curses are resisted by focus," Will mused to himself. "Interesting. A body-targeting attack resisted by a mental attribute, which could be used to absolutely destroy fighter archetypes, but mages would be more resistant. Neat. Scary, but neat. Be very selective about what you use that on," Will said. "If you used it on Mark Weird, you'd likely be the one to fall asleep and never wake up," Loth said, picking up his train of thought. "And magic archetypes might be able to resist or counter," Will added, nodding. "It's okay, there are plenty of non-lethal places to cause organ failure like eyes, kneecaps, colons, genitals." As she said that, Alicia glanced at Reggie and gave him a shy smile, her face eerily lit by her glowing eyes. Will could tell that Reggie wanted to flinch, but a career of taking damage for other people made him more difficult to rattle. Good for him. Loth gestured at June. "All right, it's a badass ability, and we'll likely see some good use out of it. In the meantime, let's get ready for the next floor. Check the giant for loot and everybody get your floaties on," June said, leading the way by taking her flotation belt out of her backpack and beginning to inflate it. Sure, they were all superhumanly strong, but they were also wearing full kit, and strength only helped swimming to a certain extent. Reggie and his full plate didn't stand a chance no matter how strong he was, so they wore floaties, everyone except for Will. Once they were sure the giant didn't have any loot and everyone's floaties were inflated, June turned to Will. "You've got the raft?" she asked. Despite knowing it was in his backpack, Will knelt down and confirmed that it was there, making absolutely sure it hadn't snuck out in the last few minutes before answering her question. Naturally, they couldn't carry a whole boat through the door, but people had been shipping wood through the doors, along with druid archetypes for generations. There were boats on the 6th floor already. Even a floating city called the Flotilla, with druid-maintained forests on the top of the ships specifically to support ship production. They just needed a simple, inflatable raft to carry them long enough to catch the attention of the locals, or make their own boat. Once all of them were outfitted with floaties, with Reggie, making him almost too wide to fit through the door, the 11 of them braced themselves and walked through their doors as one. Will was proud to note that he only felt the slightest tremor of anxiety as he stepped through to the next floor. Welcome to the 6th floor. Miasma acclimation, 6 days. It is not advised to ascend or descend before the miasma acclimation period has elapsed. Side effects of doing so include fever, bulging bloodshot eyes, coughing, pustules, necrosis of the extremities, paraphilia, parasitic twin growths, and death. There is a stronghold to your west and a key site in need of clearing to your south. Again, it is not advised to ascend or descend before the acclimation period has elapsed. The ground underneath him gained the slightly gelatinous, wobbly feel that water got when it interacted with aspect of the immortal serpent, and it held him up. Will scanned the horizon, marveling at the endlessly shifting hills made entirely of water. The sun was directly overhead, and Will was gently swaying up and down as the ocean rolled under his feet, making ripples around the large hemisphere of water locked in place under his feet by aspect. In every direction, more water. Loth was riding her barrel, supported by thousands of flying insects. Despite knowing they could carry it, she had still wrapped an inflated floaty snug around the oversized barrel. Just to be safe, everyone else they got a bit wet. Will pulled the raft out and began blowing it up, Reggie grabbing on for dear life as his buoyancy was barely enough to support him. In retrospect, Will said between breaths, we should have just taken his armor off and made it float separately. Even if they were attacked, he wouldn't be of any use in that armor. Will chalked it up to a lack of experience on their part. In a matter of minutes, everyone was safely inside the raft, sopping wet and shivering. "Everyone hold on," Loth murmured moments before the inflatable raft began to rise above the water. Jean's group squawked with various levels of alarm, but the rest of them who'd experienced Loth's makeshift flying raft on the 4th floor simply held on silently as they rose into the air, carried by thousands of insects, each capable of carrying 5 pounds due to her ring of the caravan leader. "I've taken us above the water's surface for safety," Loth said, peering out into the distance. "And to get a better view." They floated high above the water's surface, allowing their sight to stretch for miles in every direction. Bee, on the other hand, was looking straight down. "What is that?" Bee asked, pointed down at the water. "What?" Will looked down at the water, not seeing anything out of the ordinary. Alicia looked over the side, her eyes widening. She grabbed Will's hand and motioned with his finger an outline on the water that stretched 1,000 feet from end to end. Will was just looking too small. There was a dark shadow under the water that lazily glided through the ocean, without a care in the world. Of course, if you were that big, you wouldn't be worried about anything, Will thought. The sheer mass put even the kaiju of the 5th floor to shame. "Is everything big on this floor, too?" Will mused to himself. "No, according to Steve's dossier, the monsters of the 6th floor run the gamut from palm-sized to city-sized. We just got lucky spotting one of these." Loth said, peering over the edge for herself. What's a gamut? Will asked. The complete range or scope of something, Loth said, returning to where she was scanning the horizon for signs of the flotilla. Let's hit that brown smudge over there, Will said, pointing to the west. It was in the right direction and looked like a patch of flotsam. Maybe it was the floating remains of the shipwrecks the flotilla must have every now and then. They could use the scrap to patch together a vessel so they didn't have to rely on Loth 100% of the time. Of course, Loth is the one that'll have to make it. In any case, it was something. Loth nodded, and a moment later everyone swayed a bit as the raft began to speed up, reaching a brisk jog as it slid across the featureless expanse. The brown smudge expanded further and further as they approached, becoming more and more apparent that it wasn't just the wreckage of a single ship. When they got close enough for Jean to see it, Will could tell it was huge. It stretched across the horizon nearly 2 palms wide, and still far out of reach. As they approached, the sun went down, burying their quarry in darkness. Only Will with his outlandish acuity could make out the tiny, smoldering fires glittering in the distance, each one gradually winking out as it ran out of fuel. Whatever had happened to destroy those ships, it was recent. Oh, that's not good, Will thought to himself, switching his phantom hand to the wand of the undead retainer. Will shook off the hair-raising pop as the current finger disconnected and focused on summoning his minions. 40 charges remaining, the 2 butlers appeared beside him. What do you need, sir? Stevie asked for both of them. Ahead of us is a large patch of fresh wreckage. Go down there and scout it out for us. If there are survivors, use your discretion. We'll arrive in person in the morning. Have a report by then. Yes, sir, Billy Bob said, bowing. Hold a moment, Will said, triggering the ability a 3rd time. 35 charge remaining. As expected, Phantom Hand's multiplier had crossed from 298% to above 300% when he'd hit level 25, allowing him to summon 3 ghost butlers, each of whom were 3 times stronger than they should have been. 3 medium power undead rather than a single low power, one barely strong enough to arrange silverware. A remarkable boost in potency of over 9 times if one was looking at flat numbers, but in the real world they could do things that a single spirit couldn't do no matter how much time it had. Your name is Noob, Will said as the butler was solidifying after being squirted out of the raw butler slurry on the other side. Oh, gods, Noob said, sinking to his knees as the other 2 butlers watched him with sympathy. He looked a little different than Billy Bob and Stevie, who had been squirted out of the same slurry of butler souls. Its contents must have changed a bit in the last month. If you've got an issue with your name, ask your seniors about it. They'll also fill you in on what I want done. Now get to work. Moments later, the 3 of them turned into ectoplasmic mist and sank through the bottom of the raft and began streaming through the air towards their assignment. You're really mean to them, Anna pointed out. When we first met, they made it fairly clear that they consider working for me beneath them, Will said with a shrug. I intend to disabuse them of that notion. Excellent use of disabuse, Loth said. Thank you. Chapter 87, That's How You Get Crabs. William O.'s first meal on the 6th floor was comprised of king crab and flying caviar that stretched as far as the eye can see. He ate so much expensive fish in a single sitting that if it had been released to the public, it would have crashed the economy of the ring. Jason Salazar, William O., resourceful climber level 25, 26 plus 5 strength, 75 plus 10 kinesthetics, 78 plus 27 resistance, 50 plus 15 focus, 96 plus 26 acuity, charges 64. Free points 0. Item abilities: Summon undead retainer, heal undead, 35% Eidolon potency, 45% rogue archetype potency, 75% ranger archetype potency, either hawk, lightning pulse, wet footing, home field advantage, ice, malleable space, 30% trespass, AV dampening, swift earth. Phantom hand slots, ring of accuracy, sickle of cold harvest, wand of the undead retainer, storm fists. Primary abilities: aspect of the immortal serpent ***, phantom hand ***. Secondary abilities: sourdough. In the dark half hour before the sun rose, all but a few the distant clouds caught the pre-dawn light, illuminating their tiny raft. Most of the party was still asleep, and Will had nothing to do but think, practicing his memory key and cleaning his equipment while checking his new level 25 status, waiting for Billy Bob, Stevie, and Noob to arrive and give them their appraisal of the situation. She's right, I am being mean to them. Aside from their attitude, the ghosts did good work. It was difficult to overstate how valuable an intelligent force that acted on your behalf with initiative and critical thinking was. Maybe I should give them an opportunity to earn themselves more dignified names. Level 25, huh? My strength is pitiful. I wonder if I should start diverting free points to it. Will was 2.3 times stronger than a human without the system, while the average climber at level 25 could expect to be at about 3.5. The gap is going to keep getting bigger the higher I go. Still, growing his dimensional storage and the ability to launch increasingly larger payloads at increasingly higher speeds was an excellent way to cultivate an answer to every problem. An answer named Overwhelming Force, which seemed to be a lord's stock and trade. How much dimensional storage space do I have? 219 cubic inches. How many gallons is that? Not a lot, not even one, I think. Will had a primary ability upgrade available, and he had taken several dimensional oyster sacrifices with him for this exact reason. Will took out one of the sacrifices he'd been saving for himself, holding it in his hand to determine what the upgrade to Phantom Hand would be. Dimensional Oyster Sacrifice. Phantom Hand's dimensional storage gains a shrinking effect, scaling with acuity. Items larger than dimensional storage's capacity cannot be placed inside, as the shrinking effect does not take place until the item is inside. How much does it scale with acuity? Will had a sneaking suspicion that it wasn't something like a flat 1% per acuity, which would allow infinite storage at 100 acuity. But it would definitely be a strong effect, since his acuity was outlandishly good. So the 219 cubic inches becomes the size bottleneck, but past that, we can store a lot more than we could before. Hopefully, let's see what happens. With a flash of light, we'll sacrifice the dimensional oyster, adding its effect to Phantom Hand. Now I need to figure out how to test its effect. Will was developing an idea for how to test it when the sun broke above the glittering horizon, revealing the patch of flotsam beneath them and heralding the return of the ghost butlers. The other members of the party were getting up and ready to start the day as the trio returned. "How is it?" Will asked as Stevie floated up through the bottom of the floating raft. "The remains of a major battle. No survivors, not even any bodies. They were either eaten or rescued already. No valuables aside from partially burnt floating wood. Anything worth anything either sank or was picked clean already. There's a few monsters beginning to make homes in the wreckage, but nothing particularly entrenched," Stevie said. "June, take the team and get some practice against the environment. I'll work on making us a boat so we're not relying on the insects." Loth said. "It's not gonna be trapped, is it?" Will asked. "You insult me," Loth said, placing an offended hand on her chest. "Of course it'll be trapped." "All right," June said, making her voice heard after Loth gave the order. Will, you're going to take point. Mason, Reggie, and Alicia are going to stay on overwatch, while Jean's crew and I are going to follow close behind Will. June pointed at Reggie. Toffed on me and Will. Reggie nodded. Keep a rope ready for us if we have to run, and don't distract Alicia. Reggie nodded. June pointed at Alicia. Keep an eye out for ambushes from below. Alicia nodded. June grabbed a rope from her bag and tied one end around Reggie, using their tank as a temporary anchor point before throwing the rest over the side. She glanced down at the enormous patch of floating debris nearly 100 feet below them, taking a deep breath before she began climbing down the rope. Will jumped off the side of the floating raft, whistling past June before slowing his descent with phantom hand, landing softly on a bobbing piece of wood, his influence extending outward to solidify a large patch of water around it. Show off, June scoffed as she arrived beside him, her trailblazer ability seemingly creating a path of denser wreckage behind her for the others to follow. Alicia says to be careful for the things clinging to the underside of the logs, Mason shouted down at them. Bee and Rhea slid off the rope, testing their footing and glancing around. Let's clean out this patch, June said. Motioning at the patch, Loth was directing her swarm to begin picking through for usable timber. It made sense to clean it of any monster infestation before it got up to Loth. It wasn't 30 seconds after Alicia's warning that one of the monsters made its presence known. As one of the logs was being lifted into the air, a pale, spider-like creature launched itself straight towards Bee's face. The little shapeshifter squawked, flailing her hands, intercepting the crab and smacking it away through brute force, sending it spinning through the air to plop back into the water, landing between two pieces of flotsam. Will frowned as a faint popping noise began to travel through the stadium-sized patch of wreckage. They're telling each other about us. By the sheer number of popping noises, there had to be a lot of them. Let's slow the flow of enemies. Home field advantage. 60 charges remaining. The rolling ocean turned into ice, creating a solid surface between them and the swarm of monsters in a fraction of a second. Only 3 of the crabs got out of the water before it turned into ice, skittering towards June and Rhea. Rhea let out a breath and talons began to pop through her shoes, burying themselves into the chaotic mixture of ice and wood. She grunted with effort, taking a swing at the flying pale white crab, phantasmal claws extending from her hand and turning the attacking monster into chunks. June pranced backwards, trailblazer smoothing out the pad of ice as she drew an arrow and pinned the crab to the surface. Bee shuddered, making yuck faces as she brushed herself off. Will motioned to June, then towards the east. She seemed to understand what he was saying. They're going to come up around the edges. Let's go east so they all come up around the west side. Will nodded and began moving, his circle of frozen ground moving with him, interrupting any crabs trying to climb up the east side while behind them. The pad of ice rapidly faded away. This time it was about a dozen crabs that climbed up around the edge of the ice, 3 for each of them. At least they're all coming from the same direction, Will thought, shooting a sling bullet out of the phantom hand, while one of June's arrows knocked another off the edge of the circle. 10. Will and June each got off another shot while Rhea and Bee moved to block them with their bodies. 8. Bee and Rhea both took out 2 in short order as they leapt upon them. 4. 2 crabs stayed with their meat shields, and 2 leapt past to attack Will and June directly. Will understood that Reggie was up there guaranteeing his survival, so he had to find the fine line between getting practice against these creatures to see what they were capable of, and just annihilating them with phantom hand, learning nothing. Will drew the short sword of perseverance, blocking the crab's flight with the blade. The pitted blade of the short sword wobbled under the creature's assault, its chitin absorbing the force without difficulty. Will got his first good look at it. It was spider-like, about the size of a dog, with pale white chitin, weird moving mouth parts, and pincers that reminded him of those bolt cutters that Leon had in the back of his shop. The same kind he'd used to cut swords in half and render relics down into powder. Oh, crap! Will slid the sword out of the creature's grasp an instant before it got the opportunity to lock its pincer around the blade and squeeze. He shoved the creature back and sent it tumbling with a kick. Will quickly scanned the battle and noted dozens more crabs climbing up the sides of his iceberg. That made his decision for him. Will shot his opponent with the phantom hand, obliterating it, before whipping the phantom hand back around and annihilating a swath of the creatures before they could make themselves a problem. Once their numbers became manageable again, Will switched back to experimenting with the creature, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. They were stronger than he was. Their legs and pincers possessed of far greater power than he had in him. The only weakness was their light weight, which allowed him to kick them aside. When he snagged a piece of wood out of the ice and bashed it against the creature's shell, it grabbed the wood with its pincer and sliced through the wood as if it were made of soft cheese. Will felt scuttling through the ground beside his ankle and lifted his foot an instant before a pincer swept through the empty space. Kick, stab, Will fell into a crab-killing rhythm. Falling into a rhythm can be great, but it can also make you complacent, make you stop thinking, never stop thinking, never stop analyzing your situation. Crabs were pouring up to them from all around the circle of ice. Will glanced up and spotted Mason watching intently with the staff of the Warmage, waiting for the perfect moment to drop a massive fireball directly on their heads. "Clump up," Will said, motioning for them to step in closer. June followed his gaze up and nodded, putting her back to his as Bee and Rhea stepped in. In a matter of seconds, the entire patch of ice was covered in crabs closing in around them from every direction. An instant later, a conflagrate erupted above them, the flash of heat immolating any crabs above the water in a heartbeat, the damage passing harmlessly over them due to the ring of consideration. Probably one of the best acquisitions they'd ever gotten for Mason. The staff of the Warmage added acuity scaling to the size of Mason's abilities, allowing a single casting to cover the entire iceberg and beyond, boiling the edge of the water where the monsters were climbing from as well as frying the ones on land. Crack? The air itself split as Mason's new belt added a sonic damage after effect to his abilities, shredding the charred corpses of the crabs. Along with the half-melted iceberg they were standing on. Bee and Rhea shouted in alarm as the support beneath their feet collapsed and they fell into the endless ocean, slipping into the crab's home turf. June managed to react in time and scamper onto a piece of driftwood with her high kinesthetics. "Use ice, Mason. What exactly did you think phase shift was for?" She shouted up at their nuker, pointing at her head with a think gesture while Will lunged for Rhea. "Understood, sorry," Mason shouted from above. The water bent ominously under his feet as he tried to pull her out of the water, threatening to dunk him if he put any more weight on it. "I'm fine. I have water." Rhea was ripped out of Will's hand and disappeared under the surface of the water. An instant later, crabs were boiling under the surface of the water, right where she'd been. Will retreated back towards June before they could get a pincer on him, aiding her retreat towards the rope hanging from above. If necessary, Will was prepared to fling her up to the raft. Bee and Rhea were somewhat disposable since Jean could make more, but June and Will didn't have backup bodies, and they probably couldn't keep the crabs at bay by themselves. Once they got far enough from where Rhea and Bee fell through the water, Will re-up the home field advantage, creating a new patch of ice and debris to stand on. "Might be time to rethink our practice," Will thought as crabs began boiling up the edge of the platform again. An instant later, A strange humanoid with a fishtail launched itself up onto the ice, scattering the crabs. She bore a wounded human in her arms who... Oh, it's just Bee and Rhea. Bee shrank back to her normal size, the fishtail disappearing even as she slashed around her with the phantom claws generated by the gloves of ferocity. They'd chosen them for Jean to wear so that her offshoots had a weapon no matter what. Rhea caught her footing, struggling through shivers as she tore apart the crabs around her half-shredded body mending itself in heartbeats. A pincer caught Rhea's ankle and she screamed in pain, but the wood-shearing strength of the pincer wasn't enough to break her bone. She ripped off the creature's arm before shredding its torso, a feat that Will knew he couldn't replicate. The tangled girls seemed to enter a state of feral bliss over the next couple minutes, savagely destroying the things that hurt them until there were none left. Bee and Rhea were the two with the biggest share of negative emotions, so they were the most eager to join combat. The crabs eventually slowed, then stopped, leaving Bee and Rhea panting wildly as they scanned for more enemies. "We're okay," Will said, approaching them. "We're done for now." The two girls spotted him and seemed to come to, gathering themselves. Rhea blushed and covered her partially shredded clothes with her hands. Will scanned the surroundings to make sure he was right and the fight was actually over. Total cost of the fight: 3 charges, a few lost arrows, and some minor wounds. Already healed, Will thought as he spotted Rhea tying her shirt's shoulder strap back together over the spot where she'd been missing a large chunk of shoulder. Profit. Clean wood for Loth to build us a ship. Mason learned to use ice on the ocean's surface so as not to disturb out footing. Better tactics going forward. I'd call that a win. Over the next half hour, they guarded the area as gigantic pieces of wood were plucked from the water, shaped and plastered together by specially bred insects that could create a resin stronger than the wood itself, and waterproof, making it excellent for patching together their makeshift ship. Alicia watched out for kaiju-sized threats that might approach from below while Will and June poked through the edges of the flotsam, taking care of any crabs that hadn't joined the initial swarm. One at a time, they were that much of a problem. Bee went with Will, Rhea with June, each acting as muscle for the party's 2 scouts. The bones of their new ship were just starting to take shape in the sky when June called out, catching Will's attention. "Hey, Alicia." Will glanced up, spotting June waving at the raft high above them, her gaze fixed on the sky. "That cloud is moving against the wind," she shouted, pointing at the sky above and behind their floating raft that bore the rest of the party. Will followed her gaze and spotted a cloud that subtly stood out, the sun reflecting through it just a bit differently than the surrounding clouds. Not enough to stand out unless you had high acuity and were looking for it. "Oh, shit," Will muttered. Alicia turned around and directed her gaze up for the first time since they'd arrived. He couldn't hear what she said, but it looked like, oh, crap. Gaping maws with rows of serrated teeth emerged from the cloud, seemingly realizing their cover was blown. Chapter 88, Selachomorpha Cloud Formation. Travis's eyes snapped open, the light of early morning peeking over the edge of the raft edge beside his head. "Oh shit." "Indeed," Loth said from where she loomed above him. "The rest of the party forgot you existed when they went exploring this morning. Do you have some kind of mnemonic camouflage ability upgrade? And do you perhaps use it to avoid taking watch at night?" "Oh, right, she has the highest focus in the party. Travis Oilton. Master Decoy level 25. 38 plus 15 strength. 75 plus 17 kinesthetics. 75 plus 27 resistance. 25 plus 15 focus. 37 plus 12 acuity. Charges 40-40. Free points, 0. Primary abilities. Center of attention, asterisk. Mnemonic camouflage, asterisk. Taunt, asterisk. Secondary abilities, mirage. Item abilities, plus 55% charm potency, 75% shirtless, luring noise, stinky escape, outflanking, hold out dagger, last stand, defensive blade of a Grenache, leeching charm. No, Travis said, sitting up and canceling the effect. You use it to dodge enemy engagement, not chores you find unpleasant. Loth tutted at him. I wouldn't even know you had it if you didn't abuse it. One of these days, we're going to leave you behind somewhere you don't want to get left behind. Okay, Mom, Travis said with a yawn and a stretch. My build is perfect for getting left behind, so... Your build is perfect for gaining, surviving, redirecting, and losing enemy attention. Nothing else. If we leave you behind in a cavern filled with poisonous gas, you have the same chance of survival as everyone else. Less even. Loth cocked her head, glancing between him and the flotsam below, where Will was presumably out scouting the dangerous wreckage. How are you so normal? She mused. Don't compare me to Will, Travis said reflexively before biting his tongue. Typically, Travis would disparage William O. at length, but the attitude towards him among the rest of the party was something approaching worship. And it wasn't hard to see why. Their party leader seemed to consistently luck into riches and support beyond measure, and as long as that wealth and support continued to trickle down to Travis, best not stick his foot in his mouth. In most cases, normal is good, Loth said, her gaze returning to Travis. It's abnormality that demands explanation. So you agree that he's a freak, Travis said, shoving the covers aside and rolling to his feet. Yes. The kind that conquers the tower. Loth stuck her tongue out at him. Are you foolish enough to expect a normal person to succeed where all others have failed? Fair, Travis said, yawning and rubbing his eyes. He was still pissed that only Will got to fight Frederick Weed shortly before the opportunity to avenge Oilton was snatched away forever by an ambitious assassin. But his rational mind knew Travis wouldn't have survived it if he'd been the one facing his father's killer. Nothing rational about it, Travis thought, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes as he studied the skeleton of a ship hovering in midair, supported by thousands of tiny flying insects, while tight chains of worms held together by spider silk were carried back and forth, painting resin across exposed wood that had been shaped by highly disciplined termites. Like everything else Loth does, this is going to be over the top. Like life's a test, and she's trying to impress the teacher for extra credit. Hey, Alicia! Travis heard June's distant voice and glanced over at where Alicia was leaning over the side of the raft, scanning the ocean below. That cloud is moving against the wind, came June's muffled voice from beyond the edge of the raft, and Alicia craned her neck, turning to look up and behind. Travis followed her gaze and wished he hadn't. The cloud looming above them exploded with flying sharks, so many flying sharks. It was still a few hundred feet distant, but the cloud formation was so big. Mason spotted a coral-like solid formation generating the cloud cover that was being ripped away by explosions and flying sharks. Mason lifted his staff and immediately dumped at least 50 charge into conflagration, as the cloud formation immediately became riddled with explosions that caused dead sharks and broken cloud coral to rain out of the sky. And more were coming. Alicia rushed over to her bow and yanked it out of her pack, while Reggie paled and made religious symbols across his chest. I'm landing us, Loth shouted a moment before the floating raft lurched under them, descending at an angle, down and away from the fake cloud. The sharks approaching them filled the sky, and the shimmering sunlight reflecting off their silvery backs made a strangely hypnotic pattern. Like light on the bottom of the pond, I swam in as a kid. Pain, ow, Travis shouted as Loth clawed his leg. Partner with Mason, she shouted, pointing at their nuker as she hustled past, pulling Reggie out of the same stupor and instructing him to hold on tight. Travis nodded and moved over to Mason, who was scowling as the sharks began to spread out from their home, making it harder and harder to catch a decent amount of them in a single explosion. On my decoy, Travis said before putting the mouth harp hanging around his neck between his teeth. Mirage. 39 charge remaining. Luring noise. 38 charge remaining. 2 mirror images split off from Mason. Each of them had the ability to draw enemy aggro independently, ever since they had been upgraded with the Iber Fly sacrifice. But only if they were being looked at. That was where the luring noise came in. As he plucked it and ran charge through, Travis directed his first Mirage to sprint out into the open air. The decoy was made of light, so gravity didn't exactly have a hold on it, and the sharks weren't smart enough to know a person shouldn't be able to sprint at full speed across air. The mouth harp gave an annoying twang, and the shark's attention was directed toward the Mirage. The illusion's aggro effect did the rest. In a matter of seconds, hundreds of massive sharks diverted their course and swarmed around the image of Travis sprinting away from the boat at full speed. An instant later, Mason dropped a conflagrate on the decoy and dropped all the sharks into the ocean where they belonged, erasing a sizable chunk of the approaching horde in a single strike. A moment later, a rain of arrows devastated another swath of the beady-eyed monsters. Then the sharks were on them. Loth slammed her foot down onto the floor of the raft, and poles that Travis didn't even know about snapped up, with spider silk rope held taut between them, creating a physical barrier between their soft, squishy bodies and the swarm of razor-toothed sharks. The raft began to shake and spin violently, being sent into a spin as sharks weighing more than their entire team battered up against the cage, gnawing against every part of the raft they could get their mouths on. Pop, that can't be good. Where do you want the next one? Travis said, holding onto the edge of the raft for dear life as they spun. 50 feet that way, Mason said, pointing. Travis's decoy sprinted through the spider silk net, and with another charge through the mouth harp it became the center of attention. For a brief second, nothing was attacking the raft and they stabilized, the sharks creating a swirling cone around his Mirage rather than their raft. Holdo Loth's words were cut off as they impacted the ocean. Crash. The floor of the raft tried to jam his shins up through his lungs, and it nearly succeeded. Can you do this? Travis heard Loth as he opened his eyes. Judging by the size of the ripples spreading around them, he'd only lost a second or so. I don't want to, but I think I can, Jean said, nodding. Travis coughed, withdrawing his knee from his rib and looking around. Mason was dangling from Loth's safety cage, the energy of the landing trampolining him halfway through the spider silk strung tight enough to cut flesh. Mason should have been gravely wounded, but after dropping so many blasts on the sharks, his shield was humming with energy. Will could drop one of his cannonballs on him and he'd shrug it off. Travis stood and grabbed Mason's ankle, dragging the dazed nuker back inside the spider silk cage. Reggie was helping Alicia back to her feet on the other side of the raft when the spider silk cage sprung open around them, creating an opening directly above them, where the sky sharks swarmed. The cage bloomed like a flower, the poles spreading out to create a much wider surface for them to stand on, extending 20 feet or so beyond the edge of the raft. Jean's age faded away as copy after copy split from her, sprinting away to take positions on the web-based platform. That is Brianna, isn't it? Travis hadn't seen it himself, and when others informed him of the situation, it had seemed outlandish, but here it was in front of him. The last remaining monsters swam through the air towards them, jaws gaping, eager to take the unguarded meat prize for themselves. Through sheer safety in numbers, The core group at the center of the raft was spared the worst of the assault. The 24 genes lining the outer edge of the platform were attacked first by the opportunistic creatures looking to score an easy meal. They weren't easy meals. One by one, their tangled companion tore the creatures apart with her bare hands, tearing jaws away from mouths, slicing apart faces and stomachs with magically enlarged claws, leaving behind nothing but rapidly dissolving carnage. "It's clearing up," Mason said, tapping his arm and pointing at the sky above. The concentration of sharks in the sky had become noticeably thinner, and they seemed less eager to rush to their deaths. "We're on the other side of it now. Set me up with 3 more decoys, and the rest will be a snap for Alicia to mop up." Travis nodded, and over the next 30 seconds they made 3 more decoys before exploding them, each group of sharks noticeably smaller than the last. Meanwhile, Alicia did a quick switch into her archer kit, setting aside her curse-boosting ring, hat, and amulet. "Can't you use the rain of arrows with the evil eye?" Travis asked. "Need an upgrade for it," Alicia whispered, shaking her head. "But once I do—" Twang, Alicia shot straight above them, her arrow sailing high above the sharks before splitting into 36, each arrow taking aim at a specific shark that was more difficult to lure into a trap than its cousins. Each of them took an arrow to the brain, sending them tumbling down to the water below. The last of the sharks were returning to the cloud coral, their stomachs gorged on the flesh of their kin. What little they could get before it dissolved into miasma. How are we going to get loot from these things? Travis thought to himself, scanning the surrounding water, littered with the rapidly sinking, dissolving bloody remains of hundreds, if not thousands of sharks the size of a wagon. I can only imagine how much loot has sunk to the bottom of the ocean on the 6th floor. If there even is a bottom to it. In the distance, he spotted Will sprinting across the surface of the water towards them, following the trail of bloody shark chunks that they'd left behind in their wild escape from the swarm. "Will, get out of there, you idiot," Loth said, waving at Will to move aside. "What is she shouting for? Oh." A fishmouth the size of an amphitheater emerged from the water, gulping up the massive trail of dead sharks, catching Will in the process. An instant later, the mouth and their party leader were gone. Loth sighed, hands on her hips. "He'll probably be fine." She glanced over at the bones of the ship she'd been building, tapping a black claw against her chin. "We're gonna need a bigger boat, though." "I hate this floor, I hate this floor, I hate this floor," Reggie muttered to himself, rocking in place. Chapter 89, Gone Fishing. The first time William O. ever went fishing, he caught the big one without a fishing rod or bait, one-handed. And blind. Technically, he was the bait, Nathan Oppie, level 16 climber. "Will, get out of there, you idiot." Loth's voice crossed the rolling waves, reaching him just as Will was about halfway to them. Will took only a fraction of a second to understand what she meant, glancing down at the chunks of skyfish littering the bloody waters. A shadow swept over him, covering the light of the sun, and an instant later the water around him began flowing backwards. Then the sun was completely gone. Damnit. Will tumbled backwards for a moment before miasmatic fish corpses began to crush down around him. Will had never been to the ocean or fishing, but he'd seen fishes a couple times. Mostly stuffed, and there were a couple people eating it when they'd visited the ring. They looked weird, like a tube with little water wings at the back that propelled them forward. These particular fishes that were being crushed in around him had much bigger teeth than the ones he's seen mounted above rich people's fireplaces. Will hissed in pain as one of the dead fish's jaws, complete with massive dagger-like teeth, smashed up against him, lacerating his neck and side. Will tried to shove it off of him, but lacked the strength to move the serrated teeth away from his body. The darkness was complete, and all Will could tell was that there was some kind of flesh pressing in around him from every direction. Will's ears popped as the pressure inside the creature began to spike, ice-cold water covering his face as whatever had swallowed him forced all the air out of its mouth before diving. To the abyss with that. Will summoned his phantom hand to himself. He unleashed the cannonball straight up. The water Will was entombed in flooded with more coppery blood, strangely no warmer than the ice-cold water around them. Will caught the cannonball before it got too far away from him, then brought the phantom hand back through the man-sized hole in the creature's stomach. Or he tried. The phantom hand, once it had followed the cannonball through the wound, was having difficulty going back through the wound as it closed. Phantom hand was averse to going through a creature due to its magical nature. He couldn't phase it through a creature when it was fully intangible, and tangibility didn't make it any easier. Damn it. Will grit his teeth and started climbing, reaching up and pulling himself into the wound, catching more flesh and pushing with his feet. Just another kind of climb, right? Bloody flesh, soft organs, and sharp, fractured bones scraped against him as he pulled himself out of the Leviathan's body. Will felt as though he'd traveled a quarter-mile through the thing's chest cavity, his lungs burning with the need to breathe, but it must have only been 50 feet when he finally burst out into the open ocean. For anyone else, it might have been too dark and too bloody, but Will's acuity made it fairly simple to determine which way was up, as the faintest blood-tinted light filtered down from above. Will pulled himself up with the phantom hand and burst out of the water, hitting the surface with a desperate gasp for air, his feet wobbling in place for a moment as aspect of the immortal serpent seemed to consider whether or not it was willing to support him when he was so sodden and salty, so clearly at one with the ocean. When he was sure he wouldn't fall back in, Will glanced up and spotted the others in their raft, nearly a quarter-mile distant. That Leviathan moves fast. In the 30 seconds or so it had taken him to comprehend what had happened and enact his escape, the creature had traveled this far. It looked like it swam lazily under the ocean, but that was just a matter of scale. Will was now on the other side of the raft, out in open ocean, while the raft was closer to the flotsam, where June, Bee, and Rhea were waiting for pickup, unable to actually walk on open ocean. Will started jogging back, giving himself a boost with phantom hand. By the time he arrived, everyone else was already on board, and Will was shivering, a crust of red-tinted salt forming on his skin as he climbed over the inflated rib into the raft. One of the ribs was popped, causing the raft to tilt wildly as he clambered on, but they still had enough buoyancy to keep them all up. There was a sharp pain as Loth plucked an ivory triangular tooth out of his shoulder. "Souvenir?" she asked. Will waved her off and collapsed back onto the surface of the raft, his arms and legs turning leaden as he yanked out one of their clean wool blankets, balling up underneath it beside Bee and Rhea to regain heat. Will was so cold he could feel the sun itself giving him its warmth. Normally it was difficult to feel beneath the chill wind, but now it felt like a warm hug from the sky. The warmth went away, prompting Will to open his brined eyes to see who or what dared steal heat from him. "So, you can get wet," Travis quipped smugly, standing in Will's warming sunlight. Travis gave a squawk as Phantom Hand yanked him off the side of the raft and into the water. Will wasn't proud of his response, but he was in no mood to play the responsible party leader while shivering and miserable. Minutes later, Travis was balled up beneath wool covers beside them, while the rest of the party made themselves busy. "How I is the W water so cold?" Travis demanded, his skin pale, lips blue. "Salinity lowers the freezing temperature of water." Loth said from where she was studying insect larvae with a jeweler's lens, brought to her for inspection by a line of ants, seemingly sorting them based on some criteria that Will didn't understand. It is possible for ocean water to be colder than freezing, but typically that's only in Arctic biomes. This is not an Arctic biome, so the water was likely closer to 10 degrees. What's salinity? Will asked. Salt content dissolved in a body of water. I figured, Will mused, scraping more salt off himself. 10 degrees is below freezing, Travis said. I'm using Celsius, Loth replied. Wah, Travis groaned, frowning. It's resurfacing, Alicia whispered. Will and the others wrapped their blankets tighter around themselves, putting their heads back in the wind and huddling by the edge of the raft to peer down at the water below. Will was eager to get a look at the thing that had swallowed him. He knew it was big, but he wanted to know exactly how big, for bragging rights. Everybody has one of those, the thing that swallowed me was this big, stories, right? Below them, a massive form rose to the surface, silver scales the size of houses glittering in the sun. Then it just stayed there, waves rolling over it like an oblong sandbar. Is it dead? Jean asked. It's dead, Alicia whispered, nodding. Heart not beating. Will nodded and got back out of the wind. You are now a level 26 resourceful climber. Apparently larger monsters take longer to decay into miasma, because it wasn't until half an hour later that the ribs of the giant fish even started to become visible as the flesh turned to miasma. I wonder if it's bad to be hanging directly above this thing as it bathes us in foul magic, like lizards on spits. Hey, the ribs are starting to show, Mason said from where he was watching the water. Loth perked up at that. Ribs, she mused, looking at her halfway completed ship's ribs, woefully inadequate compared to the sheer scope of the decomposing monster below them. The black kobold then leaned over the edge and peered down at the kaiju eater, whose ribs were slowly revealing themselves through the cloud of miasma that was tainting the air around it. She extended a single ebony claw and pointed at the leviathan beneath them. Bring me that skeleton, she said, causing her insect to swarm forward, erupting like a cloud from her oversized barrel. And whatever loot is in it, Will added. The next week was uneventful. Loth's bugs weren't able to lift the leviathan at first, but after a day or so, most of the flesh was gone, and they were able to lift the skeleton out of the water. In the meantime, Loth used the cloud of miasma rolling off the decomposing giant to advance her miasmatic insect breeding, the miasma causing horrific mutations at a much higher rate. The vast majority were monstrous or stillborn, but Loth was working with hundreds of thousands of samples. Alicia spent the time on high alert. Mason had dropped the majority of his charges in the initial encounter to blunt the shark attack, so the onus was on her to detect problems before they became problems. Jean was also tapped out, and Loth's charge wasn't much better, so it was imperative to avoid another ambush, as they simply couldn't bring the same amount of force to bear a second time. The bakers went diving for loot. Their shape-shifting, water-breathing, and disposability made them particularly well-suited for it. But even with all those advantages, they only managed to find a small fraction of the loot drops that thousands of monsters should have had, most of it trapped in a floating rib cage by sheer luck. The rest sank to the bottom of the sea, so deep that even the bakers, with all their physical advantages, couldn't find the bottom. The loot was disappointing for the most part. After the heist, Will had come to expect about 15 stat points and a helpful mutation from most of his gear, but this stuff all hovered around the 6-8 point range. But it wasn't a problem. They could still use the relics, even if they were now substandard. Will added the loot to his sourdough barrel, breaking the items down and gradually filling it with relic dust. Everybody else found a way to keep themselves busy while Loth made their new ship, and Will pass the 2 days by working on ways to track the progress of his various abilities. Specifically, he wanted to know more about sourdough and the Phantom Hand's exact specifications. William O. Resourceful climber level 26. 27 plus 5 strength. 78 plus 10 kinesthetics. 81 plus 27 resistance. 52 plus 15 focus. 100 plus 26 acuity. Charges 5867. Free points 0. Item abilities: Summon Undead Retainer, Heal Undead, 35% Eidolon Potency, 45% Rogue Archetype Potency, 75% Ranger Archetype Potency, Etherhawk Lightning Pulse, Wet Footing, Home Field Advantage, Ice, Malleable Space, 30% Trespass, AV Dampening, Swift Earth. Phantom Hand Slots: Ring of Accuracy, Sickle of Cold Harvest, Wand of the Undead Retainer, Storm Fists. Primary abilities: Aspect of the Immortal Serpent ***, Phantom Hand ***. Secondary abilities: Sourdough. This is a good opportunity to test Sourdough, Will thought, itching the doubtlessly infected wound on his shoulder. It wasn't a critical wound, but not being injured and fighting off an infection now might save wounds later, so Will felt it was justified to nip it in the bud. Sourdough. 58 charges remaining. Will drained a greater health potion, repairing the lacerations across his torso before inspecting the remaining liquid with one of Loth's measuring calipers. About 38% of the potion remaining. The baking process doesn't get any faster, only the amount of starter reserved by Sourdough. The original amount reserved by Sourdough was 20%, so I'm getting about. Will scribbled on some of Loth's smudged-up math paper. 0.175% per resistance. Wait. Remove that 75 because of my Ranger archetype boosting relics, and you get 1% extra consumable reserved per 10 resistance. Which means at 800 resistance, I could reserve the whole item. With my current relic boosts to Ranger potency, that would be only 458 resistance. Right around the corner. Okay, I might never reach that, but it's always improving. It takes 30 days to recover the remaining 80% of the consumable. I have increased the reserve amount by 18%, Sewell. 18/80 equals 22, 5%. So I'm cutting nearly a quarter of the time off the baking to regain the full item. 30 times 0.225 equals 6.75 days cut off the bake time for Sourdough. Not bad at all. Will could expect these to be done by day 24 rather than day 30. Once Will had figured out Sourdough, he turned his attention to the dimensional storage upgrade from the dimensional oyster sacrifice. Will borrowed Loth's calipers again and fished out pieces of wood to make several objects whose volume Will knew exactly. I think I need to get my own measuring tools and math paper, Will thought as Loth watched him handle the calipers, as if afraid he would drop it into the ocean. Through a long process of trial and error, Will learn that any object that he put in his dimensional storage was shrunk to about 22% of its original size. Will figured this out by calculating his maximum normal storage, which was 226.8 cubic inches, with relic boosts. He cut one flotsam pole into two identical poles exactly 226.8 inches in volume, with Loth's help, then emptied everything out of his dimensional storage. He put the first piece of wood in, filling his dimensional storage entirely. Then Will tried to put the second pole in. It didn't work. He shaved off a tiny bit from the second pole and tried again, repeating the process over and over until the second pole went in. Then Will took both poles out and measured them against each other. The second pole was missing 22% of its height when measured against the first, indicating that the first pole was taking up exactly that much space when he tried to put the second in. So, Objects were shrunk down to 22% of their original size, but they still took up some space, meaning the size of the item he could put in dimensional storage shrank as he put more things in. This would mean he would have to be more thoughtful and go from large to small when packing the Phantom hand with gear, but it could also hold quite a bit more in total. With the 22% result already known, Loth and Will were able to reverse engineer the formula to determine how much shrinking occurred. They came up with this: 1/acuity asterisk relic boosts /50. 1/126 asterisk 1, 8/50 equals 0.2204. They confirmed this by taking off his relics, and the math held true when he had 26 less acuity, and 0 relic boosts to his ranger potency, resulting in the objects in his Phantom hand's dimensional storage shrinking down to exactly 50% of their original size. By the end of the first 2 days, Will had learned a lot about something Loth called algebra. Mason's charges were partially recovered, and the entire party was beginning to come down with the raft crazies, a condition where you are forced to live within 10 feet of others for extended periods of time, partially wet and buffeted by chilly salt spray winds. By the end of the week, they were universally relieved to move into the boathouse, the wood, bone, scale, and resin monstrosity that Loth had fashioned, using the Leviathan's rib bones for structural integrity, wood and resin for flotation, and enormous scales for surfaces, paneling, and defense. The construction was about half the size of the Leviathan itself, which meant it was big enough for each of them to have their own room. It did not matter to them that Loth had most likely trapped every square inch of the construction, as long as they got a solid wall between themselves and the elements, and each other, for a few hours a day. Chapter 90, Ocean Life. William O. arrived at the flotilla on a ghost ship, carved from the bones of a dead Leviathan and piloted by ghosts. Once they docked, tales spread like wildfire of deckhands and voluptuous chambermaids that seemed to appear and disappear, never allowing others to get an accurate grasp of how many souls were on board. Some nights it seemed like hundreds were on board, while other nights, only a single window would flicker with lamplight revealing about a dozen people, begging the question of where the rest of the crew had gone. Not to mention the strange noises and objects moving with a mind of their own, and the smell of death that seemed to follow it. Heron Stiles, level 30 sailor. Will yawned and tossed the blanket off, slipping out of his relics and back into his clothes before putting his relics back on over them. It was weird sleeping with Falconer's gloves and a dragon mask on, but you got used to it. You did not sleep in your relics, or at least, Will didn't ever since the Church of Graynish had tried to kill him in the middle of the night while they bunked at what should have been a reputable inn. Will glanced down at the swamp stompers that hadn't left his feet since last month. I should air out the shoes at least. Will took his shoes off and regretted it instantly. The socks he'd been wearing the entire time had holes eaten through the heel and toe, and the smell. Dear gods, the smell. Will hastily tossed the shoes and socks in one of the sourdough barrels in the relic room, where they stuffed all the relics they plucked out of the ocean that were waiting for sorting and destruction. Some of the smaller, more valuable relics they saved to trade once they found the flotilla, while the rest got broken down to bake their consumables in. Hopefully relic dust is a good deodorant, Will thought, using sourdough on his socks and burying them. They weren't technically relics, but maybe the ability would restore them as if they were plain consumables. And even if it didn't, covering them in magical powder would likely kill anything living on them, making that horrible smell. Or the magic might mutate it into a lethal stench. Will was willing to take that chance. He ambled over to the washroom, which was connected to the desalination room. During the day, polished metallic scales caught sunlight and reflected it onto a metal pan, which boiled salt water. Above, the condensate was collected into a tank. It wasn't fully automatic. It required someone to add new seawater and clean the salt crust out of the pan every now and then. Anna had stepped into her role as the support, single-handedly running every aspect of the ship's domestic affairs. Despite being technically working for them, Will was intrigued to note how the attitude towards Anna had shifted from slightly awkward to deferential. Nobody wanted to risk having her stop making water, washing clothes, and baking bread for them. The bread still ran out, though. They were a bit too excited and had bread every night to celebrate another day of being alive on the 6th floor. Their one bag of flour was empty after the first week. That was when they started taking rationing more seriously. Every morning Anna split into 4, each copy bustling around the massive ship, keeping everything running smoothly, performing more work than any one person could hope to accomplish, justifying her inclusion as support staff. They didn't bring a big enough pan to desalinate enough water for everyone to take full shower and baths, but they did get enough to drink and take quick sponge baths. Loth was hoping to find a bit of another ship's desalination room with a bigger boiler, but she wasn't particularly expectant, since that part of the ship was more likely to sink due to the heavy iron. Will sat down and glanced up at the tank beside the desalinator. It was a makeshift wooden barrel about an arm's length from side to side and half as tall as a man. Full up to his kneecaps, Will grabbed one of their ladles and scooped out his daily ration of water, drinking his fill before pouring about half of the rest in a shallow bucket and aggressively scrubbing his feet with soap. The soap they'd brought was still holding steady and likely would for another month. "Ah!" Jean groaned as she entered the room, taking a ration ladle off the wall and filling it before moving behind the women's divider. "This is why you don't sleep in your relics," she shouted over it. "Says the girl who's never been attacked in her sleep," Will muttered, continuing to vigorously scrub his feet. "I heard that," June said. "It's not so bad," Reggie said as he entered, grabbing another ladle off the wall and measuring out his daily water, drinking about half before pouring the rest in a bucket and beginning his routine, soaping himself up. "My uncle's feet smell way worse." "Your uncle literally has a disease," June called over the divider. The rest of the party filed in while they were washing up, and Anna too made herself busy bustling between the two areas, cleaning up after them, bussing tubs, scrubbers, and in soap without any particular awkwardness at seeing the male members without their clothes. Probably another reason why nobody messes with her, Will thought. Anna too ran the bath and water desalinator because she was the first offshoot, created first thing in the morning while Anna 1 and the rest of the girls took their bath, then spending the rest of her day refilling their water supply. By the time Will got out, his feet smelled like nothing in particular, which was about as good as it was going to get. Will used the last little bit in his ladle to rinse himself off before heading off to breakfast. Anna 3 was in charge of breakfast. It was fish, because of course it was. The mushrooms are spreading well and the sprouts are thriving in the substrate. In about a week we'll get our first crop, Loth said as they each peeled bone-filled fish meat off scaly skin with their knives. Substrate is a fancy word for rotting fish guts, Will thought to himself, working his knife. Thankfully, the room dedicated to growing mushrooms and breeding insects was kept far, far away from their main living quarters, for their sanity. Scrape, scrape. Reggie had invented the most practical way of eating fish by running his blade along the outside of the meat to separate the whole skin at once before quickly slicing it into bite-sized chunks of flaky meat, then spearing each individual piece with his knife, treating the fish skin itself like the plate they didn't have. The rest of them gradually began to copy him. This left the problem of bones, but it was still leagues ahead of messily trying to gnaw meat away from greasy skin with their hands and teeth. Fish didn't smell too bad when it was fresh, but get the oil on your hands, and you'd be carrying around a gradually worsening stink until you got the opportunity to wash up the next morning. "Don't take this the wrong way, you cook fish good," Mason said as Anna moved past him, popping some breakfast in his mouth. "But I would fight to the death for some toast and butter." "Pepper," June added. "Peanut butter honey pancakes," Reggie grunted. "Cider," Travis mused. "The booze or spiced apple juice?" Will asked. "Take your pick." Travis shrugged. "I'll get right on that," Anna 3 said with an eye roll as she rounded up their fish skin plates, adding them to the bin to be thrown overboard. "I think our party needs either a grower or a logistician that can shuffle supplies." Will said. "That one that Roger was talking about?" Loth asked. "Eh?" Mason grunted, the slender nuker glancing between the two of them. Will described Roger's story about a quartermaster who could spend charges to shift the quantities of bulk supplies in their ledger by shifting the numbers around, as long as the values were roughly identical. In theory, they could take a pound or two of flour with them, and the quartermaster could add more by adding a 0 to the flour and subtracting 1 pound from relic dust. Add a charge while doing it, and the supplies would simply shift. They were practically swimming in relic dust. Over the last few weeks, they'd gotten the knack for judging when and how to fish a miasmatic corpse out of the water just before it spit out its loot. And there was always opportunity to learn, because the floor didn't ever seem to run out of monsters aiming to kill them. Fighting for their lives was a daily occurrence, and they could only afford to sleep because Jean and the butlers were watching their backs at night. "Oh yeah, I heard about that lady," Travis said, nodding. "Incredibly valuable builds like those get lost to the sands of time every day." He shrugged and continued picking at his fish. "We could send Thea a letter asking her to look into it," Will suggested. "If they bought the recipe from whoever had funded the logistician's class originally. If they were still alive, Will could theoretically fund his own, but he'd also have to pay to give the person powerful relics to guarantee they survived their trial, then hire mercenaries to guard them all the way up to the 5th floor. All told, that would take a large chunk of their war chest, and about 6 months to wait for the next crop of aspirants. And then, of course, it would be someone gullible enough to accept a job offer from an unknown like Will. All told, it was unlikely to work, risky, prohibitively expensive, and slow, but every day Will spent eating nothing but fish weakened his resolve. Someone who could magic fresh-caught fish and relics into sugar and flour was nothing short of miraculous. "I'll draft a letter," Loth said, nodding. After breakfast, they went out to their separate jobs. Will and Alicia, lookouts. Alicia could see anything with a physical body that might be sneaking up on them, no matter how many layers of camouflage it had. Will, on the other hand, could see further and kept his gaze fixed on the horizon looking for any sign of the flotilla. Reggie and Jean were on manual labor, Mason and Loth did logistics, Travis worked up in the sails while June steered. Anna and the butlers kept everything running smooth while Bee and Rhea killed things that needed to be killed. Anything that came at them in manageable numbers, the tangled girls swept away like so much chaff. Thankfully, no leviathans were brave enough to attack Shimmer. The massive vessel was named such because of the way the hypnotic scales of the sky sharks decorated the sides. According to Steve's primer on the floor, the flotilla stayed at the same latitude in order to maintain its climate for the floating gardens. So all they needed to do was match that latitude and then maintain it until they came across the boat city. The tower had said the stronghold was west, so once Loth confirmed they were on the right latitude, they continued going west, adjusting their heading as needed to stay on course. The signs were promising. They found more shipwrecks, scouring each one for supplies as they sailed past signs of human activity, like floating glass buoys, garbage, the occasional dot of sail in the distance. They didn't bother trying to chase anyone down to say hi. First, Shimmer wasn't built for speed, as lovely as she was. The ship was big enough to accommodate a crew 100 times its current size, with a barge-like, chunky look to her. And second, chasing people down on the open ocean wasn't the friendliest gesture. They made decent time, but that was only in comparison to the floating city they tracked. 2 weeks later, Will was up in the crow's nest, considering finally buckling under the monotony and tasting the honey created by Loth's carrion honeybees. Meat honey sounded unpleasant, even though the others swore it was almost palatable. "I'll stick to radish sprouts, fish, and mushrooms, thank you very much," Will thought sourly as he scanned the horizon. The first sight of the floating city made him think he was hallucinating or seeing a low-hanging cloud formation on the horizon. As the smudge of white resolved into individual sails clustered tight together, Will's eyes widened. "I see it," he shouted. "See what?" June shouted up at him. "The flotilla," Will replied as Alicia squinted beside him, not quite able to make out the city herself. "How's our heading?" June asked. 2 degrees, port," Will replied. "Roger." June made the adjustment on the steering wheel, gradually turning Shimmer's nose slightly portside. Over the next 2 hours, the city became visible in the distance, even from the deck. When the sun went down, the flotilla turned into a beacon of light on the horizon as lanterns kept the nightlife going aboard the floating city. The next morning, they'd closed the distance drastically, and a sloop detached from the several-mile cluster of boats, heading their way over the course of the morning. The sloop pulled up alongside their port side, their deck about 15 feet lower than Shimmer's. Will's party clustered around the edge and peered down as experienced sailors delicately secured themselves to the side of their ship. "Permission to come aboard?" A sunburnt man shouted from below them, wielding a massive rope in his weathered hands. Will noticed everyone was looking at him. Despite the ship running like a well-oiled machine without his input, he was still the party leader. "Granted," Will shouted back down. A moment later, the oversized rope was flung up onto the deck of the Shimmer, and they watched as 3 sailors climbed up the side. Will's bare toes clenched down on the deck as the heavy-set men climbed to the top, each of them armed and armored with nearly a full complement of relics. The grizzled veteran frowned when he saw Will's party, rubbing his back as he scanned the rest of the deck. "Interesting ship, lads. Never seen anything like it. Makes my skin crawl." The man muscled back a shudder. "But I ain't one to judge. Since you didn't give the signals as you approached, we figured you were newcomers. My name's Heron, and we're the welcome party today." He produced a waterproofed scroll lined with cork wood and offered it to Will. "On that scroll is the law of the flotilla. Study it before you dock, then return it. Ignorance is not a defense, and the lightest punishment on the flotilla is banishment." Will nodded. "We'll be sure to do so." Heron nodded, gazing back at Will for a long moment. "Welcome to the flotilla." Chapter 91, Hold My Beer. Paragraph 82, subsection 3, on knife fighting. Mutually agreed upon knife fights are legally binding for settling disputes between party leaders. They are to be confined to indoor areas, as bleeding into the water is forbidden. The blade itself may measure no more than 2 inches for the safety of the fighters. Fights will be determined by first blood. Climbers failing to yield promptly after first blood are required to be beaten by any and all spectators until they yield. Subsection 3D, William O. Addendum. Knives are not allowed to be stored or wielded by abilities invisible to the naked eye. First blood must be drawn by the knife itself, not any ability or improvised weapon. Being stabbed by furniture or flooring no longer counts. Stealing the opponent's knife with an invisible ability is prohibited, but stealing it with your feet is not. Declaring a knife fight against everyone present is no longer allowed, as it indirectly bypasses neutral spectator judgment of who won and who lost. Reparations for large-scale property destruction is the responsibility of the losing party. If multiple losing parties were involved, the burden is shared between them. Any major things we should know? Will asked as Loth scanned through the pages. Always ask permission to come aboard, don't steal. Don't cheat at gambling, don't destroy property, don't kill anybody. Anything else? Will asked. Oh yes, lots of it, Loth said. But most of it is either edge case or common sense. Be polite, pay your tab, and don't pick any fights, and you should be fine. I'll copy down the highlights. We should gather up the docking fee, too. Will raised a brow. We don't have much coin on us. Thankfully, the flotilla operates on barter, Loth said. Some of my spider silk ropes should cover it. An hour later, they were pulling up beside a wooden pier, floating on top of the waves, and jutting out from an oversized floating warehouse slightly smaller than Shimmer herself. One thing that Will had learned since they'd arrived. Shimmer was not a normal-sized ship, as evidenced by the stairs and the fact that the docking authority had refused them entry at the usual dock, citing fears of choking off the flow of ships. So they made their way down to the industrial side of town, where floating warehouses with extra robust piers were able to accommodate them without too much trouble. When Will's feet hit the pier, he could feel it shift minutely under him, giving him an idea of how much weight the entire pier could handle before it collapsed. The people taking their docking fee seemed pretty miffed about receiving a single crate of Loth's rope until Will dared them to try and break it. When they couldn't, the tax collectors swallowed their complaints and bustled off carrying the crate over their shoulders. The warehouse master changed his tune, his manner turning obsequious after learning Will's name. Of course, there have been more than a handful of imitators, sir, but you're the first person to dock sailing the corpse of a Leviathan, which is all the proof I need that you're the real William O. The warehouse owner said with a grin. Will studied the man, pondering how in the tower word of his exploits had beaten him up here. Sure, I took a bit of time getting here, but not that long. The wind changed and blew the smell of Loth's substrate back towards them. Gods, is that your ship? The warehouse master asked, muscling his way past the gag reflex with only a slight frown like a true hardened sailor. The entire back half is filled with rotting fish, Will said, glancing over his shoulder at the ship. The front half was where they lived, and the back half, nearly the size of an entire warehouse itself, was where Loth was performing her experiments with soil creation and insect breeding. They couldn't really smell it anymore. The entire back half, the man asked, to which Will nodded. Gods, well, the druids up near the top of the flotilla will gladly pay for bulk fertilizer if you can find a way to deliver it to them. Where can we buy supplies? Market us that way, the warehouse master said, Billy Bob. Yes, sir, Billy Bob asked as the three spirit butlers rose out of the floor, causing the warehouse master to yelp and flinch back in surprise. You negotiate the daily docking fee. Stevie heads out with the bakers to coordinate the resupply, and Noob watches the ship with Rhea and Jean. Of course, the spirit butler said with a nod. After weeks of living through a heady blend of danger and monotony, they were finally able to take it easy for a few days. The first thing that all of them wanted to do was be nowhere near each other for an evening. They agreed to return to the ship before sunup and then went their own ways, their oversized party breaking into smaller clumps of ones and twos. June went off on her own. Mason and Reggie took off together, while Alicia went shopping with Loth and the Bakers. Travis slipped away while no one was looking, and the Bakers split into several copies of themselves, with some watching the ship, some going with Loth, and some simply exploring. Satisfied that everything looked like it would go smoothly, Will was the last one to leave the ship as the sun was already going down. The first thing that Will noticed as he walked through the city was that the whole thing smelled of a potent blend of salt water, rotten fish, and shit, which explained why the dockworkers hadn't been totally put off by the pungent odor of shimmer. The second thing he noticed was a significant drop in the number of women who had bothered to make their way up to the 6th floor. The 5th floor was a bastion of civilization, with farms and family businesses. And soap were the logistics of leaving the tower to start a family, and then bringing them back up wasn't too difficult, because there was generations spanning infrastructure to facilitate that. But the flotilla, it was not a nice place, period. The 6th floor was the dividing line between people who were happy to get a little strength and prosperity, and those who were climbing because risking your life is fun. In short, ambitious idiots like Will. That gave the entire flotilla a much different vibe than Ackle. Rowdier, for certain, and significantly more lawless, even though they professed to have them. He'd read through their laws himself before they docked, and most of them could be arbitrated by combat or mob justice, which was ridiculous. Will asked around and found out there was a bar called The Bridge, where party leaders met informally to introduce themselves and share information. He passed through the market on the way, spotting a druid archetype selling blueberries for an outrageous price that rivaled actual relics, flanked on either side by bodyguards, as if he was trading illicit narcotics. The way people fought each other to crowd around it, it might as well be. Twice he passed by a thin-walled building where he heard the ring of steel and grunts of pain as two men tried to slice each other with the stubby little fighting knives everyone seemed to carry around. Just long enough to make some decent lacerations, but too short to hit major organs without a fair amount of creativity. Just don't let anyone slice you in the groin or neck. Many sailors had their stubby blades widened and swooped back to cover nearly the entire hand, gradually becoming something more akin to a sharpened brass knuckle than an actual knife. But it still didn't extend further forward than 2 inches, so nobody said anything. "I gotta get me one of those knives," Will thought as he walked out of the market back into the winding wooden pontoon piers tucked between the ships that had been converted into businesses. I wouldn't say no to some blueberries, either. The bobbing streets were rapidly darkening as the shadows grew longer, and Will got to see a nuker archetype step out onto the deck of a nearby inn and create thousands of firefly-sized motes of flame that flickered over to light the city's lamps in a hypnotizing display of magical control. You could charge for a sight like that in the ring. Here, nobody even bothered to look up. The city's vibe changed from rowdy to ominous as the sun faded, leaving only ruddy orange circles of light with impenetrable pools of darkness that spread beyond the reach of each lantern. 2 rogue archetypes began flitting from shadow to shadow, pacing along beside Will as he walked through the... "Wait, do they think I can't?" "You know I can see you, right?" Will asked, pointing at the closest one. The masked man froze while another crept up behind Will. "Hey, I know I look like an easy mark, but I have a rogue archetype, and my acuity is really high," Will said, taking a half-step back and to the side, keeping both of them in his vision. "So this is going to involve a lot less stealth and a lot more fighting than you'd like." The 2 rogues glanced at each other, shrugged, and vanished into the darkness, in search of more unwary prey. Will waited a moment, until he was sure they weren't trying to circle around and get him when he relaxed his guard. Will nearly jumped out of his skin when a nearby wall burst open, revealing a scrawny man dressed in rags tumbling through it. For an instant, he thought he was under attack and nearly put a cannonball through the man and everything behind him. "And don't come back until you've got something to spend?" A ruddy, bald man who looked to weigh nearly 300 pounds of muscle shouted out the hole in the wall. He glanced over at Will and gave him a sheepish wave before turning back. Will peered through the hole in the ship beside him and spotted general carousing, drinking and dancing in exchange for relics, ivory, and whatever else was portable and valuable. Huh. Looked like everyone was having fun, but fun wasn't what Will wanted at the moment. "Are you all right?" Will asked, turning back to the emaciated man sprawled lifelessly across the wooden walkway. "Here again, huh?" The skeletal man muttered, his gaze scanning the dingy alleyway, one hand limp, dipping in the cold seawater below while the other one fished in his pocket for a flask. His gray-eyed scan ended at Will's feet, gaze climbing to Will's face. His eyes flashed with an instant of recognition before his face crumpled, and he began bawling like a child. Will picked his way around the wailing man who had curled into a quivering ball. "I'm just gonna go," Will said, moving on. A few minutes later, he had put the encounter out of mind and arrived at the bridge. It was an oversized vessel near the center of the city. Not as big as Shimmer, but big, with at least 3 stories and bright lights spilling from the windows that lined the side of the ship. Bright painted letters announced its identity as the bridge. "Permission to come aboard," Will shouted up at the ship. A sailor leaned over the banister and peered down at Will. "You a party leader?" "That I am," Will said. The man's eyes flashed blue momentarily before he nodded. "Come on in," he said, disappearing beyond the edge of the deck. Will trotted up the board into the main room, the sound of the interior engulfing him as he crossed the threshold into the ship. It was music unlike anything he'd ever heard before, phantom fingers massaging his temples and speaking words of serenity. Will glanced over and spotted no less than 3 bards singing and playing a deceptively quiet song that seemed to permeate the entire room without drowning anything out, an ability attached to the music radiating a sense of calm and ease, keeping everything mellow. It was an odd sensation, hearing an ability-enhanced performance magnificent enough to be seen at an aristocrat's ball, while also smelling rotting fish and human excrement. Ah, the tower. Remember, everyone here is at least as high level as you are. Don't get carried away, Will reminded himself as he walked through the main room. Every eye in the place lingered on him like cobwebs as he made his way to the bar. "Ah, a newcomer, what's your resistance?" the bartender said in a businesslike fashion. 80, Will said, sitting at the bar. "Tough guy, huh? Beer or spirits?" he asked, pulling out the tray labeled 70+ and fingering through the bottles to find one that would match his tolerance. "Beer," Will replied. "Beer." Beer, an oversized oaf, dropped down onto a stool beside Will and stared down at him. "You just made it to the 6th floor, kid. Celebrate it. Drink. Drink like a real man." Out of the corner of his eye, Will spotted one of the bards creeping closer, the song radiating amiability growing stronger as she approached. Would a real man change his order because someone told him he should? Will asked in his most neutral tone, accepting the beer from the bartender and placing a strength ring they'd looted from a shark on the bar in payment. "Well," the oversized man frowned for a moment. "I suppose not, but Bill's got the best liquor in the flotilla, and I always love to see noobs try it. I get to experience it for the first time Roman 6 Vicard." "Vicariously," Will said. It was one of Loth's words of the day. The oversized man snapped his fingers. "That's the word. How about this? I buy 1 shot for both of us, we drink, then you can nurse your piss water the rest of the night." "Sounds fine," Will said with a shrug. "Might as well meet the guy halfway." Being an unlikable stick in the mud was nearly as dangerous as getting blackout drunk based on peer pressure. The oversized man put a small dagger on the bar, which the bartender swiftly replaced with 2 shots of translucent brown liquid, which he slid in front of the 2 of them. Will reached over and took the one meant for the big man and slid the one meant for him over to his new friend, which caused their entire audience to burst into uproarious laughter. "Look at the paranoid bullshit with this kid," the oversized man shouted, patting Will's shoulder. "You're gonna last." "I can tell." "No offense," Will shouted back over the laughter. "I don't know you." Will and the big man knocked back their drinks. Will made the mistake of exhaling a tiny bit while drinking, and somehow the vapors invaded his sinuses and forced his body to violently eject, forcing him to cough a little less than half the vile liquid across the bar. What did make it down burned the whole way, filling his stomach with a strange ache and making it feel like he could breathe fire if someone would hand him a match. The bartender, perhaps having anticipated this in advance, stood far outside the splash zone before swiftly wiping the liquor up. "Ugh," Will groaned when the coughing and laughter finally died down. "S good in it?" the oversized man asked with a wide grin, wiggling his eyebrows. "Agree to disagree," Will rasped, taking a swig of his beer to wash the taste out of his mouth before offering his hand. "Will." "Marcus." "So what's your plan, Will? You gonna hire your crew onto one of the beginner barges, grind a bit, and catch a ride up to the 7th? Most people don't want to stay here any longer than necessary." "No offense, Bill." "None taken," the bartender said with a shrug. "It's not for everybody." "No, we've got our own boat," Will said, shaking his head. "But other than that, yeah, we're just planning on resupplying, maybe get some jobs to keep the bread flowing, grind out our levels, then move on." "I wouldn't recommend grinding by yourself," Marcus said, his voice lowering. "The floor has gotten more dangerous over the last month. Storms are more violent, the critters have been more numerous, and they seem to strike at the exact worst time. You saw the wrecks on the way in, didn't you? It's been getting more dangerous ever since Frederick Weird and Baron Ackle died," Will thought silently. "I did see the wrecks," Will mused. "Almost became one a couple times." "You've got your own boat," one of the onlookers said, leaning on Will's shoulder and breathing booze into his face. "That's horse shit. No newcomer has their own boat. All ships come from here. We haven't gotten one from the outside since that ghost ship." The man paled at Will's expression and peeled his hand away from Will's shoulder, stumbling backwards. "Gotta pee," he said, weaving away. "Shimmer?" Marcus asked. "That Leviathan Bone Dreadnought abomination everyone's been talking about, that's you." Will shrugged as the sound of conversation in the bridge faded away, even the bards stopping their enchanting song to eavesdrop on their conversation. For one moment, everything was silent as every ear in the place leaned closer. "Will William O?" Marcus asked. "That's me," Will admitted. "For a living legend, you sure can't handle your drink," Marcus said with wry smile. "I'm 15, asshole," Will replied, glancing around him at the crowd that had gone from amiable to hungry. "Never drank liquor before." "Well, you better brace yourself," Marcus said, "because you're about to receive the biggest newbie hazing the flotilla has ever seen." "He stepped on my coat on the way in," one onlooker said, standing from his seat, holding up a coat with a boot print on it that didn't match Will's foot. "I demand satisfaction." "He wiped fish grease on my chair." "He talked shit about my mother." All blatantly untrue, but it wasn't about truth, it was about testing a legend. "Hold my beer," Will said, sliding his drink across the bar. Chapter 92, Cracked Immortal. Fighting William O. is like fighting a tornado, a force of nature. I personally witnessed no less than 50 men violently tossed around and battered with furniture, all the while grasping at nothing but air. Then he came for me. Bill Brion, level 30 bartender. A wet cough erupted from Will as he limped along the pier, followed by a sharp pain through his chest that froze him in place until he remembered how to breathe. Will gingerly poked his ribs, trying not to aggravate the many shallow cuts covering the majority of his body. They had just finished scabbing up. I don't think the ribs busted, just a little loose. With that in mind, Will ran his tongue along a couple teeth that were wiggling a bit more than they should, spitting the coppery blood welling up into his sleeve. Rule 1, don't bleed into the ocean. You gonna live? A reedy voice asked, prompting Will to glance up, phantom hand poised to take the man's head off with a cannonball. A bar brawl is one thing, but following him into the dark of night. Will relaxed when he recognized the emaciated, homeless fellow from before, rather than a party leader with a grudge. The men at the bridge had actually all seemed in pretty good spirits when Will had left. Lots of drinks and backslaps and unrequested shots of liquor dumped over his wounds to sanitize them. Aside from that, and the horrible pain he was currently in, it really had been a great time. The single lesson he'd received from Backton had opened his eyes to a flow that he hadn't been able to perceive before and prepared him to deal with the vast majority of climbers without too much trouble. Yeah, I'll live. Will wobbled in place for a moment before using Phantom Hand as a cane, pressing back against his hand to stabilize himself. Here, let me, the emaciate man said, putting Will's truncated arm over his shoulder and tottering forward in lockstep. Thanks, Will said as they resumed walking through the pre-dawn light. What do you want? What, the man scoffed. Me want something. I'm just a humble all right, fine. I do want something. What's that, drinking money? I wouldn't say no to that, but I'm after something a little harder to acquire. And what's that? The gray-eyed man glanced over at him, searching Will's expression for a moment before pointing up. On a certain floor above us is an object I really, really want. And what do you expect from me? Well, you're the guy. Will raised a brow. You know the guy. The once-in-a-thousand-years legend. The one with the best shot of making it to the top. Did they not teach you this in school? The emaciated man frowned and mumbled to himself. I thought they taught that in school. They taught my kids that. Was that a different coil? Shit, is Jacob dead? No, I just saw him the other day. Is a day one revolution of the sun, or one winter, or one coil? No, it's probably not a coil. That seems like a lot. Will frowned as the emaciated man began muttering, staring straight down with a vacant look in his eyes. Who do you think I am? He asked. Will waited for a solid 10 seconds before giving him the answer. William. William, the emaciated man repeated after him. Oh, Will finished. Right, yes. I heard your larger-than-life legends, and I knew you were destined for great things. You've never heard of me before, Will said. I've never heard of you before, the emaciated man admitted. This is an interesting conversation, Will thought. This man didn't know Will, but he had known enough to know about the overblown legends. Typically, he might have fallen in the category of con men who simply praise every newcomer they meet as the chosen one until they can take what they want and cut loose. But he wasn't slick enough to be a con artist. If anything, he seemed like a dog that had been beaten too many times, hunched over and self-blaming. What's your name? Will asked. Reese. Probably, maybe. And how did you wind up here? Well, I got swept up with Mark Weed's party as they left Ackle, and they cut me loose here a couple years ago. A couple years ago, Will asked. Decades? Reese said with a shrug. I dunno, I just remember getting shanghaied by them on the ocean floor, meeting a girl, starting a family here and being an exotic fisherman, and my granddaughter took over the family business when shit, different coil. It was days. I've only been here like a couple days, I think. Will ask the obvious question, what is a coil? You know, when all human civilization gets wiped out and the tower adds a floor and everyone starts over from scratch. You know, a coil. Happens like every year. Don't they teach that in school? I guess school gets destroyed too. Reese got a vacant expression on his face. Will thought back to Baron Akel's ominous observations on the gradually worsening situation in the tower as lords died faster than they could be replaced. How old are you? Reese gave a small squeak and shrugged. Will saw the morning light beginning to touch the tops of the surrounding ships, and he knew he was going to get an earful from Loth. I have 1,000 questions for you, but right now I only want the answer to 2 things, Will said. Number 1, tell me exactly what the item you want is. Number 2, tell me exactly what you are going to pay for it. Reese took a deep breath. Okay. I want access to a system administrator panel that will allow me to revoke my protections and finally shuffle off this mortal coil. I think we made some in the high-tech coil. And how I will pay for it. I have personally witnessed more floors than anyone alive. I've studied the pattern. I'm betting that above the 10th floor, information is limited about hazards and points of interest and such. I can help with that. Will decided to test him. First, he'd ask about this floor and a few of the ones that came before to figure out what it looked like when Reese was telling the truth, then move on to the higher floors. All right, what's the major hazard on this floor? Will asked, expecting something along the lines of Leviathan or Sky Shark. A secret society of fish people. What? Will asked. What? Reese asked with a frown. There are no fish people on this floor. It was entirely environmental hazards like storms and mindless monsters that tried to eat anything they could get their mouths around, at least according to Steve. Steve doesn't know everything. S-H-H-H-H? Reese put a crusty finger to his lips, glancing around suspiciously before lowering his voice. That's what the fish people want you to think. I only found out about them when I got blown off course while fishing yesterday and sailed into the wrong port under the cover of darkness. I saw some of the local powers making deals with them. Horrifying deals. You sure it was yesterday? Will asked. No. Okay, you can come with me for now, Will said. There was something about the matter-of-fact way that Reese spoke that made Will stop and take notice. He wasn't exaggerating. He was spilling what he perceived to be the absolute truth in the disjointed, stream-of-consciousness manner a person would if they were musing to themselves. There was no sign of deception. And that made Will's hackles stand on end. Either this man was telling the truth, haphazardly spilling secrets that could shake the tower to its core, or he was so cracked that he needed adult supervision. Might as well keep him close until we know which one it is. Will almost toppled over as Reese let go of his arm and turned to grovel in front of him. Oh, thank you. You won't regret this, Mr. Gander. Oh, Will said, Mr. O. S what I said, Reese said, getting back under Will's arm and helping him stagger towards the warehouse dock where Shimmer was tied up. In a matter of minutes, Will was back on the ship, being hosed down on the deck while the bakers attended to his wounds. Sadly, he couldn't enjoy the proximity to multiple Annas doting on him simultaneously because he was also getting chewed out by Loth at the same time. I expected Travis to make trouble while he was out, not you, Loth said, hands on her hips. Hey, Travis grunted, glancing up from where he was eating blueberry ice, a specialty of the Druids on the more central barges, tasty and prevented heat stroke and scurvy. Not that they had to worry about heat stroke this time of year. I didn't make trouble, Will said, wincing as Anna Hash too scrubbed his cuts with soap and boiled water. I got jumped by half the bar because my name got out. What? Loth's eyes narrowed. Don't kill them. Loth clenched her jaw and glanced aside. Don't do it. Loth heaved a sigh. F.O. If anything, I saved us a ton of trouble by getting all the party leader fights out of the way at the same time. I'm very solidly in the pecking order now. Near the top, too. They even said they were gonna have to change laws because of me. How cool is that? You can't possibly have one. The fights are to first blood, aren't they? You're a mess. Loth gestured at him. You do look you went through a meat grinder, Anna Hash 3 said, following behind her clone with salve to seal the wounds. I challenge the entire bar to a fight. If there are no neutral observers, then no one can objectively say who got cut when and by what. They only realized this after I'd already took out a few of them, took my first hit and kept fighting. It was technically a draw, but it was a 50-on-1 draw, so they were impressed. All right, then what about him? Loth asked, pointing at Rhys, who was coiling some ropes, peering down at them with dissatisfaction. Experienced sailor and fisherman, Will lied. I figured we could use someone who actually knows the floor. Will tapped on Loth's hand with phantom hand, indicating they would talk about it more later. I have been fishing longer than you've been alive, Rhys said. Jason, can you help me seal the ends of these ropes? Whoever did it didn't know what they were doing. Mason glanced around, realizing Rhys was looking at him. My name's Mason. Right, Mason, would you mind helping me with a bit of sizzle? He wiggled his fingers. Loth glanced back at Will, a single scaly eyebrow cocked. He knew the ruse was already shredded by Loth, so he'd have to clue her in, but the others could just assume he was a weird old man with poor memory for names and faces. Incidentally, I want to discuss our plans for the next outing, Will said, standing and donning a fresh shirt once Anna 3 finished sealing the last wound. Anna and Loth clicked their tongues. Loth, if you would, Will motioned towards their offices. Of course. Together the two of them entered Loth's office, pried open a hatch in the floor, and then entered a pitch-black crawl space, sneaking their way to the back of the ship before they spoke. Why does he know Mason's ability and almost his name? Loth whispered. Did you tell him? No, I honestly don't know, Will whispered. I'm waffling between him being cracked and him being some kind of immortal, some of the things he says. What if it's both? Loth asked. Could be. He's offered to give us critical insider information on each floor in exchange for taking him up with us until he finds a way to kill himself. How do we know he's not just lying? Loth asked. Well, we could just kill him. If he dies, then it's the former. Just doesn't feel right, though. Rhys mentioned something about a secret society of fish people pulling the strings of the flotilla from the shadows. Sounds pretty crazy, but if it checks out. Verify that and he stays, Loth surmised. For this floor anyway, Will whispered back. You know we haven't gone out for a nighttime walk together since the Church of Graynish. Loth said, Loth the luminary. Are you asking me out on a date? Will whispered in mock shock. If by date you mean reconnaissance mission, then yes. Chapter 93, A Night for Romance. And so William rose from the very water in the manner of the goddess of life herself, to bless their union. Jason Salazar. There were a couple places they had in mind to check for dark secrets. Abandoned docks, like Rhys had suggested, and the Church of Graynish, because they had such a fine time breaking in the last time they went for a walk, And if there was a secret demi-human plot against the flotilla, the Church of Graynish would be the ones who would be most interested in finding out. Aside from everyone else who liked a juicy conspiracy. Not a lot to go on, Will mused as they walked down the floating piers that linked the ships of the flotilla together a bit like a honeycomb. The night air was beginning to creep through the crowded-together ships as the sun went down, adding an omnipresent cold draft to the smell of seawater and faint rot. Will and Loth could see just fine, though. The handful of ship lamps that spilled light into the city streets were more than enough for Will and Loth to navigate by. Still, a fine way to spend an evening, Loth said with a shrug, if you like creeping up on people at night. To be fair, Will did like being sneaky and flitting from shadow to shadow when the mood struck, so he really didn't have much reason to refute Loth's statement. So far in the night, they'd checked a dilapidated dock that no one used because it was treacherously unsafe. That had been a wash, with Loth almost falling into the ocean after a board that had held Will up collapsing beneath the kobold's weight. Their next stop was a pleasure vessel that seemed to facilitate a bit of smuggling on the side. They spent nearly half an hour watching level 30 sailors with bodies scarred from years of navigating treacherous seas, and fancy hats to denote their respective pecking order, running bushels of green seaweed back and forth. Will and Loth were surprised to discover that the drug-running operation wasn't even illegal. It was simply a mix of habit, peak demand hours, and cool nighttime temperatures, preventing spoilage that saw teams of sailors hauling packages of meldweed into the floating brothel by the bushel. "What's meldweed do anyway?" Will asked as they left. "If chewed recreationally, it temporarily depresses parts of the brain responsible for individuality and sense of self, making it difficult to determine where you end and your partner begins." Loth said. "Why would you want to do that?" Will asked, frowning. "Sometimes something you say reminds me how young you are," Loth said, looking up at him with mock pity. "Ah, it's a sex thing," Will said, nodding more confidently than he felt. "Anyway, if refined, it can be used offensively to make some rather interesting poisons. Ever since I learned of it, I've entertained the idea of lacing a cocktail of it and a few other things on blackmail letters to make the reader unable to think critically as the substance absorbs through their fingers while they read." "That's monstrous." "Thank you, can we get some?" Loth asked, looking up at him with pleading eyes. "Sure, on the condition that you don't use it on any party members without their knowledge or permission. We can swing by and grab some after we're done looking around." "Nice," Loth clenched her fists. "My first mind-affecting poison." She rubbed her chin. "I wonder if I can breed my wasps to replicate the compound. Anyway, meldweed might be illegal outside the tower, but it's on the list of approved substances here." As if to emphasize her point, Will spotted a guardsman, to all appearances another sailor, with only the flotilla's oversized guardsman hat to denote his station, waving at the crew carrying massive baskets of seaweed into the oversized cruise ship. Together, Will and Loth crept off into the night, looking for any other sign of fish people secretly undermining the flotilla. Their third stop of the night was when Loth tugged at his sleeve and motioned to an oversized ship on the edge of the water, with gentle swabs lapping up against its side. "Something's telling me that is a trap," Loth whispered as the two of them hunkered down. "What about it?" She cocked her head, seemingly considering. "It's too far away from other light sources. The rear of the ship is unlit, unguarded, facing a clear swath of ocean with poor visibility. The paneling on the rear is oddly shaped, with an oversized rim around it." Now that she pointed it out, Will could imagine a small vessel easily rowing up to the back of the oversized ship, without anyone spotting it. There weren't very many places for them to sit and watch. Eventually, they found a section of dock that hung a bit higher above the water, and Loth created a sling to suspend the two of them from it. As the evening gave way to night, lamp after lamp gradually went out as the city went to sleep. "There," Loth said, pointing. Even with Will's acuity as high as it was difficult to make out. The ripples of water that reflected the barest hint of starlight were being masked by something in the vague shape of a small boat, gradually drifting towards the back of the ship that Loth had marked as suspicious. Will nodded silently, replacing Amulet of the home field advantage with the Dimensional Assassin's Amulet. Between it and the Wand of the Trespasser, Will's audio-visual effects were dampened by 55% while he tried to hide. In broad daylight, that would make him somewhat transparent, but in the night time, he basically became a ghost. Will didn't assume that meant he'd be completely unseen. The dampening effect really only leveled the playing field, given that nearly everyone had at least some acuity. His best bet would be to employ the age-old stealth technique of approaching from a direction they wouldn't think to look. Loth pointed off to the left as the boat approached, and Will nodded, slipping out of the sling Loth had made for them and dropping to the water without even a splash to announce his presence as the water solidified underneath him. Will kept low and scuttled to the left until he saw an opportunity. A swell of water, maybe 2 feet tall, concealed him as he darted away from the dock and crawled silently across the rolling waves on his hand and feet until he was right behind the incoming ship, close enough to hear their quiet breathing. From what Will could see, there were at least 3 of them, cloaks concealing their features. The one in the front peered up at the ship they headed towards, watching a tiny light flickering rhythmically, like a candle with someone waving their hand in front of it. Matter of fact, I think that's exactly what it is. From Loth's perspective, she wouldn't be able to see the person signaling to the boat, but Will could see them. And by default, they could see him, crawling along the water out in the open. If not now, then soon. Will swiftly crawled forward and clung to the back of the boat, using it to hide himself from the watcher above while making himself as small as possible. One of the passengers must have felt his weight shift the boat, because their hooded face glanced over the edge, scanning the surrounding water. Will didn't move a muscle. They didn't raise the alarm, merely leaning back into their seat with a grunt of displaced air from an obese body. A minute later, Will risked peeking around the side of the boat to see where they were going. Ahead of them, the back of the ship began to open. Loth's suspicions were proven correct as faint light spilled into the surrounding water, forcing Will to pull his head back and narrow his eyes against the glare. It was the faintest candlelight, but now that his eyes were accustomed to the dark of night, it glared like the sun. The rear of the ship opened like an inverted drawbridge, revealing that the guts of the ship had been hollowed out, leaving only a facade of a functional ship. The secret smuggler's dock was held aloft by hidden pontoons because it lacked a bottom. Will took a silent, deep breath as they approached the entrance, where sailors were pacing the sides of the dock, flickering lamps lighting the interior. Will would surely be spotted. Unless. Will took a deep breath and climbed down into the water, clinging to the bottom of the boat. He held his breath until the boat came to a complete stop, then another minute, his resistance allowing him to hold his breath far longer than he ever had before he became a climber. He heard some conversation muffled by a yard of water, followed by the boat shifting as the occupants began unloading it. Once everything went still, Will dove down deep until he hit the bottom of the fake ship, then swam towards a pool of darkness in the corner of the hidden dock. Will rose quietly, allowing his breath out silently once he was above the water line, before taking another quiet lungful of air. While he recovered from holding his breath for an extended period, he studied his surroundings. He was in the corner of the hollowed-out ship, submerged in the water beneath a raised platform that held crate and equipment for taller vessels that might dock inside the massive fake ship. Diagonally from him was the little boat that had just docked. It was standing silent and empty, but the wooden platform just beside it was bustling with activity as a young man and woman embraced, while two fat, sweaty, harried-looking older men in fancy garb hustled to move an enormous amount of luggage. "At last we can be together, Harold," the woman said breathily, taking a moment to regain her composure after the enthusiasm they'd just shown. "We can escape our families and the tower and live happily forever after on the 7th floor, where they'll never find us. I would gladly eke out a life in the jungles of the 7th floor, eating berries and wearing leaves if it was with you," Harold replied. "Lo, Harold." "What the?" Will wondered. "Where are the fish people? Where are the illicit drugs or the secret plot to sink the flotilla?" Will waited as patiently as he could, but as the couple talked, the details of their conversation revealed a saccharine-sweet story of forbidden love that Will suspected had been concocted by their parents to make them think running away together was their own rebellious idea. Eventually, Will reached a tipping point. "Oh, come on," Will shouted, grasping the surface of the water and pulling himself up and out of it, causing everyone's attention to snap to him. "Why on earth would your parents forbid you from seeing each other, then every summer go to adjacent hunting lodges at the same time with easily climbable fences? Same winter dorms, spring camps, riding lessons, hawking. They've been shoving you together longer than you can remember. Right now, your families are just waiting for you to get tired of living without creature comforts and come crawling back to their money. Am I right?" Will glanced at the two sweaty fat men who looked distinctly uncomfortable. Or maybe that was just their default look. "This has been a tremendous waste of time," Will grumbled into the stunned silence, wringing out his clothes as he stomped across the water towards the doorway leading to the outside. Reep, a false panel on the inside of the ship ripped aside as Loth cut her way out of it, no less than 15 feet away from the happy couple. "Congratulations to both of you," Loth said, hastily bowing at the stunned onlookers before hustling to catch up with Will. "What's next?" Will asked as they walked back outside into the cold night air. Upon it hitting his recently soaked clothes, a bone-deep chill caught up with him. "I would say the floating church of Graynish, but I think you need a change of clothes first." "I'll dry," Will said, waving it off. Loth shrugged, making a relaxed gesture that seemed to say, "If you say so." "3 places, 3 misses," Will mused. "I'm not saying that the fish people, if they are real, would be so easy to uncover that we could find them on the first night, only visiting 3 places, but still, it feels strange we didn't find anything out of the ordinary. I mean, aside from a poorly conceived elopement." "Well, that's not the only way to verify Reese's story." Will's eye twitched. "You trapped his room, didn't you?" "No," Loth glanced up at him. "Well, I didn't trigger it yet. I really rather wouldn't murder a man who's lost his mind to check if he's actually seen the rise and fall of entire civilizations. Think about it this way, if he's actually lost his mind, aren't we putting him out of his misery?" Loth asked. Will drew his hand down his face and groaned before shaking a finger at her. "Quick and painless." "Quick and painless," Loth said with a nod. "So, we've got some time to kill before your clothes are dry." "Yes, we can go buy some meldweed." Loth silently pumped her fist in celebration as they walked back across the floating piers. Together, the two of them headed to the Last Chance Inn, which had a carving of a busty mermaid hanging above the entrance. Unlike most other places in the flotilla, the Last Chance Inn came alive at night. Noise and light engulfed them as they entered the brothel. Will waited against a pole in the main room while Loth went to the front desk to negotiate with the proprietor, a madame wearing a rather low-hanging dress and outrageous hat. Will watched as the conversation seemed to turn heated, extending far beyond the duration he'd expected it to go. A few minutes later, Loth returned, looking miffed. They won't sell meldweed in bulk to non-vendors, only recreational amounts. She presented a tiny baggie of the dried seaweed. What am I supposed to do with this? I need a bushel at least to make it strong enough to incapacitate on skin contact. Did you tell them they're unlikely to get their usual transporters in for a while because of the chaos on the 5th floor? Yeah, but the way she spoke, it was like she didn't care. Will glanced over at the madame who was speaking to a prospective client. The woman idly scratched under her hat as she spoke to the client, giving a tittering laugh at something the man had said. Maybe they don't care, Will mused. The rules on the 6th floor were more loosey-goosey than not. The madame should be aware that they had more meldweed than the brothel could possibly use in a year, and their transporters were likely going to be days or even weeks delayed, causing a huge portion of their stock to rot. It was a plant, after all, and here was someone willing to pay a good price to take several bushels of the stuff off her hands, saving her a large net loss. Regardless of if it was against the rules or not, she should definitely be interested in finding a way to get some off her hands. The only explanation that made sense to Will was that they didn't care about getting the bushels of perishable product moved out of their ship, was because they never intended to sell it anyway. Loth was following Will's unspoken thoughts. He could see her eyes light up with understanding as she scanned the building, mentally calculating how much meldweed was actually being used by patrons against the huge amounts they'd seen loaded into the ship earlier in the day. They could be eating meldweed for sustenance and it still wouldn't use it all up. Do you think they're refining it themselves? Loth asked. No idea, but this has got me intrigued enough to take a deeper look. Hopefully it's better than the elopement, Will said, heading for the door. I thought it was nice, Loth said as she caught up. A damn waste of a sweet infiltration is what it was, Will said, shaking his fist while Loth chuckled beside him. Chapter 94, Getting Crabs at the Brothel. William O. once got his head latched onto by a brain-devouring monster. After a week of mind-bending hallucinations, the hive mind was under his control. Jason Salazar. Strangely enough, the last chance in was much harder to sneak into than the smuggler's dock, for a variety of reasons. The entire boat was well lit, there were tons of carousing witnesses, and nearly as many high-level bouncers with strong PvP skills patrolling every floor of the ship, looking for people not following the program. After surveying it thoroughly, they did manage to find one corner of the vessel, near the water line, that was shaded and protected from view. It wasn't an entrance, but that didn't matter much to Loth. I bet you never thought those riding chaps would come in handy, Loth said from his shoulders. Why is it that every time we go out you end up riding me? Will asked as he crept along the waves. The water was bowing under his feet, nearly dropping them both into the ocean. Because you can walk on water and I'm cold-blooded. If I fall into that water, I will pass out, Loth said. Oh, really? In a few hours, anyway, Loth said, her tail waggling against his back. Will stopped and looked up at her. You don't feel cold-blooded to me. Are you accusing me of pretending to succumb to hypothermia on the 2nd floor as some kind of test? Loth whispered. No, but I'm definitely thinking it now. Too late, you've already passed the test, Loth said. Will rolled his eyes and returned to his business, the two of them falling silent as they approached the unguarded corner of the last chance inn. Loth extended a black talon, lazily drawing a circle on the ship's wooden beams as a stream of insects crawled from her sleeve and deposited themselves along the circle she traced. The insects began chewing their way through the wood with startling speed. In a matter of seconds, the thick wooden side of the ship had a perfect hole drilled into the side. Loth clambered off him and through the hole, followed shortly by Will. One of the taboos of the flotilla was entering a vessel without asking permission. Entering someone else's ship without hailing them was considered a hostile act and would result in being attacked on sight. It was also a great way to lose the goodwill he'd acquired in his brawl the previous night, so neither of them was particularly interested in getting caught. In and out, Will thought to himself, touching his mask to confirm its presence, his gaze scanning the pitch-black room they'd found themselves in, the glimmers of light from between the floorboards of the rooms above the only source of light. All he could make out with his superhuman vision was ripples and orbs on the floor, and he smelled less rotting seaweed than he would have expected. "Let me," Loth whispered, reaching into a pocket and scattering some glowbugs. Her experiments with controlling insects with miasma in them had led to several improvements in her basic lineup of insects. Glowbugs were the best example, as she had bred a variety that kept their luminescence into maturity, allowing them to fly, and their brightness had been improved from a dying candle to a brilliant lamplight. The glowbugs woke up from their slumber midair and flew up to the ceiling, where they became stationary lighting. Will's brows furrowed as he took in the sight before them. The entire room was filled with meldweed placed on drying racks that increased the surface area as much as physically possible. But that didn't feel right. The drying racks and floor were covered in meldweed, and more was dumped haphazardly up against the drying racks where they couldn't find any space to put any more. As if someone had had a methodical plan and begun it before it was taken over by thoughtless, disinterested laborers. Or animals. Will got a strange feeling nagging at him as he scanned the room. The air isn't dry enough to actually dry anything, so why do they have drying racks? Will glanced up and saw where several vents had been nailed shut, implying that the owners didn't want the seaweed to dry out. The room had been for drying meldweed, but now it was for something else. But it's not rotting, Will thought, inhaling. If anything, Will faintly smelled the musky smell of animal dung. "It's a nursery," Loth whispered, drawing Will's attention to her. She had knelt down and carefully peeled aside a bit of meldweed, revealing thousands of pinky-sized eggs, as well as pale little crabs about half the size of Will's palm, who scuttled deeper into the mat of meldweed, seeking to avoid the light. "Are they eating the crabs?" Will mused. Loth's claws pierced the mat of green seaweed and came back up with a larger specimen about the size of Will's hand. "SHH," Loth whispered to the crab struggling in her grasp, and Will could feel charge moving through Loth's body. As his acuity and focus became higher, it became easier to feel if someone was using an ability. "You can control crabs?" Will asked as the crab relaxed in her hand before she began studying it. "They're crustaceans, which is close enough to insects for the tower," Loth murmured, turning the tamed crab over in her hand and studying its belly. The crab's belly opened, revealing a serrated beak-like mouth and dozens of pink tendrils attached to a mucus-covered pink wrinkly nodule. "Is that normal?" Will asked. Loth gave him a look. "Hey, I've never seen a crab before this floor," Will said, raising his hands defensively. "This is its mouth," she said, pointing at a little set of mandibles near the creature's eyes at the front. "I don't know what this is," she said, pointing at the belly mouth, "but I don't think they're raising them for food." "I'd like to," Loth cut off as the door creaked open. The two of them silently ducked behind a drying rack, making themselves as small as possible. "This isn't Madeline's room, is it?" a voice asked, his words slurred from drugs. "Sure it is. She's right in there. Can't you see her?" Will peeked around the corner and spotted a patron of the brothel kneeling in front of a particularly big clump of meldweed. The man's eyes were unfocused as he chewed meldweed. "I think so," he said before frowning as the heap of meldweed began to shift, revealing the legs of a crab about twice the size of the one in Loth's hand. "Look closer," the bouncer said, grabbing the man by the back of the neck and shoving his head towards the heap of seaweed. The pale crab swiftly clambered up onto the man's head and settled down onto it like a man might settle into a comfy chair, wiggling its butt to find the perfect spot. A wet pop carried through the still air to Will's ear, making his stomach turn. "Oh, oh," the patron said, pulling his head back up, still bearing the crab on the crown of his head, a trickle of blood flowing down the side of his head. He looked around the room with the wonder of a newborn. "Welcome to the world, brother," the bouncer said, clasping the man's hand and bringing him back up to his feet. Will couldn't help but notice the bouncer's ostentatious hat. "Let's get you covered up," the bouncer said, producing a hat from a rack near the door, placing it over the crab attached to the man's skull. "Why?" the man asked with the tone of a child. "Think about it a moment." "OHOH?" Will witnessed the wide-eyed curiosity fade from the man's face as he took the hat and clamped it down over the passenger atop his head, wiping the blood away from his temple. "Let's get you to see Mother." "Well, okay." The two of them left the room, leaving Will and Loth alone with thousands of parasitic crabs that could latch onto a man's skull and control his body. Will's scalp itched with phantom pain. Muse in the window, nail through foot, sick soup, choking on stolen peanut butter. Instinctively, Will ran through his memory key, causing his thoughts and feelings to rapidly shift as he ran a hand over his scalp. Nothing. A shiver went down his spine. They'd found the conspiracy they'd been looking for. Not fishmen exactly, but close. "I think we should," Will glanced down at Loth, who was inspecting the crab in her hand with a contemplative frown. In an instant, he saw the plan bubbling away under the surface. "No," Will said. "I have no idea what you mean," Loth said innocently, the head crab crawling across her palm. 2 days later, Will was chewing his own supply of dried seaweed, heart hammering in his chest. It wasn't meldweed, but it looked and smelled like it. Loth had put some chemical in his eyes that made them dilate, making everything too bright and irritating, and given him something to drink that made him sweat profusely. His clothes were sticky and unwashed. Every bit of him looked the part of a meldweed addict. He was putting every fiber of his being into acting like the glaze-eyed addicts around him, slumping against a pillar in the brothel and just going with the flow, despite his nerves. He didn't feel like going so far as partaking in the places. More exotic entertainment to sell the illusion of William O. being a carousing meldweed addict. So instead he hit the gambling tables, where it was primarily games of chance, dice and cards against other climbers, wagering various relics in lieu of currency, which held little value on the 6th floor. Not being drug-addled, Will was able to gamble or cheat fairly well against the others, but that wasn't the purpose of the assignment. After he had built up a decent pot, Will began systematically losing it to demonstrate his rapidly dwindling grasp on his senses. Hats were in vogue recently, and the number of unhatted people in and around the Last Chance Inn were dwindling. Will, meanwhile, had cut his hair close to the scalp in an attempt to make it stand out as particularly juicy and easy to access. It didn't take long for the offer to come. "William O. in the flesh," the madame said, sitting beside him, pressing her hip against his own. "Who is?" Will slurred his words, pausing as if he were trying to remember who he was. "Right, that's me." Loth's hypothesis was that meldweed's effects eased initial rejection, so they picked their victims from those who were having trouble remembering who or what they were. "I'm sad that none of my girls have had the opportunity to entertain the great William O. Is there no one here to your taste?" she asked, pressing her chest up against him, tipping her crab-concealing hat uncomfortably close to his face. heart hammering in his chest. Will didn't have to fake his nervous reply. Well, I've never, you know. Oh my, I didn't think, she lowered her voice. Tell you what. We have hostess named Madeline who is experienced with guiding young men. She is the embodiment of patience, kindness, and discretion. A saintess who would be more than happy to take the time to teach. You, everything. She whispered the last few words directly into Will's ear, the crab under her hat inches away, causing him to shudder in disgust. Apparently she didn't read it that way because she pulled away, a wide smile on her face. Now how does that sound? I mean any other time. I guess it sounds pretty good, Will said, his hair standing on end, heart hammering in his chest before reaching into his pockets. How much? Excellent, she said with a smile, laying a hand gently on his arm. Don't concern yourself with payment just yet. A young up-and-comer like yourself is more than good for it. Just enjoy. Milo will show you the way. She pointed at the same oversized bouncer that he'd witnessed shoving a man's head into a pile of seaweed 2 days ago. I guess this is happening, Will thought, trying and failing to hide the adrenaline causing his hands to tremble. Muse in the window, nail through foot. Sick soup choking on stolen peanut butter. Right this way, sir, Milo said, his oversized hat nearly brushing against the establishment's ceiling. Milo led him down into the bowels of the pleasure ship, past several doors with intriguing noises, down a staircase, and in front of a single door in the center of the hall. It opened to reveal the nursery, and Will stumbled in, hamming up his inebriation. If this doesn't work, I'm haunting you, Loth, Will thought. This isn't Madeline's room, is it? He asked. Sure it is, she's right in there, can't you see her? Milo said, gently ushering him into the room and pointing at the large pile of seaweed by the entrance. I think so, Will said as he was guided to his knees beside the pile of seaweed. It began to shift as whatever was living under there began to stir. Look closer, the bouncer said, grabbing Will by the back of the neck and shoving his head towards the heap of seaweed. In a flash of white, a crab that had hopefully been tamed by Loth clambered up onto Will's head, sending shivers across his entire body and causing every fiber of his being to want to immediately start swatting at it. A wet pop carried through the still air as it bit down on a little blood-filled pod it had carried up to his scalp, unseen by its brethren. Or maybe it's making you think that, Will thought, shuddering involuntarily as a bit of blood trickled down the side of his head. Muse in the window. Nail through foot, sick soup, choking on stolen peanut butter. Oh, Will said, pulling his head back up, studying the room with faux wonder. Welcome to the world, brother, the bouncer said, clasping Will's hand and bringing him back up to his feet. Let's get you covered up, Milo said, producing a hat from a rack near the door, placing it over the crab resting on Will's head. Not the one I would have picked, Will thought. Why? Will asked, sticking to the script. Think about it a moment. OHOH. Will unslurred his words and affected more control over his body, simulating the crab fully integrating with his brain. Let's get you to see Mother, Milo said, clapping Will on the shoulder. Okay. So far, so good, Will thought, following Milo deeper into the ship. Now I just need to get this goddamned crab off my head as soon as physically possible. He could feel it up there, existing, menacingly. Will followed Milo through the halls until he came to a door, knocking politely. New arrival, Mother, Milo called at the door. Send them in. A voice called from the other side. Will entered what appeared to be an office with an aged woman sitting behind the desk and a bushel of meldweed in the corner. Will frowned. She wasn't wearing a hat. Come in, she said, her whole body exuding motherly love as she motioned for him to approach, Milo closing the door behind him. "Come in, youngling, have a seat," she said, indicating the seat in front of her desk. "Everything must be so new to you, first bonding. What an exciting time in our lives." "Yes, I'm flooded with questions," Will said, a bit motion out of the corner of his eye attracting his attention. In the bushel of meldweed was a massive crab, larger than a man, squatting down over the leaves, depositing strings of eggs held together by sticky mucus. "How embarrassing! Please don't stare at me too much," the woman in front of him said, drawing Will's attention back to her. She was blushing a bit. Are they the same person now, Will thought. "So, youngling, do you have any questions about your new life and purpose?" she asked, leaning forward eagerly. "What is my purpose?" Will asked. "Whatever you want to do. Most stay here and help out their mother, but many have gone on their own adventures. Captain Enora Moss is a great example of the adventurous type who really gets out there and makes a name for himself. Billy Tanton is a good example of the homebody type. He opened his own carpentry business of the 5th floor, you know. Quite successful. She seems genuinely happy for her children's successes, like a mother would be. Am I William O. or? Oh yes, you're William O. You'll have his intelligence, memories, thoughts, and feelings, which means you've probably got his adventurous streak. Over time, the separation between you and your host will dwindle, and maybe one day you'll be like me, one soul in 2 bodies. I see, Will said, thinking. I love to help guide younglings through their first few days, she said, grinning eagerly. Any more questions? Just one, Will said, taking the crab and hat off his head and placing them on his lap. How much are you willing to pay to keep this a secret? Chapter 95, Any Boat in a Storm. The head crab matron's body stiffened as all the joy and excitement drained from her expression, both from the human and the crab laying eggs in the corner of the room. Her hand shifted slightly on the desk. Before you do anything rash, Will said, raising his hand. I've got my entire party waiting outside the brothel for me to return unharmed and without a passenger. They have instructions to raise a shitstorm if anything other than that happens. William O., she said, seemingly tasting his name. It seems like your legend wasn't as overblown as I'd thought. What do you want? She asked, seemingly relaxing. Both of you stand where I can see you, Will said, motioning for the crab to join the human at the desk. Once they were both in front of him, Will spoke. I want 2 things. First, I want your support. I want privileged status in the flotilla. I know you're on the city council, so I want you to endorse me should the need arise. Take my side in legal disputes, funnel lucrative contracts towards those who align themselves with me. That sort of thing. Easy enough, she agreed readily. You do understand that once I endorse you, it is in your best interest to ensure we aren't discovered, lest my favor become a lead weight around your neck. I understand, Will said, nodding. The second thing I want is for you to not target certain people. Though, in the coming months and years, there will be a flow of people following me up to my stronghold. Naturally, they'll stop in the flotilla to wait out the acclimation period before their bus moves on. I want you to leave people allied with me alone. Oh, that's it. That's it, Will said, spreading his palms as if to say, easy, right. This seems less like blackmail and more like a proper business arrangement, the matron said, both the crab and her puppet assuming contemplative poses as they digested Will's requests. All this intrigue, the blackmail, was just to get my foot in the door, Will said with a shrug, to be taken seriously. I would have preferred a letter, she groused. A letter doesn't have the same flair as a dramatic infiltration, and Loth says my penmanship is atrocious, Will said with a shrug. She studied him for a moment, head cocked, studying him with inhuman focus, and Will felt the charge running through her body as she activated an ability, causing Will to tense. You have 6 party members surrounding the Last Chance Inn. Loth the Saboteur, June the Scout, Reggie the Tank, Mason the Nuker, Alicia the Artillery, and Brianna the Tangled. Brianna has middling focus at best, and like us, is one soul in multiple bodies. Her offshoots are currently acting as bodyguards for each of your other party members. I could dominate your tangled foot soldiers and turn them against your core group, bringing them to me. Only Loth and Mason have enough focus to resist my control at close range. Well, that's horrifying. Not only does she have mind reading and mind control, but the range is high and doesn't require line of sight. I wonder if that's a side effect of being fully mature. But you're not going to do that, Will said. Why is that? She asked, seeming to gain interest as Will spoke, leaning forward eagerly. Because if you're reading our minds, you should know that Alicia can stop your heart from where she's watching our conversation. Loth doesn't have any tangled offshoot beside her, and even if she did, they wouldn't win. She will get away and bring the flotilla down on your head. Not to mention the other guy I'm not going to think of by name. She twitched at that thought, seemingly trying to determine if Will was mind bluffing. Face it. The risk of exposing your entire operation or dying if one thing goes wrong is higher than just working with me. Will said. You're not wrong. Let's talk terms. The crab matriarch said, clasping her hands together. What followed next was an exercise in weaponized boredom, as the specifics of an alliance between Crab and Will had so many rules, caveats, and if-thens, that Will found himself thinking he might have actually preferred a fight to the death. The gist of it was the same, though. Anyone allied with Will was off-limits. Will would protect the Crab people's secrecy and freedoms, as long as they didn't use that promise to put him in a compromising position, and in return, they would become a voting bloc that supported him politically. Milo popped his head in, seemingly wondering what was taking so long, eyes widening when he saw Will without his hat, head crables. The matron made a swift gesture at him, and Milo ducked his head back out of the room, nodding. She reached under her desk and brought out an inkwell that radiated the energy of a relic. Let's make it official, she said, beginning to carefully ink a contract. Will held up his hand. Let's bring in Mason. We need someone you can't control proofreading the paper. Will was definitely not bringing in Loth, as she was one of their last lines of defense, should things go sour. And having a nuker start a fight on board the matriarch's ship was a great way to not have a ship anymore. A few minutes later, Mason entered, pulling up a seat beside Will and scanning through the document as it was written. After a few more hours, Will stumbled out of the brothel with Mason at midnight, more exhausted than he thought he'd be. The stress of riding the razor's edge of the situation devolving into a life-or-death fight fading away and taking all of his energy with it. Will spat out the seaweed he'd forgotten he'd been chewing, running his hand over his scalp. The sweat that had been beading up on his brow had dried into a crust, similar to sea spray. Mews in the window, nail through foot, sick soup. Choking on stolen peanut butter. Nothing changed even as he followed Ghoul's mind control resistance technique. His thoughts and feeling fluctuated violently and nothing changed, suggesting he wasn't under the matriarch's control, probably. That was fun, Mason said with an optimistic shrug as they met up with the rest of the party. Who should we blackmail next? Well, there's a couple of rich runaways eloping on the other side of town. Loth began. No, that would just be rude, Will said, shaking his head. When is blackmail ever polite? Travis asked from where he was sitting half a dozen feet away from them. Don't speak, you're supposed to remain unnoticed, June said. Travis blew a raspberry before returning to his shaved blueberry ice. I like to think our blackmail was plenty polite, Will said, musing. But they don't strike me as the hidden danger that Reese was talking about. Why that? Well, first of all, they're not fish. Travis groaned. Second, and more importantly, they're only a hazard to inebriates who can't get their life on track. They're not violently expansionist, merely opportunistic, and it's in their best interest for there to be a ologet population of inebriates for them to use as hosts. And what is necessary for inebriates to exist in large numbers? Will asked. Alicia and Mason frowned while June nodded, seemingly following along. A big enough city with enough stability to allow them to exist while contributing nothing. Loth answered for the entire party's benefit. Exactly. The crabs like the flotilla being big and healthy enough to hide in. They're a live-and-let-live type parasite. Even the people with crabs attached to their heads seem to be doing better than they were before. So what you're saying is we should kill Reese, Loth finished. Will gave Loth a noogie, grinding his knuckle into the squirming genius's skull. Not yet. Let's keep looking for signs of Reese's fish people. We only checked 3 places, and blackmailing the crabs was just a target of opportunity. Well, then where do you think? BOOM. The 8 of them flinched in place as a flash of light pierced the dark, followed by an explosion so close on its heels that the 2 were nearly indistinguishable. Will was glad to know that his shriek was entirely drowned out by the explosion. What was that? Will demanded. Lightning, Loth replied. Lightning can come from the sky, Will demanded. He'd only ever heard of it being shot from people's fingertips. The tower is so damned unnatural sometimes. Will looked up and saw roiling clouds backlit by the light of the moon sweeping over them. The flags on the ships above them were snapped tight by the wind. They were only afforded a bit of protection by being in the center of a forest of ships. Under his feet, Will could feel the wooden walkway begin to lift and sway as the normally calm ocean beneath them began to swell ominously high. Back to the shimmer, Will shouted, his voice melding with Loth, as the 8 of them began sprinting toward their dock, Will leading the pack. He leapt onto a pier at a sprint and nearly went down as the pier began sliding under him. It was unmoored from the ship beside it, simply floating free on its pontoons in between the 2 vessels. Will help the others not lose their balance as they jumped over, falling behind to make sure nobody fell off the free-floating pier on pontoons. What's going on? It's called a scramble, Loth said, raising her voice above the sudden winds assaulting the sails above them. When a nasty storm shows up, it makes the waves get high, so the boats unmoor to prevent. Crash, a wave lifted a smaller ship, shifted it, then dropped it down on a larger one, crushing a large portion of the larger ship's side. That, Loth said, scramble. A scramble. Now that she mentioned it, Will heard the word scramble rising above the wind, echoing with 1,000 voices. Will ran. The flotilla was a big place, though, and even minutes later, they were only a small way through the flotilla. The waves were becoming gargantuan, and boats were starting to get few and far between as they drifted away from each other to give each other the space they needed to ride out the storm safely. Can you fly us home? Will asked Loth. Not in this wind. Her bugs could carry a ridiculous amount, but they weren't the strongest flyers, and the winds were outrageous. Around them, they saw hundreds of civilians climbing onto nearby ships from their boardwalks in order to not be stranded on the pier. Their own length of unmoored pier was at least 50 feet away from any vessel and had no less than 24 individuals on it, including Will's party. A mountainous wave grabbed the pier and lifted it high into the air, tilting it nearly 90 degrees as it slipped off the top of the swell. Everyone on board was at least level 25, though, and they clung to the boards with fingers stronger than the wood it was composed of. Still, don't know how long we can keep this up, Will thought, his breath nearly knocked out of him as the wave let go of their footing and gravity slammed them back down to the ground. "Over here!" a voice shouted from an oversized vessel, bobbing wildly, shining a light down at their pier as it sailed past. "A jump!" "Go," Will said, pointing. He stayed behind on the pier and used his phantom hand to give his party members and others the boost they needed to make the jump to the nearby ship. Finally, Will was alone on the pier as the ship began drifting out of reach. "What are you doing, boy? Grow a pair and jump while you still can," the voice called. "Grow a pair, who the abyss does he think I am?" Will muttered to himself, standing and rolling his shoulders before running across the gulf between himself and the oversized ship, sprinting up the side of a wave before catching on and climbing up the netting on the side, hoisting himself up the side. The first thing Will noticed was how finely sanded the wood of the ship's railing felt under his hand. They'd been docked about a week now, and he'd rarely experienced wood this pleasant on the skin. The next thing was the ostentatious gilding that covered the showy figurehead. The showy figurehead depicting Graynish wrestling a snake. Will's gaze traveled back along the floating church of Graynish, eyes narrowing as he took in the place he'd only intended to break into on the way out of the flotilla. "Oh, godsdamnit," Will thought sourly as the priesthood of Graynish clustered around him, checking his body for injuries. "Must not recognize me yet. If you could do that the whole time, why didn't you help the others make it across the gap?" an aged priest asked, poking Will in the ribs, his nose wrinkling as if he smelled something bad. "Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Have some faith, priest," Will said, brushing the man's hand aside and turning away before the man could get a good look at his face. "Wait a minute," the priest said, his eyes narrowing as he leaned in closer, obviously trying to see through the darkness to make out the details of Will's face. "We may have to take the ship," Will thought, his hand nearing his weapon. "SKYSHARKS?" a voice shouted, and as one, all the ship's lights were pointed upward, revealing the triangle-toothed maws emerging from the cloud coral above. Chapter 96, Gerrymandering. Gerryman dare. / stress JERE macron second stress MAND schwa r/. Verb. Gerund or present participle. Gerrymandering. Manipulate the boundaries of an electoral constituency so as to favor one party or class. Achieve a result by manipulating the boundaries of an electoral constituency. The night disappeared into a blur of teeth gnashing out of the darkness. This time they were attacked by sky sharks. Will was aboard a ship filled with hundreds of other climbers, so he was able to pace himself and let others take their places on the ship's railing, stabbing anything that got too close. While the task of defending the ship was spread out, it was also a much larger attack than the one they'd experienced before, stretching out for hours rather than a few adrenaline-filled moments. Even those who made their homes on the 6th floor were stunned at the sky sharks' sheer numbers. By the time morning rolled around and the sharks retreated back to their floating cloud coral, Will and the other climbers were exhausted, having been fighting mechanically the entire night. Stab, push, stab, push, stab, push. You are now a level 27 resourceful climber. The dawn light and the relief of victory drained all the energy out of them, leaving every climber a puddle of a man, incapable of moving from where they lay slumped over the ship's railing, or thinking too hard about anything in particular, which was exactly what the Graynish clergy wanted. Clunk, clunk, Will heard the sound of expensive boots on expensive wood, and mustered the energy to turn his head to look. A half-dozen men wearing the ostentatious robes of high-ranking Graynish priests marched from the bowels of the ship, fresh-faced and bright-eyed with zealotry. Close behind them was a double row of climbers that stretched beyond Will's sight into the bowel of the ship, each of them wearing pristine relics, unmarred by blood or battle. "Shit," Will muttered, taking in the near-defenseless state of himself and others. The Church of Graynish wanted to kill him as bad as the Sky Sharks, maybe more. The fight against the tower was over, but he wasn't out of danger. An image of a young man crucified in the basement of the church crossed Will's mind, unmarred by blood or battle. Will thought, his gaze flickering from the line of Graynish believers to a serrated tooth that was embedded into the wood of the deck beside him, where they'd pried a sky shark's mouth off of it not an hour ago. Will rolled over, facing away from the marching troops, not having to struggle too hard to feign exhaustion. He pried the triangular tooth out of the wood and used it to score up the end of his truncated arm and cutting over his eyebrow, desperately stifling his whimpers as his body flooded with pain. You go through a whole battle completely unscathed, and you're forced to do this, Will thought sourly, aware that he'd probably added more time to the recovery of his left hand. Not a lot, but some. He needed to be able to sell the idea that the lost limb was recent, and the blood currently dribbling down his brow and over his nose would at least somewhat mar his features. The footsteps grew closer, and Will wiped the blood out of his eyes, making sure to smear it across his face. Pass me by, Will thought as the footsteps grew closer and closer. The footsteps stopped behind him. Will wasn't sure if it was his whimpers of pain or him hiding his face, but all the same, he felt an expensive boot poke him in the back. "Damn it, climber, turn around." Damn it, Will turned around, and a grizzled priest of Graynish squatted in front of him, peering down at him. His gaze landed on Will's face before drifting down to his arm. "Looks fresh," the priest grunted, rising back to his feet. "Can you bring it back?" Will asked, adding a note of hopefulness to his voice, trying to sell the bluff. It was a mistake, as the priest paused and gave Will a second glance that seemed to stretch on for 3 more heartbeats than it should have. More attention than Will wanted. "No, that level of healing is currently reserved for the mortally wounded. Petition at the church after the flotilla reforms. Joshua will seal the wound," the priest said, turning away. Once he was past, a junior member of their order broke away from the stream of zealots, kneeling beside Will and putting a hand on him, his nose wrinkling up as he did so. "Did you step in something?" the junior member asked as his hands glowed, causing the wounds on Will's truncated arm to seal. "Why are they all acting like I smell bad?" Was it some kind of divine thing, Graynish saying, "Hey, look over here"? Or was Will just permeated by the rotting fish smell on board Shimmer? "Fish guts," Will spoke as the junior priest stood. "Plenty of them flying around last night, priest. For most of us, anyway," Will said, eyeing the man's pristine cloak. "All right," Joshua said guiltily, nodding. "Before you go," Will asked the young priest. Young was relative, as he appeared to only be 10 years older than Will, while the grizzled priest in the front of the line looked like he and the ocean were old rivals. "Can you tell me who that is?" "That's St. Jairus. I'm sorry, I've got to—" Joshua trotted across the deck to rejoin his place in line, which had been left open for him. Saint. The title of Saint, according to what Will understood, was granted by the church to members at least level 50 or higher, which meant Will had to get off the ship. Maybe he could beat a saint, maybe he couldn't, but either way, he'd rather not engage him in such a disadvantageous setting. It wasn't Will's boat, and it was Will's people that surrounded him. Will scanned the boat and spotted Alicia and Mason, looking wrung out, leaning against railings. Jean and Rhea looked fresh enough, as fighting all night was a quick warm-up for them. Anna was still on Shimmer. Hopefully it hadn't sunk. Reggie was splayed out on the ground, staring at the sky, while June was slowly climbing up the mast, carrying her bow, aiming to get a good view. At least someone sees how bad this is, Will mused. Wait, where's Loth? Climbers! The old man's voice rose above the others while Will was trying to find Loth. Will's gaze was drawn back to the speaker, who had arrived at a podium built into the fore of the ship. By the grace of Graynish, we have survived, St. Jarrah said, raising a fist. There was a weak, half-hearted cheer from the climbers strewn about the deck, reinforced by a more forceful one from the 100 or so fresh-faced priests and devoted climbers. Graynish is the champion of unity, of solidarity, and so now it is time for us to show our solidarity by reaching out and lending aid to those who share our convictions. We must put our best foot forward and demonstrate that the Church of Graynish is. The saint's impassioned speech faded into the background as Will's gaze landed on a young man handing out pieces of paper to the other priests, who then turned to their climber parties, speaking softly. Will's acuity allowed him to read a snippet of paper where it was visible past a man's elbow. It appeared to be a list of ships. Will's eyebrows rose as a snippet of the saint's speech sunk in. Those who share our conviction. So if every time there's a scramble, they devote all their effort into preserving the most Graynish-friendly ships and crews, then eventually, the entire flotilla would be Graynish, through sheer attrition. That didn't feel like the whole story. It wasn't like you could predict when a scramble would happen, and typically the event wasn't accompanied by a monster attack making it significantly more lethal than it might otherwise have been. Not to mention, that would be the same for any other major organization in the flotilla. They would all try to help their allies first, others second. It was just how the world worked. That alone wouldn't outcompete the other religions and organizations among the flotilla. So they're just doing what everyone else is doing, Will thought. That's not any more or less evil than anyone else. It was odd how little damage there was to the boat and the priests aboard it, and how many of their militant members they'd managed to retain during the scramble. Since it comes up without any warning, typically crews get mixed up in addition to the layout of the flotilla. It's one of the reasons why they call it a scramble. But the double row of climbers standing at attention while St. Jarrah spoke indicated they had little to no people out and about the minutes before the scramble hit. Do they have some way of predicting them or causing them? Will mused. Graynish also espouses purity, St. Jarrah said, making Will's bones turn cold as his attention snapped back to the podium. And before we extend our generosity to others, we first have to ensure our own purity, he said, gesturing off to the side, where Loth was hauled up to the stage by an oversized warrior, her hands bound behind her. She looked displeased. Realizing there was no time to screw around, Will pushed himself to his feet with a little help from Stevie, and began limping towards the podium, hand raised as he began walking down the center of the ship, flanked by 2 rows of zealots as he approached the podium. Purity means many things, but a core tenet is to excise disease wherever is it discovered. This kobold was discovered lurking about our ship, no doubt aiming to... The saint's gaze landed on Will as he got closer, hand still raised. What? He asked. That's my kobold, Will said, pointing at Loth. You brought this abomination in a church of Graynish? St. Jarrah asked. Yes, sir, Will said, nodding. It's a part of my toolkit, you see. I'm a scout, and oftentimes I've got to hunt or trap on other floors. It doesn't have a thought between its ears, but I can put it to work on a spot, and it'll have that spot trapped in a reasonable amount of time. And you expect me to believe that? St. Jarrah said. Master, Loth said, her head adopting the twitchy glances of a typical kobold, tongue hanging slack. Somehow she made her eyes begin to drift apart. I is stuck. Yes, you are Pluke, Will said patronizingly. Master fix. We do not tolerate demi-humans on board this vessel, St. Jarrah declared, staring Will down. I know that, sir, but it was brought aboard during the confusion of the scramble, and you wouldn't destroy a hammer you stubbed your toe on. You'd give the man who left it lying around a sound cussing. Will motioned to his missing left hand. And I'm gonna need its assistance more than ever. By this point, Mason and Alicia had perked up and were watching with interest, slowly and carefully standing, readying themselves for a fight. Not that there would be a fight, given the sheer quantity of climbers that surrounded them. Bea and Rhea watched with barely contained rage. Jean looked icy cold. Together they could become a group of about 100 high-strength fighters, given that their charge was still untapped. Was it enough? Maybe. Will could make out the sound of June enchanting an arrow above them. Will wasn't sure who noticed it or whether it was subconscious, but the tension on board the ship seemed to rash it up with every heartbeat as St. Jairus looked down at him from the podium. 5 lashes for every trap your creature set while it was unsupervised, Jairus said, his sun-weathered face wrinkling as he narrowed his eyes. The tension seemed to recede as a compromise was offered. Deal, Will agreed before the terms got any worse. Pluke, did you set any traps? No, master, not do unless you say, even though Pluke really want to, Loth said, shaking her head. The moment they let go of her, Loth sprinted up to Will and wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his shirt. We'll be the judge of that. In the meantime, keep your animal on a tight leash, Scout, St. Jairus said. Yes, sir, Will said, patting Loth's shoulder. I mean that literally. Joshua, get this man a collar and leash. It was in that moment that Will knew he was going to sink the floating church of Graynish. He wasn't sure when or how, but he knew he was going to do it. This begs the question, how many cannonballs can I store in the phantom hand? In other circumstances, Loth whispered as Will knelt down and put the collar around her neck, Loth holding it in place so he could close the latch with one hand, then attaching the leash. Don't you start, Will said, waggling a finger in front of her. I'm already mad at you for wandering off, Pluke. You realize they're going to find a trap regardless, right? Loth whispered. Ah, damn it, she's right. We'll deal with that when we get there, Will muttered, guiding Loth further away from the zealots that wanted her dead. They were all still on the same ship, but a little physical distance could work wonders, as well as keeping her out of the public eye. While they retreated, St. Jairus continued his speech, the assembled parties of believers organizing into tightly regimented rescue groups that set out on small missionary boats, with the intention of rounding up survivors and reinforcing Grainchian ships. Gerrymandering. Loth breathed quietly as they watched as the missionary boats sailed away in every direction. Will asked. Jerry-watering. Loth defined the term, and Will had to admit it fit what they were seeing. With a normal city, it's a rather convoluted task to redistribute voting power to your advantage. But in this case, since every scramble brings about a complete redesign of the flotilla, it's a rather simple matter. Just sink the boats that don't agree with you. Loth mused. What if they were the ones who caused it? Will asked. It would make sense, but the druids who mediate the weather are more strongly associated with Holdna, and if they noticed Grainchians manipulating the weather, they would make a stink about it, and Graynish would lose believers. So third party? Will asked. Indeed. Loth reached under her shirt and produced a leviathan scale with a couple words carved into it, seemingly by a claw. Found this before I was caught. I can't read this, Will said. It didn't look like any language he knew. It translates to midnight sky sharks, Loth whispered. Will's brows rose as the details filled in on their own. The Church of Graynish, who preaches anti-demi-human sentiment at every opportunity, is working with the hypothetical fish people to smash apart the flotilla. The Church of Graynish believes they can reassemble the flotilla more to their liking, raising the strength of humans locally through unity of purpose, cutting out those they deem worthless. and the fish people simply want to diminish human presence in the area. They're inevitably going to betray each other, but are working together to create this one disaster that both of them believe they can profit from. Pretty slim, Will thought, studying the one piece of evidence in his hand. But I've moved on Slim before. We need to get back to Shimmer, Will mused. They needed to get off this ship filled with enemies, and if they wanted to counter the Church of Graynish's bid to control the entire flotilla, they needed to create an equally large voting bloc. Luckily, Will had already thrown his lot in with one. Shimmer could house thousands if they converted it. If we can even find Shimmer, Loth said, I'm sure Anna can figure out how to sail a ship. Their cook was the only person who had still been aboard when the scramble hit. Loth looked up at him, a single scaly brow cocked. Baking and sailing are close enough, right? Will asked. Chapter 97, Strategy Meeting. Trying to outmaneuver William O. is an exercise in futility. He invented the art of strategy thousands of years before he was even born. He has forgotten more about underhanded tactics than he will ever know. He can read thoughts from actions, discern meaning from absence, and punish ignorance like the smiting of a vengeful god. Jason Salazar. Anna gaped as the storm clouds rolled over them far faster than she'd thought possible, the wind whipping and clawing at the furled sails like a feral thing. Don't just stand there, cut the lines, Reese shouted. The emaciated sailor's bare feet were thumping across the deck as he wielded a machete with reckless abandon, trying to sever the lines mooring them to the dock, but finding that Loth's ropes were not made to be easily cut. Don't we have to? Anna asked, pointing at the furled sail. What? No. You'd snap the mast like a twig. We just need to shove away from this dock and turn into the wind. He pointed towards the interior of the flotilla. We're on the edge of the flotilla and the wind is pushing us into them. Right now our huge bulk is acting like a sail and jamming us into them. We have to minimize our profile and let the wind go past us and push them away from us faster than we're being pushed into them. Now help me cut these ropes. Anna's knees went wobbly as she realized that there wasn't anyone there to take the responsibility off of her shoulders. She liked being in charge of the food and washing. It was simple, it served a valuable purpose, and it wouldn't sink the ship if she made a mistake. But now Bea and Rhea were gone, and Jean with them, all of the versions of her that bore a hard edge were away, as well as the rest of the party. Anna could tell through Hivemind that they weren't going to make it back before the storm scattered them. It was all down to her. Okay, you can do this. Ex uno plurs. 40-0 charge remaining. Anna had become somewhat accustomed to splitting, and then reabsorbing copies in order to perform an outsized amount of work before her clones got hungry. This was no different, just a lot more at once than I'm used to. In a few heartbeats, no less than 40 copies of Anna emerged from her, each of them accompanied by a visceral popping sound as their bones detached from hers. It was gross, but at the same time it felt strangely good, sending a shiver of release and disgust down her spine as each copy emerged from her skin like a cancerous twin, ecstatic to finally be free. Each copy had a connection to Anna, an intangible string that connected their minds to hers, just like hers was connected to Jean's through the Hivemind ability. It all traced back to Jean, like the spokes of a wheel, and they all instinctively knew that if Jean was lost, they all would be. Anna leapt into action, each of them frantically searching for something to cut Loth's spider silk mooring ropes as thick as a man's wrist, until one of the more enterprising copies thought to use the enhanced claws from the gauntlet whose effects Jean passed down to them. Anna was not a fighter, and it took her a moment to discover the best use of her claws, frantically sawing through the stubborn ropes, keeping them attached to the now wildly rocking dock, which was beginning to slam into the side of the ship, as the waves grew larger and larger in the staggering winds. Thankfully, Leviathan's scales were stronger than wood. "Okay." Now Reese shouted, turning away from his rope and waving for an instant before he paused, frowning. "Were there always 36 of you?" "What now?" Anna demanded. "Poles," Reese said, leaning down and picking up a massive wooden pole some 40 feet long that'd been stowed alongside the railing. Reese deftly hooked an ankle on a nearby bit of rigging, keeping his feet even as the ship tilted precipitously, causing most of Anna to lose their balance and nearly fall overboard. When the waves dropped them back down, slamming them to the ground like a toddler throwing a fit, Reese took his pole and stood on the starboard prow, facing away from the wind. "Grab the others and help me get our bow turned," he said as he lowered the pole down between them and the dock that was currently being crushed to splinters between Shimmer and the floating warehouse. The next wave that tossed them would throw something substantially bigger than a dock at them, and Anna had no idea where the limits of Loth's shipbuilding talent were. Best not test them, Anna thought, rushing to grab the other half-dozen or so poles stowed across the deck. "Over here," Reese said, motioning them to him. "Bow first." Reese hauled back on his pole, but didn't seem to accomplish anything other than bending it a bit. The man weighed less than she did, and he certainly wasn't as strong. "Take mine," the emaciated sailor said, shifting out of the way as 6 of her took the pole out of his hand and began hauling back on it, shoving the nose of the ship a few inches away from the dock and the warehouse they were crushing into. That gave the other teams of Anna the opportunity to shove their poles down between Shimmer and the obstruction the wind was slamming them against. In a matter of seconds, the prow of the ship began to slide into the wind. "WHO!" Reese whooped, his bare feet thumping across the deck at a sprint as he went for the steering wheel, hauling the rudder to the side and turning into the wind as the team of Annas pulled their poles out of the water and set them against the side of the floating warehouse, shoving it away from them and pushing their nose further into the wind. "I think it's working," Anna shouted as the rest of the flotilla began drifting away, gradually creating more and more space between them and the others. "Of course it's working," Reese shouted. "Wave." The ship nearly flipped over as an enormous wave caught the prow and lifted it straight up, leaving all of Anna clinging for dear life to anything they could get their hands on for a breathless instant before the swell picked the rest of the ship up and shoved them hundreds of feet in the air in a matter of seconds. Reese's shrill cackles were the only thing she could hear over the roar of wind and water. "I think I'm gonna throw up," Anna thought as the wave disappeared from beneath them, dropping them another several hundred feet, vanishing as quickly as it had arrived. Another 6 waves later, and Anna had long since lost her lunch. "It's easing up," Reese said, grinning at her from where he kept the rudder stable. "See, that wasn't so bad, was it?" A pair of massive jaws manifested out of the dark and clamped around Reese, dragging him screaming into the sky. St. Jairus. "That right there is William O," Jairus said, peering down from his commanding view atop the quarterdeck, where the one-armed boy, his pet kobold, and the other members of his party were conferring. "Wah," Joshua gave him a slack-jawed look. "Him." "Yes, him, don't point and lower your voice. He's acuity-focused. His whole party is here, too, which is why I didn't press the issue earlier. A fight would surely have casualties. Casualties that would make it much more difficult to enact our current mission. The boy is at a disadvantage here, but according to reports, he thrives on disadvantage. So we just don't apprehend a deceiver, a seed of chaos in human skin." "I didn't say that," Jairus muttered. "We must simply ensure the disadvantage is systematic and insurmountable." "So make sure the lashing leaves some permanent damage?" Joshua asked. Jarrus looked over at his assistant, reeling in the urge to raise his voice. No, I don't believe that would work out in our favor. It would create premature conflict between his party and the church. Until the final piece is in place, let's keep things at a low simmer. There were no traps found aboard the ship. Let's maintain an air of geniality. We are the better men, after all. I see, Joshua said in a tone that implied he did not see. William O.'s entire party is here. The vessel they sailed in on is unguarded. Finding it and sinking it is easily bundled with the duties our missionaries have already assumed. I see. Without his vessel, William O. will be forced on the back foot, drifting from ship to ship, working odd jobs and going where the wind takes him rather than charting his own course. Saint. What? Joshua winced as he spoke, reluctant to make his superior seem stupid. According to the report, William O. left the 5th floor 3 weeks ago and arrived here 1 week ago with his Leviathan ship. Everyone knows no one made it for him, implying that someone in his party has the ability to make entire ships within 2 weeks. If we sink their ship, won't they simply make another? Which is why the second order of business is splitting up his party, Jarrus said, looking down at the one-armed deceiver. The deceiver's best tactic is surrounding himself with powerful allies. We must find a counter for it. Do you have any idea how we'll split them up? Not yet, Jarrus said with a shrug as he counted the people standing around talking to Will. But I will. The longer we have them aboard, the more cracks they'll show us. Alicia Zodiac, Reginald Thatcher, Mason Lanover, June Ferrier. Which one of you has a price? Meanwhile, Will and the 4 mentioned were at the fore, sitting in a semicircle, shielded from the sun by the sails as the ship cut through the water, the noise of the ocean spray creating a natural screen for their conversation. Loth sat beside him at the end of her leash, pretending to be simple-minded as she played with bugs. Travis was off chatting with the other sailors, making his presence as thin as possible. Will barely remembered he was part of the party, so why should St. Jarrus? So we've got a couple advantages here, Will said. What's that? Mason asked. Brianna joined my party immediately before we left to the next floor, Will said, ticking off a finger. So they don't know who she is, what she can do, and her relationship to us. As far as they know, she's just 3 random climbers that got caught up with the rest of us during the scramble. We'll scan the deck. There's plenty of others who match that description, so she fits right in, and it's why we're not including her in this discussion. They also forgot about Travis, and they are incapable of viewing Loth as a proper threat. A dogmatic blind spot, Loth said, still playing with bugs. If they had known how dangerous Loth was, there was no way they would have restrained her with 1 warrior, rather than extensive magical bindings. Loth was arguably the most inherently dangerous person on their team, followed closely by Alicia, then Will, Brianna, Mason, and so on. So the first thing we want to do is get back to our ship, Will said. They're going to give me a lashing just to show who's boss, but afterwards we can arrange passage on one of those missionary boats and try and track down Shimmer. Will cut off as a priest of Graynish approached in his golden embroidered robe. I'm pleased to report that no malfeasance was detected on the part of your kobold, provided it remains supervised throughout your stay on board the floating church of Graynish. There will be no punishment. The priest gave them a polite bow and turned on his heel, heading out of earshot. "Aw, crap," Will muttered. "Isn't not getting lashes a good thing?" Reggie asked. "In this case, no," Loth said without looking up. "If they thought I was a nobody, they would push a lashing just to flex on the other scrambled climbers on board, enforce discipline," Will said. "The only reason they didn't is because they know who I am. And they're wary of what you can do, Loth finished. So since they know who I am, and they're not interested in picking a fight just yet, what are they going to go after? Will mused for a moment before snapping his fingers. Shimmer, because as far as they know, my entire party is right here, and it's unprotected. If they can remove our base of operations, we'll be in a weaker position, and that will make us easier pickings individually. Will glanced up at June, who was idly sharpening arrowheads as she listened. How good are you at faking taking a bribe? Will asked. How much you paying me not to take it? June asked. Perfect attitude, love it, Will said. When June's expression didn't change, Will clarified. A lot. I'm offering a lot, plus a personal audience with Lord Zodiac. A deal. Hey, Alicia whispered, frowning. Sorry, but we really need everyone on the same team, Will said. We also need to coordinate with Travis and the Tangled Girls without anyone noticing. My bugs can deliver the messages, Loth said. Okay, here's what I want to happen, Will said, voice lowered, making sure his mouth was concealed behind the mast. Once he had outlined the plan, it was Loth's responsibility to figure out how to implement it. Will stood and stretched his legs, waving up at St. Jairus on the quarterdeck, seemingly saying, thanks for not whipping me. I know you know, the saint gave a nod and a gesture with his hand, and you know I know. Chapter 98, Float On. Anna lay sprawled against the rigging, leaning up against the piles of thick ropes, just getting her bearings. She'd been terrified the first few moments as sharks had swirled down from the sky, seeking to snatch them up and tear them into chunks with their razor-sharp teeth. The way that Reese had been lifted into the darkness with barely a scream had shocked her to her core. But then a few of her copies got bit, and she had to say it was like getting bit by that little dog her mother's friend had in the tailor shop across the street. A little pinch. Despite their size, these monsters had all the strength and penetrating power of an inbred dog roughly the size of a soccer ball and just as kickable. Despite being 15 to 20 feet on average, a little bop on the top of their heads while they were trying to gnaw on her would mush their brain or snap their spine, invariably rendering them a shivering corpse. Anna sighed. She didn't want to be a living weapon, but that seemed to be all her class was capable of. You know that's not right, Anna admonished herself. She was the queen of manpower. She could bake the bread, wash the clothes, mop the deck, make the beds, clean the halls, wash the dishes, all that and more in less than an hour. Honestly, she had a lot of free time. Being able to beat giant sharks to death with her bare hands was just kind of a bonus. It brought a nostalgic smile to her face, remembering Mom killing rats that her father was too soft-hearted to dispose of. On higher floors, the rats are just bigger. Should call it Anna Power rather than manpower, she thought, scanning the deck where over 100 copies of herself filled the ship, making themselves busy mopping the blood, stashing the relics, and polishing the scuff marks away. Over the night, she and her copies had each been able to split 2 more times, allowing them to finally send the sharks packing after over 8 hours of fighting. Thankfully, the ship was extraordinarily sturdy. If anything had been broken, Anna wasn't sure she would be able to fix it. I need to learn more trades, Anna thought to herself, realizing that knowing carpentry and tanning and any number of other trades would expand her value to W to the party. Anna took a deep breath and shoved the thought aside. She was a monster posing as a bubbly young girl, a bleeding chunk of someone's hopes and dreams for the future isolated into a monstrous container. Not even the real one. It was best for everyone if she kept her feelings to herself and did her job. The feelings weren't real. The job was. The more pressing concern was rejoining with the flotilla. She didn't know how to sail. She didn't know where they had ended up. She didn't even know what latitude was. Just as Anna was considering what to do, a grunting noise attracted the attention of all Anna's aboard, who snapped their heads towards the sound. A moment later, a bony hand reached up and grabbed the railing, followed by another, struggling to pull Reese's head up to the deck. By then, two of her had already made it to him and lifted him the rest of the way up, carrying him over to some shade. "Reese, are you okay?" The emaciated man's clothes were shredded, and he seemed to have some sun damage, but other than that, he looked completely unharmed. "Reese, I always liked that N.O. right." He seemed to snap to attention, gazing straight into her eyes. "Emily, I have been floating for MONTHS. Hours, Anna corrected, and my name's Anna." "Hours, Anna," Reese muttered, his lips quivering as he seemed to repeat the words to himself over and over again. "Reese, you know how to sail, right?" He grunted, levering himself to his feet and scanning the horizon. "I do, don't I? Ha, wait until the folks back home hear about this." "Can you get us back to the flotilla?" Anna asked. "Sure, which direction is it?" Reese asked. "I was hoping you could tell me," Anna said with a shrug. "Although Jean is that way," she mused, pointing. "That might lead us to them." Oh, okay, let me see what I can do." Reese clambered down into the ship and emerged a few minutes later with one of Loth's notebooks and a strange triangle thing that she'd seen Loth pointing at the sky. "Now's your chance to learn how to sail." Anna thought, the thought prodding her into movement. Can you show me how to use that?" "Sure, we should probably see what they want first, though," Reese said, pointing at the longboat filled with climbers that was rowing its way towards them. Meanwhile, on the floating church of Graynish, was equal amounts tense and bored. "Bacon bits added to the roster," the spotter called down. Tense because he expected to get a bag thrown over his head any second, waking up strapped to a crucifix. Bored because rebuilding the flotilla was a week-long ordeal. 3 days to find all the ship, 4 days to fit them back together into an actual city. Elmo's funnel added to the roster. Warehouses wanted to go on the outside, where they could attach to the docks. Bars and brothels wanted to cluster together. City Hall wanted to have the best access to businesses. Restaurants preferred to be far away from bathhouses, but both of them wanted to be near the distillers. We'll even learn that there were aqueducts of a fashion. Most of the stationary ships that had been converted to buildings for public use had pipes aboard that they could use to connect to distiller ships, and each other to pipe water in and shit out. Naturally, they had to have some sort of decision about where to put waste, because if everyone just tossed it overboard, the ocean would teem with life and monsters directly under the flotilla, and their water would be tainted. They figured out the prevailing current and piped it downstream. "Mike's Meats added to the roster," the spotter called. "Admiring the plumbing," Jarris's voice called from behind Will, prompting him to straighten. "Yes, actually," Will said, turning away from the stub of steel tubing in the deck. It wasn't set up because the church hadn't found its place in the flotilla yet, but Will found the idea of intership pluming on rocking oceans fascinating. How do they not break when the ships move? A clever bit of joinery that turns a pipe into a ball and socket joint without spilling. The saint said, his eyes lingering on the pipe, probably wondering if Will was planning on sabotaging it. The short answer was that Will didn't know if he was or not. Will left the sabotaging to Loth. She was the expert. The thing that really tore Will up was the casualties he was pursuing with his current strategy. Him and the church would never be friends. Ever since he discovered an innocent boy tortured to death in one of their basements, he knew that finding a peaceful solution wasn't an option. The logical option was to kill them all, wipe the board clean so they never troubled him again. The problem was the execution of that solution. Will knew the best thing to do would be for Bee and Rhea to kill and replace a portion of their menial crew members, using her shape-shifting abilities to pretend to be them. When things got heats, the crew would turn against the Saint in dramatic fashion. Except Bee and Rhea weren't heartless killers, and neither was Will, asking them to do something he wasn't sure he could do. Loth could probably do it, but she can't steal people's faces. So instead, the tangled girls had discreetly replaced a few non-believers that Loth had snuck out on a stolen boat. So when things go sour, we'll have to fight the combined might of their entire crew, Will thought. In the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter the manner in which they died, but he just couldn't bring himself to ask Brianna to do it that way. The girl already had enough weighing on her shoulders. She would be much better served protecting her party from an irrationally hostile force of zealots, rather than stabbing sleeping men and women in their bunks. Even if it is far riskier to me, Will turned his attention back to the conversation with the Saint. Only a fraction of a second had passed since he'd mentioned the ball and socket plumbing. Since I'm not planning on staying on this floor forever, I've got to consider what my ship's life is going to look like after we move on. Will explained to the zealot standing beside him. It's not fast, but it's big, so it's probably got value as a stationary part of the flotilla once we're gone. I figured some plumbing would be just the thing. Plumbing is expensive, but you're not wrong. I suppose you could lease it while you're away. Would that work? Will asked, frowning. He assumed he'd have to sell it outright. The Saint said with a shrug. We try our hand at civilization out here. If the debt is registered at City Hall and your vessel remains in the flotilla, you've got a decent shot at collecting, provided it doesn't sink. Otherwise, money that leaves a man's line of sight has a funny way of making itself scarce. I wouldn't put all your hopes in your ship making it, though, St. Jairus said sympathetically. Empty vessels caught during a scramble will often drift off. Shimmer added to the roster? The spotter in the crow's nest bellowed down at them, where another man with a ledger jotted down the ship's specifications. If St. Jairus was upset, he didn't show it. The grizzled sailor simply had the raised brow of a craftsman approaching a particularly stubborn bit of work. Will had been counting the number of boats that had gone out against the number that had come back. One was missing. Will would bet that it was the missionary boat sent to sink Shimmer. Last chance in added to the roster. That gives me an idea about who I could lease Shimmer to. The headcrabs need more space, and they could run a legitimate business rather than a brothel. Housing complex. It also occurred to Will that he could have had Bee replace all of them with offshoots of herself, fled on that stolen boat, and simply gone up a floor before the confusion of the scramble cleared. They passed the acclimation period already. That probably would have been the smartest move, Will thought wryly. Avoid a fight and just head up, grind, and come back when the Saint no longer has a commanding lead of 25 or more levels. That was just kicking the problem down the line, though. Who was to say that Jairus couldn't set up a trap for Will while he was on the 7th floor, and beyond that negated any advantage he might gain from extra levels? Best excise the mold before it had a chance to spread. First, I gotta check in on Anna and see how she dealt with the scramble. I suppose you're eager to get back to your ship, Mr. O, Jairus said. Will stiffened a bit before nodding. It was public knowledge that William O. owned Shimmer, and he and the Saint were apparently past the point in their relationship where they played coy about who Will was. Will lowered his voice. So is this the part where we fight each other to the death when unsaid? It seemed uncouth to speak about it directly, even though that's exactly what they were both thinking. Will was considering whether to try to put a cannonball through the Saint himself or the row of sailors beyond him, crippling his manpower at the beginning of the fight. Have some patience, Jairus interrupted Will's thoughts with a cold smile. These things take time. Is that code for, I'm going to attack you the instant the sun goes down? Or, I need time to turn the flotilla against you first? Will thought with narrowed eyes as the weathered saint didn't give a hint of his thoughts away. Shimmer approached over the course of the afternoon, eventually growing close enough to see Anna standing at the prow, waving to them with an excited bounce. Tied to the railing with Loth's rope were no less than half a dozen climbers with bruised faces. Would it have been better if the zealots disappeared? Will wondered to himself. It would have been easier to pretend they had simply missed each other. Less of a splash, since Will could easily imagine holding 6 allies of the Church of Graynish prisoner, adding fuel to the conflict. But again, Brianna was not a cold-blooded killer, so Will had to deal with the politics, messy as it was. And I really don't want her to become a cold-blooded killer anyway, Will thought, watching Anna wave. Will waved back. Anna gestured to the tied-up bodies in front of her as if to say, look what I caught. Will gave her a thumbs up. Chapter 99, Dictum of Sweet Dreams. Aboard Shimmer, Will was staring at the setting sun, eyes narrowed for a moment before he glanced away, diverting his gaze to the sails bobbing all around them, dyed orange by the sunset. Lamps were starting to come out as the sailors around them began to work through the night to coordinate the reconstruction of the flotilla. Despite the sheer chaos, it was moving faster than Will thought possible, owing to superhuman effort and years of practice. Will was pleased to note his political backer was still alive, slightly less pleased to note that the composition of the flotilla had shifted drastically. Here and there he was able to pick out the absence of a ship he'd seen earlier, and invariably it was either a neutral ship or one that allied with a different deity. Meanwhile, ships that bore the symbol of Graynish across their sides clustered tighter together, becoming more and more prevalent as the flotilla was stitched together. There's one, there's one, there's one, Will thought, picking them out as he scanned the surroundings. According to the headcrab matriarch, each ship captain got votes loosely based on the number of people aboard their vessel, and as soon as the flotilla was put back together, the Church of Graynish would likely have a supermajority. Which meant once the reconstruction was complete, the Church would make the rules, and complaining to them about them sending people to sink his ship would be pointless, since they would excuse themselves. With this in mind, Will hopped overboard and jogged over to the floating church of Holdna. Sailors called out to him and waved or shook their heads ruefully as he jogged past. William O. doesn't get wet, Will thought, waving back. Will stood at the base of the floating church of Holdna, which was a damn sorrier sight than the church of Graynish. It was made from cheaper supplies. The workmanship was solid, but lacked the sanding, varnish, and gold inlay that gave the church of Graynish such a luxurious feel. "Permission to come aboard?" Will called up. "What the OH?" a priestess said, glancing over the side and spotting Will bobbing up and down on the waves beside their vessel. "Granted." Will climbed the side of the ship and found himself face to face with the same gnarled old woman that had overseen his matches on the 5th floor. She had the slender strength of a person who never slows down in old age, wearing warm sailing clothes. "Holdna sees you, young man," the white-haired priestess said, hands folded inside her cloak. "How can I help?" "Do you have an injury or concern?" "Are you following me?" Will asked with a frown. "I go where Holdna dictates. I dare not presume her intent." She dodged the question. "I'm sorry I never got your name," Will said. "Saint Charnessa." "Well, Saint Charnessa, were you aware that the floating church of Graynish is going to take control of the flotilla?" Yes," Charnessa said. Will cocked his head. "And did you have any thoughts about that?" "The Church of Graynish, in their desire to achieve purity and stability, will always push just a bit too far and foment chaos and revolution. They are their own worst enemies in many ways. I take their current overreach as a sign that something or someone will soon tear it all down. Can that someone be us? Will asked, motioning between the saint and himself. Sure, Charnessa said with a shrug. I was hoping to have your backing in the event that Saint Jairus tries to get me killed somehow through legalese. I hope it doesn't bother you, but I already talked with the last chance in, and they... You have our support. We will join our voices with the head crabs, Saint Charnessa said, nodding. Boo! Will hadn't revealed that detail, and the blasé attitude towards them. Our goddess is the bride of chaos, the saint said with an amused smile. You'll find us an easygoing lot. Well, in that case, I need help rescuing the sailors aboard a few ships that are about to mysteriously sink. We'd be happy to help. Loth then proceeded to sink a handful of Grainchian vessels, generously offering to house them aboard Shimmer until they regained their own housing. Some 800 Grainchians were displaced in a matter of hours, roughly the same population as Ashwood, Will's home outside the tower. Naturally, there was a great deal of panic, suspicion, and finger-pointing, but Loth was too clever to get caught, and Will had spent the entire night standing in a beam of lamplight aboard Shimmer, being conspicuously innocent. Shimmer went from being an overly spacious ship that was haunted by a sense of emptiness to a bustling village unto itself, with no less than 10 absolutely livid captains who had lost their ships, and therefore their authority and voting privileges in the flotilla. It was a calculated gamble, bringing together 10 crews of the same faith. On one hand, it converted 10 church votes into 10 for Will. On the other hand, they could easily ally themselves against Will and try to take control of the ship. They would have to do so through open mutiny, though, as none of them were the kind of captain that could beat Will in a duel. Their ships had been selected for that reason. To nip any thought of mutiny in the bud, Will had Anna split, instructing her to take care of their guests until they departed. She had already revealed her ability to the other followers of Grainish that they had released, so there was no point being sneaky about it anymore. Having her be everywhere at once, keeping an eye on everything at once, helping every single one of their displaced residents settle in would make things go smoother, and it would also send a strong message about who was in control of Shimmer. He wouldn't assign Brianna something as amoral as cold-blooded murder, but a soft show of force. Will was perfectly fine with asking her to do that. Once Will was sure everything was going according to plan, he ducked into his room, pulled out the bed with its decoy, and crawled into the secret hatch underneath, curled up into a ball against the rough wood before finally allowing himself to fall asleep. It felt like less than a second later, Will opened his eyes to the glare of a light shone directly into his pupils. "Tell me about your dreams," a voice spoke, and Will recognized it as Braun, the bishop that had followed him up to the 5th floor after Will had sort of robbed his church in the ring during their visit to Travis's family. To be fair, they started it by trying to kill me. Will narrowed his eyes, looking past the lamplight blasting him in the face, and spotted Braun, cleaning a knife with alcohol and a bloody rag. How the abyss, Will thought, glancing from side to side, his stomach sinking as he realized he was restrained. His arms and legs were bound to an unnervingly familiar crucifix. Immediately, Will summoned the phantom hand, unleashing a cannonball through the space the bishop occupied. Phantom hand seemed to react sluggishly, oozing towards Braun and dropping the cannonball on the ground, not even doing the bare minimum of dropping on his toes. "Am I drugged, debuffed? Not going to answer?" Braun asked, raising the knife. "I don't really dream that much," Will said, testing the restraints. There was a fuzzy lack of realism that Will attributed to drugs. "But how did they get me out of Shimmer?" They would have to sink it before they could pry him out of it. A line of fire was drawn across his chest as Braun dragged the knife across his skin, eliciting a cry of pain. Wait, something's not right. Do you have a strange empathy for certain corpses? Gut. Do certain animals seem to like you more than they should? Cut, the pain from the torture didn't seem to match the pain he would expect from being cut on. That's the drugs. No, I don't even remember how I got here. There's something else. Will hastily ran through his memory key, picturing each crystallized memory as accurately and quickly as he could, ignoring the horrifying image of being tortured that his eyes were showing him, and instead reliving the emotions the memories brought. Muse in the window, nail through foot, sick soup, choking on stolen peanut butter. Will's mental state rapidly changed between hot and cold, and suddenly knife-wielding Braun in front of him seemed to smear, as though Will were looking at everything through an expensive window that someone had smeared a greasy hand across. Alerted to the fact that none of what he saw was real, Will began to thrash, physically and mentally, repeating the memory key over and over, shattering the illusion further. Not real. An instant later, Will opened his eyes, limbs flailing as something pried open the hatch above him, seemingly alerted to his presence by his noisy thrashing. In a heartbeat, Will was staring up at a humanoid figure whose identity was concealed by a thick veil of living darkness. All he could make out was their gray eyes as their saber poised to skewer him. St. Jairus. St. Jairus stood on the quarterdeck, picking out the deceiver's ship among the myriad sails dotting the dark horizon. After the exchange of prisoners, threats, and shouting earlier in the day, he felt invigorated. Nothing like a little conflict to get the old body thrumming along. The inherent chaos and lawlessness of this floor appealed to him, presented a challenge. Jairus glanced up at the night sky. It was 3 hours to dawn. Only a handful of sailors remained awake. It's time, dictum of the divine, 180-150 charges. The unfaithful will find their dreams to be prisons. A silent wave of power rippled outward from the floating church of Graynish, infusing the surrounding land with divine authority. As it spread outward, it became harder and harder to detect, until by the time it reached Shimmer, even the highest focus member of their party would fail to detect it. Healers were expected to specialize in healing, buffs, and debuffs, not because it was necessary, but for PR. Sometime long ago, a priest of Graynish had decided that healers should dedicate every spare ability to support in order to make them indispensable to whatever party they happened to be with, able to command a high price for their services without putting them on the front lines. This had been wildly successful at securing the wealth and legacy of the church, copied by every other church to this day, but it wasn't without its downsides. Young men wanted to blow things up with their mind. They wanted to crush stone with their bare hands, wield swords the size of skyscrapers, and bisect dragons. Not wish people luck. This led to youthful rebellion where many priests neglected or sabotaged their own buffing abilities. But Jairus had always taken his mother's advice to heart. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, aim to be the best at it. Standing out among your peers is the surest path to success, and it was. So Jairus had leaned into buffs and debuffs hard, picking ability upgrades that focused on them exclusively, eventually realizing he had as much sway over a battle as a nuker, if not more. When his class evolution came at the end of the 10th floor, he was offered Voice of Graynish. And he took it, evolving his primary, Set the Stage to Dictum of the Divine. Set the Stage was a wide-ranging ability that covered tens of miles, subtly boosting allies while debuffing enemies, making any battle go smoothly, even at tremendous range. Dictum of the divine categorized its targets differently. Rather than friend and foe, it now separated by believers versus non-believers, and allowed Jairus to dictate the nature of the buff or debuff. It was also significantly stronger, holding a cost to match its power. Dictum of the divine was what he had used to ensure the faithful had made it through the dual assault of the scramble, and the monsters the Cullen had lured to attack the flotilla. Dictum of the divine. 151-20 charges. The faithful will be bolstered by the might and unflappable will of Graynish. Might as well put a couple extra sprinkles of unfair on top of it, Jairus thought, watching shimmer in the distance. Somehow a single maid had subdued a party of half a dozen climbers. According to the hostages they'd exchanged to allow Will to leave, there had been over 100 of the same girl, each of them freakishly strong and durable, wearing makeshift canvas wrappings. By all accounts, it sounded like one of Frederick Wead's experiments that had terrorized the lower levels for a few months before the Lord's death. A tangled, was it? I wasn't informed that William O. kept one as a pet. It didn't take a genius to surmise that Frederick Wead's living weapons must have had terrible focus to allow them to be easily controlled. Unfortunately, Jairus didn't have anybody on board with a charm class to take advantage of that fact, so it was a bit of a moot point. That does give me a hint, though. Jairus did a little math in his head and estimated the girl's focus. It's gotta be somewhere in the 40s in order to make it high enough to spawn over 100 copies overnight. Her natural focus has to be less than 25. Probably significantly less. So the original must be wearing a high-focus kit. The maid waving from the deck of Shimmer was not wearing any relics that Jairus could see, so she wasn't the original. The question was, where was the original tangled? Was she hiding below decks on Shimmer, or was she a bit closer to home? Deceivers, and this one in particular, were known to be slippery. Joshua. Oh yes, Saint. Without raising suspicion, compile a list of the strangers on board wearing heavy focus-boosting relics. Jairus's brow twitched as an idea occurred to him, and a list of those not wearing any at all. In theory, it should be a very short list. Yes, sir. And tell the boarders to come speak to me. I've got a job for them. Yes, sir. For a moment, Jairus looked back out at the ocean, where the lights of the flotilla were beginning to cluster on the horizon as they painstakingly reordered themselves, working through the night to create the center of the city. City Hall, the distillery, and the permanent residences and businesses that clustered around them. The two constants in a civilized world, taxes and plumbing. Jairus turned back to his work, dictum of the divine. 120-90 charges. The faithful will be cloaked and guided by the dark of night. Jairus spoke as the boarders assembled in front of him, darkness swirling up and covering everything but their eyes. Chapter 100. Night Moves. The blade glimmered in the lamplight as it was thrust down towards Will's chest. Will's spine cried out in pain as he contorted inside his hidey hole, barely shifting his body far enough to allow the blade to go past him. The saber's blade turned towards him, and he knew the attacker was going to drag it across his chest as he withdrew for another stab to start the fight off with Will wounded. Will knocked the blade aside with phantom hand and stomped on the side of the compartment, sending a ripple through the side of the wall and into the man's feet, forcing him off balance. The shadow-swaddled climber pulsed with charge an instant before he disappeared, sucked into the handle of his own saber. Will's eyes widened, and he wrenched the emergency latch underneath him, falling straight down into the floor below as the saber exploded with motion, hundreds of saber blades filling Will's sleeping nook. The floor of Reggie's bedroom rushed up and slammed into Will's back but Will's resistance prevented him from getting the wind knocked out of him. "Reggie, wake up!" Will hissed, scrambling to his feet and lunging over to the tank's bed before shaking him. The oversized young man's brows were furrowed, and he muttered, his body twitching as he lived through his own personal nightmare. His eyes stayed closed. Will slapped him. Still closed. Shit. Will thought, backing up towards the door as the mass of swirling shadows dropped into Reggie's room with him with a metallic thud before reforming into a humanoid shape. Okay, Loth and Mason are the most likely to wake up. If Ghoul hadn't taught him the memory key, Will was fairly sure he would still be asleep, but Mason and Loth had higher focus, so they might be able to shrug off the mind control. And who was on watch? Will thought as he sprinted to the door, his opponent hot on his tail. About half the Annas on staff should still be awake if they're still alive. Will was tempted to put a cannonball through his pursuer, but Will knew Alicia's room was across that wall from Reggie's, and her resistance wasn't high enough for Will to feel confident about filling her room with shrapnel. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of the footsteps behind him changed and sped up as they hit the straightaway of the officers' quarters hallway. Will stomped the ground and rolled to the side, tucking himself into the corner. The ripple in the floor tripped his rapidly gaining pursuer, who tumbled past him, razor-sharp limbs flashing past his face. The shadow-cloaked climber seemed to have animalistic steel legs jutting from their feet, causing them to run at increased speed. Will jumped up and sent a cannonball at his pursuer as he sprinted the opposite direction, heading for Mason's room. Boom, shimmer shuddered under Will's feet as a cannonball carried the attacker through the hull and out into the flotilla, depositing him in the ship next door. Crap, Will thought, glancing over his shoulder. That's gonna be an incident. I can tell already. Will wrenched open the door to Mason's room and leapt up on their nuker's bed, slapping him until his eyes opened. What? Mason demanded as his eyes flickered open before shoving Will off of him. Mason sat up in bed, blinking blearily as he struggled to process what was happening. Attack, Will said, shoving Mason's kit towards him. Another reason Will preferred to sleep in full kit. Sure, it was uncomfortable, but times like this made up for it. Mason's eyes widened for an instant before he flung the covers off and began dressing at lightning speeds, slipping into his boots and snatching his staff off its rack. Everyone's stuck in some kind of dream lock, Will said, peering out the hallway. Just to make sure I'm not. Will ran through his memory key again, paying close attention to his surroundings for any incongruity that might arise. It was best to never become complacent when it came to mind control. There's an unknown number of attackers on board. Could be just the one, but I doubt it. Will turned his gaze left, towards Loth's bedroom, spotting the door hanging partially off its hinges, spilling flickering lamplight mixed with shadow into the hall. In the other direction, June and Alicia's rooms seemed to be open as well. Making a split decision, Will turned right and sprinted towards June and Alicia's rooms. There was no chance that Loth hadn't trapped her room to kill anyone who entered without permission. If he went left, he would come across Loth cheerfully dressing beside a mangled corpse. If he went right, he might be able to stop their scout and special weapons expert from being murdered in their sleep. Will made it to Alicia's room first, where his ghost butler was struggling against a shadow-cloaked climber, trying to scratch the man's eyes out as his sword flailed through Stevie's incorporeal form. Good job, Will thought as he pulled his sword out of phantom hand and brought it down on the man's skull. Rather than drop to the ground, the flailing climber whipped around and nearly cut off Will's nose an instant after Will's sword clanged off his skull. That's not normal, Will mused. He wasn't strong for a climber, but he was 2.5 times stronger than a normal man should have been, bringing a steel sword down on an unprotected skull. Even if the man's skull were 10 times stronger than a normal one, it still should have penetrated enough to stop him cold. He's got some kind of buff. The cannonball should have gone through his enemy earlier, but Will had just assumed the climber was reinforcing his body with steel somehow. This was some kind of defensive buff, because Will wasn't seeing any armor peeking through the swirling shadows. Not to mention they both have identical shadows concealing their identity, implying an external force is creating them. Will twisted his foot to the side and pulled the man's wild, flailing forward, shifting the ground under him to knock his feet out from under him in an emulation of the takedown that Lord Bacton had done to him so many times. There was a yelp of surprise, and Will took advantage of the momentary distraction to wind up a strong slice up and into the man's trachea. A lot softer than a skull, Will thought with satisfaction as the sword lodged itself a half-inch into the man's throat before his target leapt back, clapping a hand over his bleeding throat. Dangerous, but not lethal. "A deceiver," he croaked, pointing his blade at Will. "You." Boom, the wall separating June and Alicia's rooms exploded as another shadow-cloaked human was launched through the wall, bringing the smell of burning flesh with him. On the other side of the wall, Mason stood beside June's bed, where a hole in her chest was spurting blood. Even with that lethal wound, the scout's eyes were still closed. Will shot a greater healing potion out of phantom hand towards Mason as he drove the point of the short sword of perseverance down into the stunned and smoking climber's back before he could rise. The blade penetrated a fraction of an inch before it came to a complete stop, the pitted blade bending ominously as it refused to go any further. The wounded climber lunged to his feet, swinging wildly with his saber, forcing Will to hastily block. The short sword jerked in his hand, slamming up against him as it spread the force over a larger area before Will was catapulted sideways, smashing through Alicia's door and back out into the hall. The burned climber followed Will through the door, trying not to give him a moment to breathe. Behind him, Will could see the other one raise his saber over Alicia's sleeping form. Noob and Billy Bob, Will's other summons from the wand of the undead retainer, tried their best to claw the man's eyes out and drag him backwards. The climber shrugged off their attempts and raised his saber just as the partially cooked climber dominated Will's view. What's behind him? The main deck. Good enough. If he destroyed the mast, that wouldn't be nearly as bad as losing Alicia. Will drew a line between his two opponents and unleashed another cannonball directly into the man's chest. Thanks to the Dimensional Oyster's upgrade, he could carry around 3 of them, plus minor things like his sword and a handful of consumables. The cannonball picked up his opponent and carried him into the one looming over Alicia, sending them both through the wall and sailing out into the night, bouncing off the mast. Will glanced to the side and saw Loth sprinting down the hall towards them before he shoved off the wall and sprinted back into Alicia's room, glancing down to ensure she was unharmed. The noble scion was unharmed and still sound asleep. Will glanced to the side and saw Mason sprinting his direction, Stevie forcing the greater healing potion down June's throat, while the other 2 dragged Reggie's unconscious body down the hall towards them. "Protect them!" Will shouted at the ghost butlers as Loth came around the corner. "Mason, go with Will, I'll defend them," Loth said. Who's unaccounted for, Will thought as he leapt through the hole in the wall. Travis, Brianna, are they still on the church ship? On the main deck below, it was chaos. Anna's copies were fending off at least a dozen climbers cloaked in shadow. They were fighting with nearly equal strength, but Anna wasn't much of a fighter and her opponents were getting the upper hand more often than not, dropping multiple copies of the Baker to the ground. Surrounding them were dozens of gawkers on deck, most of them crew from the ships they'd sunk earlier that night. Among the gawkers were dozens more shadow-cloaked figures, gawking along with the rest of the climbers, at least until Anna engaged them. Wait. A bolt of realization shot through Will. "Wait," he shouted, tackling Anna before she could attack one of the stunned, shadow-cloaked onlookers. "What?" Anna asked. "But he's—" "It's not all of them," Will shouted. Whoever had created the shadow covering was applying it to some of the people they'd taken under their wing, intending to use them as camouflage. If Will's crew attacked the people they were hosting without provocation, that would be very frowned upon. It was an attack on them and their reputation. Boom! An explosion rocked Shimmer to the side as Mason unleashed a blast on a swath of shadow-cloaked figures. Damn it! Will reeled Mason in with phantom hand to stop another blast before he lunged over and grabbed his staff, wrenching his attention back to Will. "Only the ones who attack us," he said, gesturing to the onlookers. "They're civilian camouflage." Mason's gaze flickered across the deck, taking in the shadowed figures mixed in with the unaffected ones, all watching Will's party in horror. Mason's eyes widened in sudden realization. As Will was speaking, a shadowed climber slipped out from behind another shadowed onlooker and thrust a saber towards him. Will didn't know if it was one of the attackers, or if it was one of the Granchian civilians they'd brought on board defending themselves from William O's mad rampage. Since Will couldn't tell which his attacker was, Will went easy on him, stomping the floor out from under his foot and hitting him in the face with a cannonball, gently. Will retrieved the cannonball and flung it at one of the shadows, hacking at a downed Anna, knocking the climber overboard. Will took a deep breath. "Listen up," Will shouted at the top of his lungs. "There are intruders on board. They have made some of you look like them. If you are not one of them, go back to your room and wait. If you are one of them, stay and be disposed of." The non-shadowed climbers side-eyed the shadowed climbers among them suspiciously, but in the end, they acquiesced, filing downstairs, leaving the deck empty save for the swath of burnt climbers Mason had hit with conflagration. "Get them some help," Will said to Anna. He didn't know which of them might be the attackers, but he knew that doing anything less than everything he could to prevent losing people under his protection would blow up in his face. The baker nodded, her many injured copies dragging themselves to their feet, their wounds fading away in seconds as they began rounding up the wounded and searching for potions and healers. There were a few among those aboard the ship. "The attackers used the non-combatants as camouflage to escape," Mason muttered, his hand clasped over his stomach. True, they had either joined the other shadowed civilians when they filed downstairs, or they had abandoned ship as soon as their camouflage dissipated. "What have you go there?" Will asked, pointing at Mason. "Just a light stabbing," Mason said. "It's barely bleeding, stings like a bitch though, not worth a healing potion." Light stabbing, Will thought, brow cocked. He was unsure if anything that could penetrate Mason's shields could be considered light. "Show me," Will said, peering down. "See?" Mason asked, lifting his hand. Indeed, he wasn't bleeding very much at all. The wound had the narrow shape of a stab, but the wound only had maybe a teaspoon of blood soaked into the skin and fabric around it. Will wasn't sure, but in the lamplight the wound seemed to glimmer with a faint shine. "I guess there is such a thing as a light stabbing," Will thought. "Make sure it's not cursed or poisoned as soon as you can," Will muttered before turning back the way they'd come. "Loth!" Will shouted, waving up at the kobold through the hole in the quarterdeck above them. "What?" Loth asked, poking her head out. "Where are the other two?" Will asked. "As soon as they spotted Anna, I figured they might identify her class and ordered Jean to abandon ship," Loth replied. "Travis, on the other hand," the hive-wielding saboteur gave a shrug. "Damn it, Travis. Travis Olton **. Travis put away the last of his food and headed for his cabin for the night. It was a shared cabin, since there wasn't nearly enough space to give refugees their own room. Travis didn't mind it as much as he had when he first set out climbing. You take what you can get, and sometimes a blanket is it, so bunk beds seemed kingly by comparison. There should be at least half a dozen young men sleeping in their bunks by the time he arrived, which was why he was taken aback when he arrived to an empty cabin. Empty save one person, a gray-bearded man whose hide had been tanned for decades by salt, wind, and sun. Saint Jairus. "Good evening, Travis Oilton," the saint said, his hands folded in his lap. "I'm not." "Before you make a fool of yourself," the saint said, raising a hand. "My focus is 180. Your little forget-me trick isn't going to work on me. Everyone else on board, maybe, but not me." Above them, the sound of shouting began to rise as battle was joined on the deck. It sounded like their Tangled were fighting the crew of the floating church. Saint Jairus glanced up without any hint of surprise, then back down at Travis. "I'd like to ask you a question." "Is it how fast I can run?" Travis asked, backing towards the door. "Because I can run pretty fast." Saint Jairus shook his head without coming any closer. "Did you ever get your revenge against the Weird family for destroying yours?" Travis halted in place. Chapter 101, Scripted Defeat. "You know, I heard Graynish was so afraid of William O.'s arrival on this floor that he allied with a secret clan of fish people to create the scramble, hoping to delay his progress up the tower to tear the crown from his head. Just you wait. Another scramble is going to happen again soon. 113 strangers on 113 different vessels of the flotilla." Will's eye twitched. It had been over 6 hours of shouting back and forth from the moment the sun rose, a circular argument between St. Jairus's attacked dogs and everyone else with any sense. The Grainchians had lost their majority by the slimmest margin when Will had sunk 10 of their believers' ships and taken their votes for himself. They had wanted to declare him an enemy of the flotilla and petition the tower for a bounty. Will's faction vehemently opposed that, while the moderates agreed that it was a bit extreme, given that the attacks on other climbers was unintentional. They advocated for a more mild punishment, temporary exile. The floating church of Graynish pointed out that Will had deliberately left his Tangled party member on board their ship with the explicit intention of attacking them, using that as a reason it should be permanent and carry a more severe penalty, such as confiscating Shimmer. Will's faction pointed out that the original had indeed left their ship, and the church had attacked B and Rhea first. The fact that they split into nearly 200 bodies in preparation for the conflict was irrelevant, as they were defending themselves. They shot back with the extensive list of casualties they took trying to attack the Tangled. Will's faction pointed to the half a dozen boarders that had been captured trying to steal Shimmer and been returned to the church the morning of that day. On and on it went, in circular reasoning that chewed on its own tail like a mangy dog. And all the while, Will and St. Jairus stared at each other across the meeting room of Town Hall. The steel-haired priest looked amused, much to Will's irritation. "Don't we both have better things to do today?" Will didn't particularly care about whether or not he was exiled. His party had already proven they weren't reliant on the flotilla when they rolled in on a Leviathan-bone ship. But if he looked at it another way, if Will wasn't allowed in the flotilla and the Saint was, they would always have a place to retreat and repair that Will couldn't follow unless he wanted to get attacked by other flotilla members. Not to mention the Saint's fishmen allies, Will thought. If he got pushed outside the flotilla, Will pictured Shimmer under constant attack by hordes of fishmen, attacking at irregular intervals to prevent any of his party from getting any sleep before the floating church of Graynish swooped in to finish the job. Typically, that wouldn't worry Will, since Brianna could fend off large-scale physical assaults over a long period of time. But now that Jairus knew about Brianna, he would go out of his way to acquire some charm-based climbers to deal with the Tangled. and Will wouldn't know if or when he'd done that if he didn't have any eyes and ears in the flotilla. All in all, it was a bad thing to get exiled, indirectly harming him in myriad ways. Will thought back to Loth's mantra of leadership. Always strive to make things as easy as possible for my party to succeed. My role as party leader is to line up advantages for them so that they can excel. Even if we can survive without the flotilla, it would be poor leadership to have that advantage stripped away from my party. I'm starting to think I should have attacked Jairus back on his ship, Will thought to himself. Now, the saint was accompanied by several bodyguards at all times, indicating he had been bluffing earlier when he strutted around Will without any form of protection on his ship. And Will had bought it, assuming the saint with saint levels was a strong combatant. They'd taken some time to ask around after last night and discovered that the saint's specialty was mega large-scale buffs, not fighting. This implied very strongly that Jairus had instigated the attack on them last night, buffing his crew to the point that they could fight toe-to-toe with Will's party. Unfortunately, since their features had been cloaked in shadow, not a single one had been identified. This gave Will no leverage to accuse Jairus of attacking him. In the end, the meeting was adjourned without declaring any particular punishment for Will. On one hand, the 6 boarders they had subdued trying to steal Shimmer had launched a shitstorm, and on the other, they had proven a preceding incident that the church had instigated, allowing most of the accusations to slide off Will in the name of self-defense. I guess being merciful has its uses, Will thought as he and Mason left City Hall. They would reconvene tomorrow to decide on a punishment, but Will didn't expect there to be a tomorrow for certain individuals. "What did you get?" Will asked, receiving the dimensional assassin's amulet from Loth before she put on her usual one. "There's another scramble coming soon, possibly as early as tonight," Loth said. "The Saint's ledger shows proof that the fish people can only summon one storm per month, and they have dropped their guard against being hit twice in a row. This is the perfect opportunity for the fish people to buck the trend and lure another storm on top of the flotilla while they are struggling to recover." "How can you be sure?" Will asked. "I read through the Saint's journal and surmised the timing of previous church-instigated scrambles, then jotted down a note on the Saint's waterproof stationery, attaching one of the many rocks on a string to sink it to the bottom." "So there is a bottom." "It would seem so," Loth said. "Anyway, I requested that the fish people wait an extra month before the next scramble." "Implying that the flotilla is weak and needs time to recover," Will mused. "Practically guaranteeing that a sound strategist will see an opportunity to attack immediately," Loth said. "And if the fish people don't take advantage?" Will asked. "They will, but if they don't, I'll simply sink the floating church of Graynish and be done with it." "There's no and be done with it," Will muttered. "Sink that one ship and they'll commandeer another ship from one of the faithful and call that the floating church of Graynish. We need to kill them." "Killing a religious figure is the surest way to galvanize their followers," Loth pointed out. "Not if it happens in hyperbole," Will mused. He didn't need to just kill him. He needed to destroy his legend. The only way to destroy a legend was with another. "You're thinking of violence," Loth said. "Please do tell." "How's Brianna?" Will asked. A little shaken after killing several of Jairus's followers last night and experiencing death through a few of her copies. Will winced at a pang of guilt for putting her in that position. She would eventually be forced to come to terms with killing, but for now, she needed time to rest and recover, so he would try to include her in their defense in the least violent way possible. "Let's put B on a mission to spread the rumor that Jairus is summoning the scrambles, and another one will hit soon. Rhea can guard the boat, and Anna can keep our guests happy," Let's have the others guard Jean. Ah, Loth nodded. Understood. A thought occurred to Will as he glanced up at the afternoon sun. St. Jairus probably expected him to respond as soon as the sun went down. Why not immediately? Because everyone was still awake. Because it was bright outside. Because he would fail. What would happen if I fail? Will pondered, flashing back to his curse-induced nightmare where he had taken the place of the poor boy that had been tortured to death in the ring. A stark reminder of what would happen to him if he slipped up. They'll want to torture me and ask me some questions. The nature of those questions will give me answers to some of my burning questions. How confident are you that the fish people will attack soon? Will asked. Supremely, Loth replied. All right then, Will said with a chuckle as adrenaline filled his body. I guess we're doing this. So much better than tiptoeing around. His duty as party leader was to make things as easy as possibly for his team, and if that meant doing something monumentally stupid, then so be it. I want to do something stupid, but if I'm gonna pull it off, I need to ask Jean for a big favor. Where is she? Will asked. Loth nodded toward Shimmer in the distance. Let's go. If this is gonna work, it has to be fast. Will said, picking up Loth and sprinting across the waves to Shimmer, bypassing the winding boardwalk strung between vessels. Travis Oilton asterisk. Well, this is a pickle, Travis thought, rattling the chains around his wrist. They were enchanted to drain his strength while being stronger than steel, and like Loth had warned, his build was strictly designed to manage enemy attention. Nothing more. Manacles didn't exactly have an attention span. Creak. The door opened, revealing St. Jairus, mopping a bit of sweat from his forehead with a towel before tossing it aside. Sorry about the wait, it's been a busy morning, Jairus said, pulling up a chair and sitting in front of Travis. Did you need anything? Have they been taking out your chamber pot, sponge bath? Jairus wrinkled his nose. Please say sponge bath. I'm fine, Travis said. Are you going to start torturing me, or what? Torture? Jairus waved him off. The manacles are only there because you'll run off otherwise. My only interest is in making an arrangement between you and the Church of Graynish. Not interested, Travis said with a shrug. I've seen this happen before. William O. keeps winning for some damn reason, and the people who get in his way wind up dead or disgraced. I know enough to know a gravy train when I see one. You're gonna on your ass in a matter of days, if not minutes. Jairus seemed to think about it a moment, nodding. He may beat me, he just may. Among all the deceivers I've met, he's an exceptional one. But that's why this arrangement is between you and the Church, not you and myself. Travis frowned. What do you mean by that? I have the ability to grant a permanent boost to a climber's stat growth. Travis's brows rose. Is it retroactive? Oh, it is. How much are we talking? Travis asked. William O. had insane stat growth that implied he had used at least 3 A-rank sacrifices in his build, something that Travis couldn't measure up to. Even plus 1 growth to 1 stat would be 26 points at his current level. A remarkable amount. The rest of the party had been gradually exceeding him for a while now, and the quiet voice in Travis's brain told him that he would either get left behind or die when he finally couldn't keep up. Even 1 point of stat growth could remedy that. Counterpoint, you take the deal and you're no longer in the party at all. 2 points of stat growth of your choice. 52 to my stats, I wouldn't even need the party. Cutting off ties with the Zodiac family. Interesting proposition, but no thanks, Travis said with a shrug, glancing up and spotting a nearly invisible William O. creeping through the door, the hinge's telltale squeak muffled by an ability as he slipped inside. I guess it was minutes. Wow, that's ballsy and stupid. What do you think is going to happen when you make it to Frederick Weed's stronghold? Jareth said, facing away from the door and unaware of the infiltrator stalking towards him. He's not going to tear it down. William O. will make a deal with the new owners, and the legacy of the one who destroyed yours is going to live and grow, while your name will be a forgotten side note in history. With the support of the church UKDCK. Jareth stiffened at the feel of charge, circulating an instant before Will flickered across the room, and drove a short sword directly into Jareth's skull. All abyss broke loose, and Travis covered his vitals as his tiny little prison cell turned into a tornado filled with cannonballs, broken limbs, and knives. Bodyguards seemed to manifest out of thin air, emerging from the furniture to shove Will away from the saint while the others healed him before a single heartbeat had passed. It was a brutal, short fight. Will managed to get one of the bodyguards with a cannonball that rendered the warrior into a fine paste and punched a hole in the wall. But the other three ganged up and beat Will within an inch of his life in the seconds that followed, ignoring the wounds they received in return. A moment later, the recovered Jareth strode up to him, kneeling down and healing the unconscious Will's fatal wounds while leaving the debilitating ones alone. Jareth knelt down to where Will's one hand was pinned to the floor by his bloodied bodyguards, plucking the gaudy ring of the eidolon off of Will's finger and inspecting it. "You nearly had me there for a second," Jareth murmured before glancing up at his minions. "Take him to the holding cell we've arranged. Strip him, fit him with a restraining collar, and mute his abilities. He specializes in a dimensional storage ability. He surely has some clever backup plan inside it." Jareth glanced up at Travis. All the warmth and reasonableness that had been present while he was negotiating with Travis was gone, vanished in an instant. "Is that 2-point buff to my stat growth still on the table?" Travis asked. "No." "Damn, should have sold out earlier," Travis muttered, leaning back against the wall. A moment later, Jareth and his bodyguards swept out of the room, leaving Travis alone. Travis noted that one of his manacles was anchored into the wall right next to the gaping hole cut by the cannonball. With a firm tug, the chain popped out of the splintered wall. Chapter 102, Interrogation. Once, after a mighty battle, Ouroboros was caged by Graynish, and the deity demanded that the world's snake give over the secret of his immortality. Ouroboros slipped out of the cage, leaving behind a mold so realistic that Graynish continued to ply it with demands for many moons. While Graynish was distracted, Ouroboros snuck out and stole the secret of fire, leaving 5 silver coins in its place. Jason Salazar. Get this message to the 6th floor right now. Unknown. Poke, poke, Will's left eye fluttered open. His right eye was swollen shut, throbbing with the beat of his heart. He was splayed out, kit missing, hanging midair, every limb strapped to an unyielding steel X at least a couple inches thick, designed to contain a climber's superhuman strength. Will tried to move Phantom Hand and found it completely unresponsive. Not unexpected, but it still brought a cold sweat to his brow. At least I still have my hand and feet, Will thought. His worst fear would be. Will cut off that line of thought for a couple reasons. First, because it was pointless to think about now, and second, because he didn't know if they had a mind reader on site. No sense giving them his worst fears right out the gate. Will's eye focused on the saint as the grizzled veteran stepped away, his poking finger still extended. "Welcome back," Jareth said with a smile. "Good to be," Will said before a hacking cough interrupted him. A little blood must have gotten into his lungs while he was passed out. "Now let's get started, shall we?" St. Jareth asked, pulling a chair in front of the Will chandelier and taking a seat. "What, no knives and brands?" Will asked. Other leaders in the Church of Graynish jump straight to torture. I prefer to establish a dialogue first, Jarrus said, folding his hands. I have a great deal of experience with interrogations in general, and have found that it always works out to my advantage to have a long conversation before I bring out the knives and truth debuffs. Why is that? Will asked, his mind lingering on the truth debuffs, finger itching. Because if I ask you the same questions before and after a truth debuff, it reveals to me what you think is important enough to lie about. Oh, interesting. Should you be telling me that? Will asked. Oh, it'll let you wiggle a little bit, I'm sure, but not to a great extent. The things you feel are important won't change. Meanwhile, I believe that establishing myself as the wellspring from which truth flows is more important. Every word I say you can take at face value. That's why I'm not making any grandiose threats. My threats will be simple, actionable ones that will be enacted the instant they leave my mouth. St. Jarrus leaned back in his chair. Shall we get started? Will shrugged best as he could. What are the names of your primary abilies? I see. Silence would seem like the best option in these circumstances, Jarrus said, nodding. Allow me to make you an offer, then. If you answer my questions, then not only will we avoid torture for quite some time, I will also go out of my way to allow your party to move on to the next floor. Will considered. Time was good. Buying as much of it as possible should be his priority, and if he simply stopped answering questions, they would skip the step where he could lie to them entirely, possibly spelling his doom. It was 100% in Will's best interest to go along with this. But how not to seem desperate? My whole party, Will asked. Yes. Including my Tangled and my Kobold, Will asked. I know how you people are. Your Tangled killed no less than 15 sailors. Who attacked her first? Will said. She's a sweetheart if you're not trying to kill her or use her as a living weapon. Something I've been trying not to abuse. The Kobold isn't in your party. It totally is, Will replied. Interesting. Yes, I suppose a deceiver would have affinity for the scaled subhumans. Will cocked his head to the side. How about this? Will asked. I'm going to die here, yeah. Probably, Jarrus said with a shrug. Barring special circumstances, we will execute you at the end of our interrogation. Will chuckled. You really are committed to telling the truth. A man's word is powerful as long as it remains unbroken, Jarrus said. I'll give you all the answers you want if you give me all the answers I want. Then when we're done, you can kill me as planned. No sensitive information leaked. What makes you suggest that? Jarrus asked. I'd like to know what a deceiver is, Will said. It's not like anyone taught it to me growing up. Jarrus seemed to consider for a moment. You are aware of the conflict between Graynish, god of order, and Ouroboros. Vaguely. During their first battle, the blood of Ouroboros rained down on the tower, proliferating every scaled monster. I've heard of it, Will said. Well, a few of the more powerful types, immortal serpents among them, carry on the ancient battle against order that is imprinted in their very blood. They use shape-shifting to replace human climbers and send their half-breed children to sow chaos. So you're saying that my parents, one of them was replaced during their climb, conceived you, and then delivered you to an orphanage like a seed of chaos waiting to sprout. Will mused. His life was pretty chaotic. He de-guessed most of this already, but it was nice to hear it straight from the priesthood themselves. My turn. What are your sacrifices? Jarrus asked. Gravity Goat, Yoru Drake, and my left hand. Jarrus paused, glancing over at Will's missing left hand. You realize that confirms that you aren't fully human. I had an inkling, Will admitted. Your turn, Jarrus said. Why do I have a strange empathy for certain corpses? Will asked, praying that he wasn't giving away more information than he was asking for. What do you mean? Every now and then I'll come across the body of a dead person and I'll see myself as them. Have conversations with them even. This happened a lot more in the first few floors. It's your affinity for other deceivers. Your progenitor scattered thousands of spawn outside the tower, and they leave a psychic imprint upon their death that you unconsciously absorb, drawing you into the last few moments of their life. The reason it stopped in the upper floors is there's significantly less deceivers who have made it this far. Will cocked his head. Does that mean I could get psychic abilities? Will asked, thinking back to the tomahawk of the serpent. Jarrus shook his head and waggled a finger. My turn. Will groaned but nodded. Do you know where your parents are now? Jarrus asked. No, last I heard they were making their way back down from the upper floors, but that can take years. I haven't seen them since I was 10. Jarrus scratched down a note. My turn. Do you know which of my parents is the serpent? Typically, it's the male. So that's the one I need to punch, Will thought, pursing his lips in thought. Jarrus opened his mouth to speak when an urgent knock on the cell's door interrupted him. Excuse me? The saint's assistant ducked his head into the room. There's a messenger here for you. And, Jarrus asked, motioning for him to send the man in. Joshua cleared his throat nervously. He was very insistent that it was for your ears only. Jarrus groaned and pushed himself to his feet. I'll be back in a moment. Sorry to stop just when we were getting somewhere. I'll think of some questions while you're out, Will said with a shrug. Keep an eye on him, Jarrus said to his bodyguard, who nodded and fixed his gaze on Will, intent on not giving him any wiggle room. A moment later, the saint swept out of the room, leaving Will alone with a powerful warrior in full kit. Easy peasy. Will tugged on his bonds experimentally, satisfied when they threatened to slip off of him as if they'd been made of greased seaweed. Don't, the warrior threatened, tensing. Don't what? Test my bindings. You haven't held many people captive before, have you? Will asked, testing Phantom Hand. It was sluggish, but starting to recover from the numbness already. Ring of total freedom. A +15 focus. This relic hides itself and causes physical, mental, energy-based, causal, and ability-based bindings to be slowly worn away. Aids in escaping grapples, adhesives, engulfing attacks, resisting slow debuffs, and allows the wearer to fit through significantly narrower spaces than they might have otherwise. Scales with focus. Reactive, 1 charge. Dive into a mental projection of the self. Will's big favor to ask of Jean was to borrow the Ring of Total Freedom. It was the last lifeline that allowed her to avoid being captured and used as a living weapon, so naturally she was reluctant to part with it. Will had to do some pretty impressive groveling and make the 4 girls several dubious promises he was unsure he could actually follow through on before they gave it up. All he had to do after that was put the ring on, allow it to hide itself, then put the ring of the Eidolon on over it, acting as camouflage. Naturally, only the first ring would be active, and the second would be inert. So the Ring of Total Freedom was able to pass unnoticed when they took the ring of the Eidolon, the people searching him assuming they'd cleared that part of his kit. Unnoticed by the guard, Will swished the Phantom Hand around the room until he felt that he'd shaken out most of its sluggishness. He switched from the wand of the undead retainer to the sickle of Cold Harvest, causing a shiver to run down his spine as the Phantom Hand's finger popped and turned black. NNG. The guard let out a muffled grunt of pain as a steel dart emerged from Phantom hand at point blank, perforating his neck and instantly sheathing his entire body with oversized ice crystals due to cold harvest's effects. Will slipped out of his bindings and sprinted up to the bodyguard, feeling cold harvest's lifesteal effect causing the bruises and lacerations crippling him to begin fading away. Will reached the guard's sword before his hoarfrost-slowed hand could reach it, whipping the blade out and killing the man with a well-placed thrust to the eye. Will lowered the body quietly to the floor and put his ear to the door to see if anyone had heard. In the distance, he could make out St. Janus's receding footsteps. He's already around the corner. St. Janus was old and specialized in focus. That meant Will could hear him before he could hear Will. Will cracked the door open and peeked out, seeing nobody. He crept out and followed the saint's footsteps until they came to an end. "I'll return to my duties," Joshua said, his voice preceding him as he approached one of the doors in the hall. Surging with adrenaline, Will sprinted forward and leapt up, directly over the doorway his voice was coming from, clinging to the wall and ceiling. The door opened underneath him and Joshua walked out, not bothering to look directly above him. The assistant walked away, disappearing down the officer's hall. "What's this message, then?" Will heard Jairus's voice ask. "Not just yet," the messenger's voice said, before Will felt a charge move through the air in the room across from them, and suddenly the sound went dead. Damn it! Will scanned his surroundings and spotted that the door opposite him was open, revealing a room with books inside. Will used Phantom hand to steal a piece of paper out of one of the Bibles, the extra thin stuff. He pried a long splinter of wood off the wall about the size of his palm and jammed it through the ultra-thin paper before feeding the splinter through the gap in the door. When the splinter was about halfway through the gap, the extra-thin paper began to vibrate with the faintest sound that his outlandish acuity could barely pick up. Ouroboros slipped out of the cage, leaving behind a molt so realistic that Graynish continued to ply it with demands for many moons. While Graynish was distracted, Ouroboros snuck out and stole the secret of fire, leaving 5 silver coins in its place. Will frowned. "So the prophet thinks he's going to escape us?" Jairus asked. "Prophet?" "I'm just the messenger, but it would certainly appear that way." The other voice spoke. "What's this about 5 silver?" Jairus asked. Will's eye twitched. "Again, I'm the messenger, and we were instructed to deliver the message before the prophecy could be completely interpreted. It was deemed important that it reach your ears immediately, given its potential time-sensitive nature." "I know what the 5 silver is about." Will thought, letting himself down from the ceiling and creeping away from the door before sprinting back down the hall on the balls of his feet. "Now I just need to find my kit." If anything, he could sniff it out. It had been steeping in the scent of rotting fish aboard Shimmer for weeks, after all. As he was running, a body turned the corner, nearly running directly into Will. Will's adrenaline was so high that the sword was halfway to Travis's eye before he identified him. "What are you doing here?" they whispered at the same. "Escaping, obviously," Travis replied. "Our stuff's over here." He thumbed over his shoulder. Together the two of them sprinted down the hall until they reached the room where Will's kit had been stashed. Will listened at the door and determined there were at least 2 people breathing on the other side. "2 enemies," Will signed, pointing at the door. Travis nodded, and a moment later Will cracked the door the tiniest amount, using the ring of total freedom to ooze his way into the room without opening it more than a couple inches. "You're not that sneaky," Loth's voice came from atop the chest with Will's gear, causing all the tension to drain out of his body. Will glanced over and saw that Rhea was standing beside Loth, acting as the saboteur's bodyguard. Behind them was an insect-chewed hole in the side of the ship, marking the path of their escape. "I know I just asked for a huge favor," Will said, turning to Rhea. But would you mind doing one more big favor for me? Shortly afterwards, Jarrus finished the debrief with the messenger, drank a bit of water to clear his throat, and headed back to the interrogation room. The room was oddly chillier than he remembered it, but the guard still stood in the corner, watching the deceiver with a steely gaze. The deceiver's bruises seemed to have faded, his lacerations scabbed over. I wasn't gone that long. "Did something happen?" Jarrus asked. The deceiver had a healing potion concealed in their collar. I was able to pry it out of their mouth before they could drink too much. "Is that right?" Jarrus asked. "Yes, Saint." Dictum of the Divine. 153-123 charges remaining. "Non-believers cannot lie to me," Janus said. There was no time to go through the typical process of slowly extracting information and cross-referencing it to get a deeper understanding of the subject. William O. took in a sharp breath. According to the prophecy, Will was going to escape any second, or perhaps he had already. He no longer had time to dance around the issue and instead must cut to the heart of the matter. "Are you William O.?" "Yes," William O. said. "That's good. I was afraid he'd left his shape-shifting, tangled pet here in his place. Are you planning on escaping?" "Of course, why wouldn't I be?" "How?" Janus said, his voice taking on an edge. "Well, my working plan is that I'm going to paralyze you with hoarfrost, slip out of my restraints, subdue your bodyguards. Then I'm gonna drag you out onto the ocean and escape into the confusion of the scramble as the fish people you're working with sink your ship with a bit of help from Loth, the luminary." Jarrus almost laughed off the absurdity of Will's plan until the fish people were mentioned. How in the abyss does he know shape-shifting pet? Janus glanced behind him where his bodyguard stood, inhaling through his nose, sniffing the air. Cold air. The faintest scent of blood, something he hadn't been conscious of until he had grown suspicious. He'd assumed it had been Will's blood. His eyes widened. Dictum of the Divine. 123-93 charges remaining. Non-believers cannot. A piercing pain assaulted Jarrus's chest an instant before Hoarfrost locked his jaw shut. Ice covered Jarrus's eyes and ears as he froze in place, toppling to the ground. Around him, he heard the muffled sounds of battle as his hidden bodyguards engaged with Will and the false one that had been replaced while he was gone. Jarrus felt the ship begin to rock, and beneath the shouting and ringing of steel, he thought he could make out someone shouting, "Scramble."